and welcome to LA Leadership Week, Day 7. We are excited. We are excited that we're opening up. We've Day 7. Yes, it is Day 7. Now, we encourage you to share. We're going to have our co-hosts say hi, and then...
Oh, I love the music. It keeps pushing us forward.
Yes, for sure, for sure. We just wanted to say hi to begin with. Welcome to Day 7. But before we begin, let us put the greetings from our CEO, Mo Rock.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place.
All right. I wanted to welcome everybody today. First of all, put your hands in the air and say, I am ready for more. Yeah, what a great day. It's all about learning and education, and every single day you take those lessons we've had, you learn those lessons. You're going to be with us for years. So what you want to do is you want to say to yourself right now, you want to put your feet on the floor, you want to look forward and say, I'm ready for more. I'm ready for the vision. I'm ready to stay with the Tribune for years to come because of all the countries we're in, all the people we're bringing forward, the journals, the magazines, the languages, and really one team, one family all the time. The great thing about today, it's about education. Every day is information education. So first of all, you want to make sure that you got your pen, everything ready. You got your food next to you. I know Donna's got her coffee, and you want to just put yourself in an environment of learning in what's called heightened state. Won't talk about that now. Don't need to. Just smile. Keep yourself on the right page every single time we do this. We've got a great show coming up. We've got amazing hosts and leader, and I'm going to turn it over in about 10 seconds to the editor-in-chief and our captain of the ship. But what I want you to do is just take the things that you learned today. And for myself and Mo Rock and Alicia and Ava and the whole team at the Tribune, it's learning every day. Take something you learned yesterday, apply it today. Take one thing you learned today, apply it tomorrow, and keep compounding. We'll have backup calls, follow-up calls. And again, we're always there for you, and we reach out every single day. So with that being said, share this stream with everybody you know. We could even post that in our comments so they have all the streams to share it on. And make sure that you send it around the world as we bring the knowledge, information, and greatness that you are to everybody out there. And with not needing to say anything else, the captain of the ship drives us where we need to go, brings her brilliance every day. Let's give a big thunderous round of applause for Ava.
That is a wonderful introduction, Michael. Thank you. Michael is the director, managing partner of our LA Tribune Podcast Network. Amazing group of podcasters. And oh my gosh, it is the most profound day. We had the most number of comments on the Podcasters Day. What day was that, Michael? Day 3, right?
Day three.
So if you haven't seen it yet, go back and replay Day 3, and you will see all of the beautiful, marvelous podcasters. Also, the Women's Journal, the LA Tribune Women's Journal, and the Vietnamese Journal. So that's all going on that day.
Yes.
Absolutely. So we're going to go around. Let's start with Julianne. What are your takeaways, and what are you looking forward to, Julianne, for Day 7?
Thank you, Ava. As always, I am absolutely thrilled beyond words to be here. I am so excited because even when I'm not on stage, I'm behind the scenes and I am taking notes. And that's when I really get to pay attention. So I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm so excited. But obviously, my biggest takeaway is the same as yours from yesterday, Ava. When Sharon Lechter said, well, actually, she said this on the first day, but we mentioned it yesterday as well, that how are you spending your time? Are you spending it or are you investing it? And that just hit. How many times have I thought to myself, do I really need to watch another episode of blah, blah, blah on Netflix? And this here is education, edutainment. So I'm so excited for today.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. We have Don McGuire on the chat right now. He's one of those that we honored, among the boxing legends. He's got his own podcast too. So we're excited to have him on the program. Also wanted to go around Jim Miller. Let's go.
Well, of course, yesterday I truly enjoyed seeing Dr. Cialdini and having that conversation because that's my game, influence, and also too, so happy that he's invited our executive team to meet with him as he conducts an anniversary special event this upcoming weekend, where I believe it's the 30th anniversary of his book, and he's invited us and would love to personally meet us. So I'm like a kid in a candy store with all of that. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
Kid in a candy store. Oh my gosh. Talk about that. All of our audience is also very, very excited. We've got a global audience that's very supportive. Barbie Layton says, let's go, panel day. Well, no, it's not final day. We've got a bonus day coming up, just to let you know. There's day 8, of course. Like, when have we done an event in the Los Angeles Tribune where we didn't do a bonus day, right? So that just was given. So day 3, yes, Jackie was on day 3. Go, Women's Journal. We've got a lot of cheerleaders on our virtual auditorium. So Rachel Weaver, what say you?
Oh my goodness. I am like Jim. I am a kid in the candy store for sure. This has been so enlightening, inspiring. I've learned so much. I have pages of notes that I'm going to implement. I cannot wait to hear the thought leaders come on today and give us more, pour into us. You guys, then what we can do for those of us who are here, not just on this panel, but those listeners, we can turn around and implement and then teach others everything that we're learning, help others to catapult their lives forward. So I can't wait to see what's in store for today and the many surprises that we have tomorrow. So I want to encourage everyone to share this out because you do not want your friends and family to miss what we're giving on the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, Ava.
Absolutely. Look, the Women's Journal is fire. We are so excited for that. Really, really excited for our, I just wanted to acknowledge this is a co-creation. So all of you in the virtual auditorium, what's beautiful about this platform is you're not sitting back watching. You're part of the experience. You're part of the co-creation. You're part of the community. Welcome to LA Tribune community. And with that, Parisa Rose, what say you?
Oh, it is so good to be here. Happy Tuesday, everyone. So 3 things I want to touch on real quick. One thing that Guy Kawasaki mentioned yesterday, and it was the key principles of being a remarkable person. Number 2, I believe it was Ray Mercer. He talked about how there was a big talk about this whole MMA taking over boxing. There wasn't room. No, there's room for both. One may be superior to the other, but there's room for both. And lastly, taking in today, write your notes. Take your notes on your phone, on your notepad, but put something into action. And that is definitely spearheaded by the one and only Sharon Lechter. So let's go, guys. Let's have a great day 7. Thanks, Ava.
Absolutely. I love, the whole segment with Sharon Lechter. If you have missed it, that's day 6 in the morning. It was opening. You got to see it again. Donna Campbell.
I am going to touch back on to Sharon Lechter as well. Every day I've learned something significant from all of the different people and the thought leaders. And yesterday, when she was talking about the momentum of money, it really had me step back and take a look, even within my own life, because even in the healing industry, a lot of people as entrepreneurs believe we have to do things by ourselves or alone. Yes, community, but who's going to show up? Who's going to support? How can I have more than one business? Because I have to man a store over here, and yet I want to go do this convention over there. And it really got me thinking, and that no, we don't have to do it alone. And if you structure your life and your time in such a certain way, the people will be there, and the different businesses can be built, because what you're really doing is, as that money grows and the momentum, you can take that, the profitability from that, and invest it into other things. And even yesterday, a friend had messaged me, do you really think people can make money in the healing world? I'm like, yes, and here's how to do it. And it was one of the takeaways that I had. It's all about the momentum of money and how to use it to reinvest so it's not an expense and really better the rest of the world.
I love that momentum. We have such a topic of momentum in these 7 days, right? One of the big things that we've heard is the power of momentum. Who taught us the power of momentum? Oh, Mario Arizon. I'm like, yes, Mario Arizon was talking about how the train could not move even with the pebble on its tracks, but when it's already in momentum, it would go through walls and whatever's on its way. But momentum is what we're creating in this 7 becoming 8 days of LA Leadership Week. So we're excited for creating momentum. Thank you for that, Donna. Alicia.
Yes, thank you so much, Ava. And to everyone tuning in, please share in the comments where you are tuning in from. Also share with us what some of your favorite moments, some of the gems that you've learned are, with everyone to understand. What I love about everyone sharing their perspectives about what they learned and what resonated with them is that it is different for everyone. One of my favorite moments of yesterday was hearing from Dr. Robert Cialdini, when he said he does not have a favorite principle of influence because it depends on the context. And so I love that was demonstrated right here. Everyone took a different gem from the experience of LA Leadership Week based on what they've been thinking about in their own world, in their own life. And that's what's so beautiful about LA Leadership Week. You have so many leaders coming together, sharing their work, sharing their life experiences and their journeys, and sharing gems from their own life. And take notes, because you never know when it'll apply in your life based on the context of whatever situation that you're in. And that's what's so beautiful about LA Leadership Week. We have Parisa joining in from LA. We have Lisa joining in from Puerto Rico. We have so many people we have Chicagoland, Barbie joining in. So many people in our global audience. Continue to share LA Leadership Week and share your perspectives. And now we have Mo Rock joining in with us as well. Mo, we'd love to hear from you what some of your favorite experiences have been from LA Leadership Week.
Well, thank you so much, Alicia. And as stated in the opening comments, the premise of this week is a ambitious and lofty goal. We're literally working to help alter the fabric of society. And we're not doing that by creating content that we know will garner the attention of the masses. We're doing that by creating content and programming and educational programming very specific for just 1% of society. These are the 1%. These are the outliers. These are the mavericks. These are the individuals that are bold enough to believe they have what it takes to actually make a change on this planet. And so our programming here at the Los Angeles Tribune is not catered to everybody. Our programming here at the Los Angeles Tribune is catered specifically for the leaders. And so for us, it's not a matter of quantity. It's a matter of quality. We want individuals with quality of character to participate in our programming and participate in our community here. And every revolution in the history of humanity that has resulted in a positive change, whether they're literal revolutions or metaphorical revolutions, have always just needed a small minority of people. Even here in the United States, when you look at the American Revolution, It was only about 2 or 3% of the general population that participated in that. And yet the other 97% also reaped the benefits. And so what we're talking about here is a mental revolution. We're using that as a metaphor. We're using that as a metaphor for educational revolution, for autodidactic education being accessible to people all around the world. And the kind of content that has been discussed this past week from the likes of Dr. Robert Cialdini, from the likes of Brian Tracy, from the likes of Ty Lopez, from the likes of Sharon Lecter, from the likes of so many other incredible thought leaders like Jay Abraham, Jim Miller, Julianne Meyer. All of these incredible leaders have shared ideas and concepts that I believe are seeds that can make the world a better place and actually revolutionize the world in a positive direction, to add more love to the world, to add more self-esteem, self-respect to the world. Because a lot of the concepts here, you can boil down to a few simple pillars: self-esteem, self-respect, respect for humanity, respect for the earth, respect for one another. And I think that these ideas are very important ideas in today's world. And so we will continue to do the work. Now, I cannot promise that the Los Angeles Tribune and my colleagues here on the screen and all of us involved in this movement can solve every problem that the world needs. But what I can promise you is that the world definitely needs us to put 100% of our effort into it. And so we will continue to do what we do, and we will continue. And we want to thank all the folks that are part of this community, because this is a community that is all about changing the status quo. And one of the leaders, of course, that we have had a part of this program is Joe Ingram. And Joe Ingram recently had a conversation with Brad Lee, who's a very well-known leader, very well-known influencer. And I believe, Ava, in a couple minutes, we're going to go ahead and segue into a lovely conversation with Joe Ingram, who's been a part of this community for over 4 years. Sharon Lecter alluded to the fact that the first virtual summit that we did was about 4 years ago. It was just at the beginning of the pandemic, and we made a pivot as a newspaper company to focus on the virtual. And I'm very grateful that we decided to do that collectively over 4 years ago. And what you're seeing this week in many ways is over 4 years of work accumulated. And Darren Hardy, who's not part of this program, but who I'm a admirer of because of some of the concepts and books that he's written, has this amazing idea called the compound effect. The compound effect is an idea where, as long as you consistently make steps in the right direction, there will be a compound effect. And in many ways, what you're seeing here this week is 4 years of a compound effect being built together. When you pursue your endeavors and when you're doing what God puts you on this planet to do, other people will tag along and support you because they'll see that it's a natural mission. And when we started this journey, other people also joined us. That's people in the community right now leaving comments. Those are people that are supporting us. Those are the people you see on the screen. Because if you're doing what you're here supposed to be doing, if you're living your purpose, there's a natural order that supports you. I truly believe that. Although if you put me in the court of law, I don't know if I could prove that scientifically. I have my own, ideas about what that's all about that we'll discuss later. But with that being said, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be joined by Brad Lee and Joe Ingram, who will be speaking about leadership right after the break. We'll be back in 1 minute with Brad Lee and Joe Ingram.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, where we are in the midst of leadership. Hi, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, where we are in the midst of Leadership Week. I'm excited to bring on Brad Lee, right? The person who leadership starts with his last name. Yes. You can't have leadership without Brad Lee. But I want you guys to, we're going to have a candid conversation discussing leadership, talking about it. It's a topic we have talked about several times, but the goal of the show here is to say what makes a good leader, why would somebody want to be a good leader, and overall, how do we define leadership? One of the things that I defined back on day one when we started was leadership provides a vision that encompasses everyone that is in the actual company, the family, the things like that. Are you providing a vision large enough for other people to achieve their goals within the same vision? And so, Brad, I just want to throw back over to you and say thank you so much for coming on to share with us. And I know it's a topic that we have discussed several times. So,
well, thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Hello, everyone out there in internet world. Joe, when you started talking, you said you had 3 questions. I forgot the third one, but one was, what's a good leader? Why do you want to be a good leader? Was there a third one?
And then how do we define leadership today?
How do we define leadership? That's a great question. I haven't been able to define leadership in all my years. It's always escaped me. It's a very big word. But I think more people are leaders than they realize. Why? Because I think if you have any influence over anyone, then you're a leader. And I think you need to take the responsibility as a leader to become the best leader possible. I believe the best leader, when you say what is a good leader, the best leader is the one that creates other leaders. That is what I would say is a good leader. What's a good leader? One that creates other leaders is a good leader. Okay. One that gets you where you're going. Okay. One that empowers. I could keep going on what is a good leader, but it boils down to a good leader creates good leaders. That's a good leader. Now, why do you want to be a good leadership? Or why do you want to be a good leader? Well, I mean, it goes without saying. Why would you want to be good at anything? But why you want to be a good leader is because if you have any ambition whatsoever in life and you want to get someplace big or accomplish something big, you cannot do it without a team. Therefore, you would want to be a good leader because being a good leader allows you to build a good team. In fact, there is no such thing as a bad team. Only bad leaders. Learned that from my man, Jocko Willink. Had an argument with him here at Lightspeed at one point. Not an argument, obviously, but, a debate, a conversation. And I didn't fully understand what he meant, but now I do. And it's 100% true. There are no bad teams, only bad leaders. So why would you want to be a good leader? Well, because you got to have a good team. You're going to need a good team to get someplace big. So you want to be a good leader so you can more quickly build and maintain that team.
So if I'm defined by my team, right, which I'm in agreement, right? The leader has to have a great team. What would you look for as the key attributes for that team? Well, what is it that we're trying to find out? Yeah.
Well, it depends on the team, Joe, and where you're going. The team going to Antarctica is going to look different than the team going to, Turks and Caicos. So it depends on where you're going. It depends on the plan, the mission, etc., to determine what the team looks like. But I mean, an overall good team is like a team as a whole. There's no such thing as, well, we have 5 good players on our team, but our team sucks. And when I said there's no such thing as that, I mean, there is such a thing as that, because there's 5 good players on a team, but a team's a whole. 5 good players is not a team. A team is a whole. So to have a good team, every single position needs to be good. Every butt needs to be in the right seat.
Right.
So again, it takes a good leader or good leadership to identify when somebody might be a good fit, but not in that position. In other words, they're good people. They work hard. They fit the culture, but they're in the wrong seat. You wouldn't have a good team if everyone was screwing up every day. You wouldn't have a good team if, most people are pretty good, but some are not. If you cannot say as a leader that you have a good team, well, then you need to go look in the mirror and realize that you are a bad leader, because there are no bad teams, only bad leaders. So if you ask yourself right now, do you have a good team? If the answer isn't yes, I have a great team, well, then you, sir or ma'am, are the problem. You need to go learn and develop the definition of leadership and understand that it is impossible to have a bad team, because there are no bad teams. There's only bad leaders.
That's phenomenal. So, I mean, I've been part of teams where an individual that can't pull their weight doesn't get disciplined or somehow gets, praised for their lack of effort, right? And then it causes what? The team dynamic goes down.
What did you just say, though?
That I've been part of the team?
No,
or they're praised.
Someone on the team wasn't basically carrying their weight.
Correct.
Right? So whose fault is that?
Yeah, the leaders.
The leader.
Yes.
So therefore, it's not a bad team, it's a bad leader. So a lot of people out there trying to figure out, well, who do we need for the team? Folks, you need leaders. Okay, good leaders will insist upon and create good teams. Now, the question is, well, how do you become a good leader? Well, again, there's a lot of ways to do something. There's not just one way to do it. However, I've found that one of the ways to become a good leader is to take the time to understand and get to know every single one of the people on your team and what motivates them, because everybody is not the same. And you can't just come out with one leadership style and expect everybody to respond to it. Why? Well, they're individuals. There's a lot of people out there that think they're good leaders because they're in the position and they're confident and they're bold, but they don't know what makes every single person on this team tick. They don't know what their particular goals are, right? And if you can get your goals as a leader to align with their goals as individuals, well, now you're going to get a lot more momentum and production. Why? Well, because you figured out how to get what they want tied into what you want. And that's going to get you the most out of any situation. So if you're in a leadership position, take the time to understand who are you leading and what makes them interested. What do they want?
No, that's perfect. Because again, from personal experience, I've been through it where the leader itself created a team underneath them of people pissed at the leader. Right. And so it wasn't that it was about accomplishing a goal. It was about the everybody angry about what's not happening on the team. And so you have a team cohesiveness. And that's where I think I want to make the clarity is that it's not about, do they all get along? It's about, do we all know what to do, how to do it? And are we the right butt in the right seat to get the outcome we're looking for, that as a leader you have provided that information to? So I do love that. So if somebody wanted to sit back, and is there almost like a little checklist that somebody would have to go through to say, here's what I got to check on my team? Like when you talked with Jocko, you were defending a certain position. Now you're like, ooh, and again, I give you credit because you went and sought information, went out there, took it back and said, hey, this is a reframe for myself to come in. And now you can see it and ultimately become a better leader because of it. So,
yeah, well, again, I mean, awareness allows you to become better at anything, like even if you're an alcoholic or some sort of addict, admitting that you are and realizing that you are allows you to then correct and heal. When leadership's no different. When I was, debating with Jocko about there's no such thing as bad teams, I've been a part of them and I've had them, and it was just a perspective shift to realize that if I were a good leader, it would be impossible for me to have a bad team. So the only possible way to have a bad team is if you are allowing it, which would make you a bad leader. So literally, there's leaders all over the country right now, and they're in a leadership position. So let's call them leaders, even though they're not really leaders. See, there's the problem in today's world. There's so many people in leadership positions that are considered leaders when they're not leaders. They're just in a leadership position. And so now leadership gets a bad name, when in reality, a good leader, number one, is going to be good at leading themselves. You know, first of all, if you get people that follow you, do they even want to follow you? Why would they want to follow you? Do you do what you say you're going to do? Are you the example? Do you know where you're going? Are you confident? Are you capable? Are you able? Because if you can't lead yourself that way, how do you expect other people to follow you? Ultimately, easily, people will follow you if you are someone that they want to be like. So like, for example, you know, people should respect the leader. People should want to become the leader, which is why I said a really good leader creates other leaders. And then those good leaders create other good leaders, and so on and so forth. But just because you're in a leadership position doesn't necessarily make you a leader.
Fantastic. So question, you know, because again, you do have multiple businesses in which you have to put a leadership in play to go through. How does the leader, right? So like, for example, if somebody comes in and says, hey, I want to be that leader underneath the leader, how does that leader, the first top leader, not feel threatened by the second one? How do they not? Because again, to build a leader, you would have to give up some of your leadership for them to demonstrate that they can be a leader. That to me, just, it could be very scary.
Well, again, then you're not a very good leader. Why? Well, because, Joe, listen closely. A good leader creates other leaders. So if I'm worried about you taking on my leadership role better than I am, well, then I'm not a very good leader. Why? I would want you to do that. I would want all of the people that I am leading to become such great leaders that I no longer have to lead at all. I don't have to do anything. That would be the goal. So to be afraid that you're going to come up and do my job better than me is actually nothing to be afraid of. It's actually the goal. That's a good leader. So if you're in a leadership position and you're worried about other people outshining you and taking your leadership position, well, then again, you have the wrong perspective. Now, there may be some reality in that, depending on, you know, the work environment that you exist in. In other words, if you're in a position where someone else could take your position from you, again, and you're worried about that, well, then you're not necessarily a leader. You're in a leadership position, and now you have to worry about the drama and the culture, right? And again, a good leader would be very worried about the culture, because the culture will kill a company. So at the end of the day, leadership is very aware of culture, and to have the culture of I have to block you, or I have to, you know, somehow limit you so you don't take my job. Well, that's obviously scarcity-based mindset in leadership. You don't want that in the company, Joe. You do not want that.
Yes. Right.
You do not want that. You want an abundance mindset in everybody on your team. Like, listen, if you can take my job, brother, you can have it. I can't wait to see what they got next. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I am such a good leader that if you take my role, that's only going to open up other things for me to do. It's going to free me up. The reason I'm leading you is because I'm the best one for the job. Well, when you can come take that job, where does that leave a really good leader? Free to start something else or to do something else.
Yeah.
It's not a scarcity based thing. It's an abundance thing. I wish everybody on my team would come in here and take my job better than I can do it. I would love that. I am praying for that.
I was going to say that's ultimately the end result of an entrepreneur, is to say someone takes the reins and runs with what I have, and I can still be that individual that I need to be.
And that's why when somebody, you know, in an interview a while back asked me if I was a good leader, I said, not really. And they're like, what do you mean? No one's ever said that before. Well, because number one, I tell the truth, right? I don't think I've been able to build the right team over the last 24 years. Why do I say that? Well, because I'm not where I thought I would be or where I wanted to be. And if that's the case, well, why not? And I can already tell you why not, because I don't have the right team. If I don't have the right team, whose fault is that? Well, it's mine. Right. Why? Because if I were a good leader, I would create leaders, and I would have leaders everywhere, and I would have a team of badass leaders killing the game. I would have a killer team. And that team would have gotten me where we were going. So I must have been a bad leader, casting a blurry vision or a selfish vision, who knows? But all of the things that I needed to be as a leader, I must have failed at. So when someone says, Brad, do you think you're a good leader? My answer can only be no. Because if I think in my mind, do I have a killer team? No. I have good players on my team. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I've got some killer players, but I don't have a winning team. How do I? Well, again, by definition, yes, I have a winning team.
You do,
but by potential is what I'm talking about. I know that I'm winning. I know that, hey, my team's a winning team when it comes to, overall general, conversation. But I'm talking about the team of people that helped me get to $1 billion valuation. I'm talking about a team of people that helped me figure out how to get so much business we don't know what to do with it. I'm talking about the team of marketing experts, sales experts, leadership experts, HR experts, tax experts, like all of the things that we call business, because it's obviously multifaceted.
Of course.
If I had a team of people that just mastered every facet to business, I would be 100 times farther than I am, which tells me in that regard, I don't have a killer team yet. I'm missing roles and positions and people, and I haven't been able to freaking figure out how to attract, nurture, and maintain those people, which would make me a bad leader. So therefore, I cannot be hypocritical and say, hey, this is one way, but I don't fit it. I'm just as guilty. So I think when people are listening to this, what they should probably do is maybe listen to it again and then go take some time and reflect and look in the mirror, because I know that there's millions of entrepreneurs out there. Okay. And if you ask that entrepreneur, hey, tell me about your team. How good's your team? Not a lot of them are going to say, great, I got a great team. Matter of fact, I hear a lot of times complaints and griping about their team and about how they can't find any good help and about how everybody nowadays just wants to, play games and blah, 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 blah. They're complaining because they cannot find, attract, and maintain a good team, but they don't want to take the ownership. They don't want to take the leadership on owning that themselves. They want to blame, which again, do good leaders blame? No, they don't blame. They take responsibility. They take ownership. They figure it out. They shift perspectives. They inspire people to solve problems, right? So if you're a good leader, my hat's off to you. And there are good leaders out there, but I believe there are very few good leaders in the world. I think everyone should be and should strive to be the greatest leader they can be. And anyone in a position of influence, whether it's your family or your friends or your children, you are a leader, and you should, under all circumstances, try and figure out how to become the best leader you can, because the team that you build will determine the result that you get. So I think that in and of itself answers the first three questions that you asked. Other than what is the definition of a good leader? Was that the third one?
Right. Well, what was the definition overall of leadership? But I think everything you just rounded out was exactly that definition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the definition actually is. I mean, if you asked Alexa, what would it say? Alexa, what is the definition of leadership?
Leadership is commonly defined as the position or function of a leader, someone who guides or directs a group. There are many different aspects and theories of leadership, and it is a complex and multifaceted concept. Leadership can vary depending on the context and the individual's goals and methods. By the way, you have a new notification. Do you want to hear it?
No, thank you, Alexa. Dude, listen, kind of what I said. Like,
yeah,
one
I
way
was gonna say it was spot on. Yeah,
there's more than one way to skin a cat. It's a hard thing to define. What does it actually mean? You know, I don't know. I think it's multifaceted. I think a good leader in one case could be a bad leader in another. So that's why I like to simplify it so people don't go crazy trying to figure out whether they're good or bad. If you want to know if you're a good leader, ask yourself one question. Do you have a good team? And if your honest answer is, I have a killer team, well, then you are a good leader, my friend. And let me tell you another way to tell. Are you creating other good leaders?
Right.
If you're creating other good leaders, you're a good leader. If you have a great team, you're a good leader. If you cannot answer those questions in the positive, well, then you're not a good leader. Even if someone tells you you are, even if your wife or your husband or your superiors, you know, your shareholders, whoever wants to, you know, blow smoke up your ass. Are you a good leader? You know, ask yourself, do you have a good team?
Right.
Are you producing other great leaders? If the answers to that are, if the answer to those questions are yes, my hat's off to you, because let me tell you something. It's very difficult to be a good leader. And I think, you know, I am still struggling to become one. And hopefully one day I will become a great leader and you can have me back for another conversation.
Absolutely. I appreciate you with being real, which is a Brad logo. But in order for you to say that, I appreciate the candor and your ability to focus on it. And again, it could be when you said there's these certain things that you need to work on for the multifacets for the business. It may just be one piece that's missing.
Dude, could be your confidence, could be your certainty, could be your vision, could be your ability to communicate your vision. You know, people have to want to achieve where it is you want to go. People need to want to go there. You know, try leading a bunch of people to a place nobody wants to go. Okay. Right. You have to literally sell them on the ability to go there. So there's a lot of things. Exactly. Yeah. But there's a lot of things to work on a regular basis. But the confidence, you know, there's a lot of people out there, they lack confidence. Well, they lack confidence because they don't have any self-worth from whatever story they've bought into over the past, you know, 100 years or however long they've been alive. You know, so how do we get more certain? How do we get more confident? Well, we have to first forgive ourselves for the past. Okay, number one, we've all made mistakes. We all deserve a second chance. So let's go ahead and forgive ourselves for any transgressions from the past. Let's wipe the slate clean. Then step two, let's commit to do what we say we're going to do, and let's make sure that we do it. You know, that is very important. You need to know yourself well enough to know that if you say something, by God, you're going to do it. Number three, let's start becoming really, really aware of how many things we do well. Like, let's win a lot, because winning is the memory of success. You literally, all you want to do if you want to become more confident and more successful is start winning a lot, because winners win and losers lose. You don't want to be a loser. You don't want to lose a lot. So let's lower our goals on a micro level to where every day I set up intentional, you know, wins throughout the day. Waking up in the morning, if I consciously say brushing my teeth is a win. Now, there might be a lot of people that says, Brad, everyone can brush their teeth. That's not a win. You don't get to decide what I decide is a win. So that's the beautiful thing. We get to determine what wins are. I believe brushing my teeth is a win. I believe drinking enough water during the day is a win. I believe freaking making one more call, doing one more rep. I believe Little things are wins. And so all day long, I'm winning. And by lunch, man, I'm feeling like $1 million. It changes the perspective. It changes the attitude. And now again, people that are following you start to see you acting like they want to be, like they see you positive. They see you motivated. They see you, diligent. They see you disciplined. They want to be that way. Makes it easier to lead, makes people want to follow. So you want to rack up the wins on a daily basis. Then you want to make sure all the negative influence and whatnot is not getting in to change your perspective back to the way it was. You want to constantly weed your garden of all the weeds and the negative influence. And then, of course, you map out and visualize exactly what success looks like, so you know specifically where you're going. That way, every day you can ask a very simple question. Does this move us towards or away? Does this move us towards or away? It's that simple. And the answer is usually, hey, towards or away. And so if it's towards, keep going. Go ahead. Right. And if it's away, stop. Okay. You want to move this way. Okay. So at the end of the day, that's mapping out and visualizing every day what success looks like, what it feels like. How's it, it's literally a process that you could spend 10, 20, 30 minutes a day on. And then obviously number 6 is get new information. This is a computer. The more intelligent your computer is, the more value you have, the more value you feel you can provide. And again, that's what we're talking about, is how to get confident, how to get certain, so you can become, a good leader. If you have no confidence and no certainty, it's very difficult to get into a leadership position and win, because no one wants to follow somebody that's indecisive. I always tell people, I used to be indecisive. Now I'm not so sure.
Oh, yes. I love it. Perfect. So again, that was phenomenal, and grateful that you came on. I appreciate the authenticity, the being real, acknowledging, but at the same time, you seek new information, as you can see that. And on that one, that's the real Rhino.
Keep it real. Keep it real, kids.
Perfect.
And welcome back to the LA Tribune Leadership Week. I'm so excited as we segue outside of that powerful conversation with Brad Lee. And I'm here joined alongside my colleagues and co-facilitators of this week here on the screen. And up next, we're going to spend a few minutes with someone very powerful, very special to not only the world, but also to this community. Many people around the world are very familiar with the work of Barry Shore. He's of course consistently been a part of our events, consistently been a part of our community. But what some people may not know is that he's actually an advisory board member of the Los Angeles Tribune. And what some people also may not know is that he's the man behind several iconic brands. I'm not going to name drop, but many household companies have been founded by him, sold by him. And so not only is he an ambassador of joy, he's a very, very intelligent businessman. And we're going to spend a few minutes with him talking a little bit less about joy. I don't know if it's possible. And we're going to talk a little bit more about business. So with that being said, I want to do a check-in with my colleagues here, starting with you, Julianne Meyer.
Thank you, Mo. I'm so excited that Barry's back again. I don't know if that's even possible, but we'll get the joyful view of business, which I'm very excited about. And I just wanted to say about the last segment, I absolutely love this idea of taking full responsibility for our team and how we lead them. And also looking at it from their perspective. What is their point of view? What's their in? Why do they want to be a part of the team versus we as leaders, like trying to tell them what's important? So I just love that.
Donna Campbell.
You know, that last conversation, listening with Brad Lee, and that was just raw, off the cuff, honest, get down to the nitty gritty. And there was so much wisdom in all of that. I really enjoyed listening and taking down my little notes of those gems because it was off the charts. But what I'm excited about with Barry is, yes, the ambassador of joy, but happiness and leadership principles. Hello.
Absolutely. And Jim Miller, if he's available, we'll also bring him on to join the conversation. Rachel Weaver.
Well, I absolutely love Brad. He's been a mentor of mine for quite some time behind the scenes. And I love his very direct approach because we're all busy, right? But you can really learn a lot and accomplish more in a quicker amount of time if we do cut right to the chase and we're direct. And so I absolutely love Brad and his approach to leadership, and it has been profoundly impactful in the way that I lead. And I'm super excited to step into the next segment because happiness is something that I think all of us strive for. And when we show up leading with that, I think we can accomplish a lot.
Thank you, Rachel. Jim Miller.
Yeah, you know, I think Mo, leadership comes from a place of compassion, but it's a two-edged sword. It's not only compassion for the people that you're involved with, but also it's compassion for the mission of the company as well. To keep that in mind and to also treat it with respect and to and strive to meld these and synchronize these two components together. And when you do that, you have success. And that's what I believe in my 40 years of being in a place of leadership works best for myself.
Powerful. You know, Jim, that reminds me of something that one of my mentors, Doria Cordova, who's a member of this community, taught me. And that's that in life, you know, we tend to want to create win-win situations. You know, if my instinct, if I want to do business with Julianne, the instinct that many of us will have is, well, Julianne, how can we create a situation where you win and I win? Mm-hmm. Well, that's actually, while on the surface it makes sense, if you actually examine it a little deeper, it's erroneous. Because if we just objectively look at a situation from the standpoint of how can the two parties win, well, then, if you know, how many people here remember the movie Home Alone? You guys remember Home Alone with Macaulay Culkin? Do you guys remember the Sticky Bandits? Right?
Yes.
One of which was Joe Pesci. The other one was played by Daniel Stern. Well, those two got together at a coffee shop and said, let's break into the McAllister house and let's steal everything that they have. What were they talking about? They were talking about creating a win-win situation for themselves. Right? And so there's a third component that we also need to recognize. It cannot be good enough for two parties to win. It has to be, if Julianne and I are doing business, it has to be I win, you win, and the world wins. Mm-hmm. Right? So that third W is so important in the context of leadership and business. You know, it's a very low level frequency to just create a situation where you get to win. Also low level frequency where, hey, a couple of us get to win. What that third W is the difference between an integrity-driven leader and just somebody that's out trying to make a living. And so the work that we're doing at the LA Tribune, alongside Jim Miller, alongside Parissa Rose, alongside Julianne Meyer, alongside all of these leaders, is to encourage people to understand that third W. Because we live in a world where people understand that first W and that second W, but it's that third W, that part of the equation that's missing for a lot of the consciousness of humanity. Ms. Parissa Rose, please.
You know, I want to lean a little bit more into that third W that you just mentioned, and with something that Bradley had really touched on, and it's that a lot of people that are in leadership or in a role of influence do not take the time to really understand how their team members tick. And that is what makes the difference in what your success looks like. It impacts your cohesion as a team, and really to like look within and take the time and get that W, that third W. So thank you, Mo. It's good to be here again.
Alicia.
I love that Brad was just so open to the fact that he's always learning, right? That's what we're here to do, is to learn, and that he's continuing along his leadership journey. And Mo, I love that you introduced that critical concept of that third W. Like, how are we winning for humanity? But also, like, when you think about it within your team, how are you winning for everyone on your team? Which means understanding who they are, what they're going through, and seeing them as a person first, and then seeing them for how they're contributing to your team. Because when you can connect with them in that way, then what you can create is that much more beautiful and that much more impactful, because everyone is part of that collective journey. Back to you, Mo.
Thank you for that, Alicia. And we could keep going on and on about this subject matter. There's a lot I could say about it. But what we will do at this point is we will bring back to the floor the ambassador of joy. And I want to welcome Barry. And, Barry, a lot of people, of course, in this community know you. You've reached millions of people with your Smile movement, with your books. You've been featured on international television. You've been endorsed by Jack Canfield and some of the biggest names in this business. But what some people may not know is that you are a very seasoned veteran in business. You've had many multi-million-dollar exits, not only multi-million-dollar exits, but companies that have made society better. You've created solutions for society, more important than just the money aspect. And you're the man behind several legacy brands. I'm not going to name drop. People who know. Some of the biggest companies that came out of the tech revolution of the 90s, you had a significant hand in, to say the least. And so what I want to do is I just want to shift into business, and I want to spend a few minutes with you to talk business. Would that be okay, Mr. Barry Shore?
Joy is my answer. Yes, let's do a shift, everybody. Now, Mo, as you know, I published 3 books last year, and the third book is titled "Oh Shift," and we used Scrabble tiles: OHSILSHI, and the F just a little below the line, and the T, because you got to be effing careful with your shift. You drop the F, and the other stuff happens. And so I also want to play off of what you mentioned about WWW. So in our world, Mo, the world of the positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, WWW stands for What a Wonderful World. And what is a word, right? WWW, win, win, win. It goes back to something my father taught me when I was 9 years old. I'll tell you a very beautiful story. I grew up in a place called Boston, Massachusetts. Now, Boston, Massachusetts in the winter is cold, and it's snowy and rainy sometimes. And in those days, we didn't have the internet, so we had a snowstorm. I remember I was 9 years old, had 7 inches of snow, listening to the radio. They're going to call school off, and you hear John D. Runkle School, no school, yay! So you can do 2 things. You can go back to bed or play games, or like me, you say, I'm going to go out and going to shovel snow. Why? Because I was making 25 cents a week for an allowance. I had to work for it. So I got bundled up with long underwear and all kinds of clothes and earmuffs and gloves and shovel. And so I didn't even eat breakfast. I was out of the door before like 8:10 in the a.m., knocking on doors, shoveling driveways and walkways. I didn't stop for lunch. I came back 5:11 in the p.m. It was dark already. My father was waiting there with a big mug of hot chocolate. I don't mean from a powder. He melted chocolate. My father was very creative. And he had a big mug, sat me down, I'm sipping, and he says, my dear beloved son, he used to like saying that, my dear beloved son, how do you spell business? I said, Business. He said, that's right. Notice that the U comes before the I. When you take care of other people, like you said, Mo, you take care of other people and you make sure that you win and your customers win, your suppliers win, your family wins, the world wins. Guess what? The I is always taken care of. I made $55 that day by taking care of other people. That's right, $55, Donna. It was 66 years ago. We love business. In my humble opinion, business, and especially sales, is the highest calling in the world. Why? Because when you do it right and you have your focus, as our previous guests were talking about, looking and understanding that you're a leader in the world. And guess what the genius of being a leader is? People are watching you. Now, there was an amazing man named Dr. Albert Schweitzer, who I read about when I was growing up. And he had a line that stuck with me maybe more than half a century. He says, example is not the only thing in influencing others. It's the only thing. That's it. It's example. How you treat other people, how you listen to other people, how you speak with other people, how you think about other people. See, it's not enough to say nice words or to have great deeds. What you want to do, Julianne Jam, I love her, is you want to align yourself, your thoughts, your words, and your deeds in good. When your thoughts are in good, your words are in good, and your deeds are in good, guess what's going to happen? You're going to become a conduit of good, what we call a cog, or a child of God. So Mo mentioned that I've been privileged to have the vision to build and be involved with a team, always with a team, large companies. I have 2 public exits, made lots of money, 3 issued patents, have been advisor for a number of other companies, done very well, and helped a lot of people in the world. It's about what my father said to me at 9 years old. When the you is your focus, the I will always be taken care of. So you want to make sure that it's rooted in something good. Leader is an amazing word. Want to hear some, Alicia? Leader is a great acronym that stands for listening enhances awareness. Duties energize responsibilities. What's the role of a leader? Listen, create awareness. The more duties you have, the more responsibilities, guess what happens? The more you're able to help. Isn't that wonderful? If you can help a lot, guess what happens? The more you help, the more you'll do. As Archimedes says, you give me a fulcrum and a lever and I'll move the world. And that's what's happening this week, Leadership Week, Los Angeles Tribune. Los Angeles Tribune is a communication device that's touching people around the world. Another thing about a leader, the same letters spell the word dealer. I live in Henderson, Nevada now, so I say that with a double tongue in my cheek. A leader is a dealer in hope. That's what a leader really is, right, Jim? A dealer in hope. Hope stands for helping others progress every day. I'd like to share with you 2 things, and then I'm going to give it back to wonderful Mo. The 2 things are from Coach Wooden. Anybody ever hear of Coach John Wooden? The most winning coach in the history of basketball and such at UCLA, and just an amazing man. And he says that he would never trained or worked with basketball players. He built men. That's what he did. He had a great line, which I kept with me and I use often. Do not confuse activity with achievement. Right? Busyness is not business. Business has a focus. Business has a goal. As our previous speaker last night said, if you're not on track and you're getting distracted, guess what? You're off track. So you want to avoid what we call being sad. You know what SAD stands for, Donna? SAD stands for stress, anxiety, and distraction. Those are the 3 things that infect every human being. As a leader, what you're there to do is to make sure that you are not infected with negative stress, with anxiety, or distraction. Now, there are many remedies I could give you. You say, Barry, I need remedies for these things. We'll go on and on. I will tell you 2. One is understanding the definition of the word joy. You ready? Joy. Notice I didn't say joy. Joy stands for journey of you. When you recognize that this is your journey, you're here for just a short period of time, give it all you have. With love, with joy, focus. And the next piece is, I'll leave you with an amazing man. His name was Napoleon. Ever heard of Napoleon? They asked him, one of his great generals asked, how did Napoleon become Napoleon? You ready for the answer? This is back in the 19th century. He knew what to do with 5 minutes. When you understand how precious your time is, you will be a leader. You will be Mo Rock. You will be Donna Campbell, Parisa. You'll be Jim. You'll be Elise. You'll be Julianne. And then you rock the world. And we need you. Go forward.
Barry, I'm
the
going to
seeds
chime
of
in
joy,
here for a little bit, and then I'm going to...
peace and love. Go mad. Go make a difference.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Barry. And well, we want to keep you around, Barry, because you can't just get us thinking like this and then dip out. So one thing that you brought up was this idea of individuals that are busy but not productive, right? And I call it the chicken without the head syndrome, right?
Yes.
What does a chicken do without a head? It just runs around in a circle, just keeps running around in a circle. And how many times in life do we see entrepreneurs, see people that are trying, and we know them, and month after month, year after year, they're in the same place. They're a chicken without a head, just running around in a circle, right? We will raise your hand if you've ever come across someone that is stuck in the same place in life, no matter how hard they try. Yesterday, Sharon Lecter brought up something very powerful, and she brought up the correlation of high emotion equals lower intelligence. What I believe, Barry, a problem that a lot of people deal with is a lack of emotional regulation. And I believe that the lack of emotional regulation results in a lack of productivity. And so this is why I believe leadership is not about being a robot or being a sociopath or not having emotions, right? But I believe that leadership is about regulating your emotions. And it's okay to feel the feelings that human beings feel, but let us not allow those feelings to always dictate our behavior. If we examine what level of our human experience do our emotions drive us fundamentally? Well, we're little children, right? When we're toddlers, if you ever spend time around a toddler has no ability to really regulate their emotions. And so this is actually something that is developed as we grow into adulthood. And yet what I have noticed is that some people, despite the fact that chronologically they have developed into adulthood, this particular quality they have not yet been able to develop. And so I believe that leadership is largely about emotional regulation, not emotional numbness, but emotional regulation. Barry, what are your thoughts on this concept? And then I would love to have my colleagues join the conversation with a closing question. Please, Barry.
First of all, thank you for pinpointing an issue which is endemic to entrepreneurs who are not successful. They fail. Exactly why you said, oh, there are 3 critical aspects to being a successful entrepreneur. Number 1, the ability to make decisions with what you have. Make a decision promptly, stick to it. And if people say, what if I make a mistake? So you make a mistake. Big deal. Next, make a decision. Number 2, take action. The sign of a winner is taking action. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I might do that. Later is the first step to never. And the third point is exactly what you're talking about, Mo. I teach it in my course. I have it in my book, which, by the way, is free to everybody who wants it. Go to barryshore.com, barryshore.com. Get my book called The Joy of Living. You deserve it. One of the strategies is be emotionally bulletproof. You're right. It doesn't mean to be an automaton. Doesn't mean you're a psychopath. It's the ability to integrate the following. You ready for this, Donna? If you let compliments go to your head, you let complaints go to your heart. The ability to regulate and work with who you are and to have an emotional quotient and know who you are and work with yourself, love yourself to the point of understanding, and have a mentor, have friends who can work with you because you're part of an organization that wants everybody to grow. GROW stands for generating rays of wisdom. It's the goal of acquiring wisdom, action, decision. Thank you, Mo, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Barry. Appreciate you. And we want to thank you again. And before we have you leave, I just want to open the floor up to any of my colleagues here who have a comment or question in closing. Jim Miller, do you have anything you'd like to ask or share, please?
Yeah, the one thing that that you reminded me of, Barry, in regards to taking action, is also sustaining the action that's been taken. Right? I know that with myself, I've had issues with that in the past, but when I found that I've actually sustained and worked through, that things actually get better, things start happening, that compound effect that was spoken of. So thank you for reminding me of that.
You're welcome.
Beautiful. Well, Barry, we want to thank you for your time. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and then we will segue into the conversation.
Before we take a break, because they're just so beautiful. Even Jim, can we do a big hug together? Let me tell everybody what hug stands for. Ready? Heartfelt, unlimited, giving. 1, 2, 3.
And welcome back. And what a powerful conversation that was with Barry Shore, which led to a broader and greater dialogue, which we're now going to continue with our co-facilitators of this program here on the screen. And, you know, that conversation led to the idea of productivity. It led to the distinction between being busy versus being productive. And another thing that I also find is that there's a lot of times that I've noticed my fellow entrepreneurs and you know, aspiring leaders and leaders, they fall into this trap of going into situations where they're practicing the illusion of productivity as a mechanism to feel better. Productivity and your life's purpose is not about how you feel. You know, when you're living your life's purpose, the way you feel is irrelevant. You may feel good, you may feel bad, you may feel up, you may feel down, but you know you're guided by a force of living your purpose. When you're just guided by a quick spark of motivation, and that's not what this program is all about. Motivation comes and goes, right? You might go to a seminar, you feel motivated, you go out, you feel pumped up, you get that adrenaline rush, and it might last for a few hours, might last for a few days. Maybe if the facilitator and speaker is world class, it might last for a few months, right? But eventually that motivation will fizzle away. But when you're operating from a standpoint of your purpose, you don't need to worry about that going away. And so what I want to share with my colleagues, what I want to share with this community, what I want to share with the world is do not be career orientated. Be calling orientated. You see, a lot of times we want to live our lives from a standpoint of a career. I've never had a career. I don't have a career. I don't want a career. I'm not interested in a career. I'm interested in a calling. And when you're moved and when you operate from a standpoint of a calling, nothing can interfere with you. Nothing can get in your way. You know, one of the great dogmatic traditions taught us that if you have a faith of the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains, right? And that's all you need. You just need faith at the size of a mustard seed to move mountains. And that comes with living your calling. So the question I want to ask the folks watching at home is, are you living a career or are you living a calling? And with that, I want to open up the floor to Julianne Meyer, Donna, Parisa, Alicia, and Jim. Let's start with Julianne, and we'll just go in order. Julianne, please.
Thank you, Mo. I really love this conversation because for such a long time in my life, I always took my temperature before I did things. And I was always checking in with my feelings. How do I feel about this? How do I feel about that? But when you are living your calling, it is a responsibility. It becomes something that transcends whether I want to or not. It's something I do, whether I want to or not. It doesn't matter. It's something that I'm responsible for bringing forth. And so, it's like brushing my teeth. I never I don't feel like it. I'm just not going to today. It's just something I do. It's part of who I am and how I show up. So I love this idea of it not being a career, but being your responsibility to bring it to life, because you did not get that vision for no reason. It's your responsibility to bring it forward. And back to you, Mo.
Thank you, Julianne. Donna Campbell.
When I think about that and what the calling is, and a lot of people say, I want to find my life purpose. I think your life purpose finds you and puts you on the right track. It's kind of like being a jellyfish, because if you're a jellyfish, you trust that you're going with this universal flow. But we have these tentacles, and if we get caught up in the moment, we can get tangled up in the lower emotions. And when I think about that, really living a life on purpose, living a life in a calling, you will do anything and everything to fulfill it. And so I know for me personally, I've given up relationships. I have moved. I have done all kinds of things to stay in an alignment with what I am meant to do here on this earth. And I will continue to do so, because it's really for your soul's evolution and growth for you to share that and to really fulfill each and every one of our mission around being of service to each other and making the world a better place.
Thank you, Donna. Parisa.
I want to add another layer to this calling and career distinction. And I've always thought of it as, don't live your age, but your calling. Because sometimes what your calling is will very much contradict what your age is. And sometimes you'll be a lot younger, but you're called to do something. Sometimes you'll be seemingly older. And I say this like in air quotes, because it's just what society has taught us and ingrained in us to believe that certain roles are identified with certain ages or certain points in life. But I feel like if you really focus on the calling versus the age, it also allows you to be super malleable, to learn things, not be so rigid. And no matter how old you are, you still stay fresh, you stay eager, you stay curious. And if you're younger in it, you're able to absorb your environment and really learn from everyone else around you as well, while staying on path for that calling. So thank you.
Yeah, Parisa, this idea of us being old is an idea that I think is erroneous. I don't think it's possible for a human being to be old, because if you think about it, you're dead for millions and millions and millions and millions of years. You're only alive for if you're lucky, 100 years. So how could you possibly be old? I don't know. That's just my perspective. I think if you're alive, you're alive. Alicia, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, I think about it in 3 ways: opening hearts, inspiring minds, and fueling movement. And so opening hearts is opening up your heart to what the world needs and understanding that you can contribute. Inspiring minds is, what is it that you're doing each and every day that is inspiring others, that is contributing to a better world? And then fueling movement is actually taking those actions. And sometimes you think it has to be this big step, this big movement forward. But, we're talking about compounding today. Every movement forward in an inspiring, motivating direction that's uplifting others is bringing you closer to your purpose, but it's also contributing to the upliftment of those around you.
Thank you, Alicia. Mr. Jim Miller, please.
Well, I think it's brilliant what you say about purpose and calling, because I know one of the things that it certainly did for me, was to unlock creativity, which was necessary in order to facilitate through resistance, because life is going to put up resistance sometimes in an extraordinary fashion. And in order to get through it, a lot of times it takes a creative mind. I know it took me a creative mind, for example, just to get the position at Tony Robbins, which I was highly unqualified for. I wasn't geographically available for, and I was outnumbered by 1,000 to 1. But I found a way, because it was my calling to enter into this field and enter into that specific position, that it allowed me to become creative, which successfully enabled me to get the position. So a lot of times we get discouraged, but if we have a calling, we have a purpose, for some reason, we are able to unlock imagination, unlock enthusiasm, unlock almost an attraction, right? We become magnetic. So I think it's it's a life spark. It really is. It's an energy to have a calling and a purpose, whereas to have a career, I mean, I speak constantly to people who are looking to get out of the career that they've been in for so many years, whatever the case. But I've never spoken to anyone who was desperate to get out of their calling.
That's so beautiful, Jim, and I agree so much. And what you shared about the creativity is an important point. And since we've talked about emotional regulation, which some could call EQ, right? What Jim is talking about is a principle that I want to share with our community, share with our audience today, to really write down and think about. And this is more important than EQ. You see, we live in a society that values IQ. Our educational system values IQ. And throughout the 90s, there was sort of EQ revolution, where the idea of emotional intelligence became popular. And still 20, 30 years later from that, lots of books became popular, this idea of the emotional quotient. Well, what I believe is actually far more important than EQ to the success of a business, to the success of a life, and this has been proven now from observing the last 4 or 5 years of life, with the world being hit with things out of nowhere that people were not prepared for, is AQ. And that's the adaptability quotient. And so if you want to be successful in today's world, it is not only good enough for you to have a high IQ. I know a lot of people that have a high IQ that are struggling. Certainly, you need to have a high EQ, right? But if you truly want to be successful in today's marketplace, you must have the IQ, you must have the EQ, right? But even if you don't have the highest IQ, or even if your EQ is questionable, if you have a high AQ, you're going to be a lot better off. The folks that you saw, in 2020, there was a great wealth transfer that occurred. And there were a lot of people that had a tremendous amount of resources that lost their resources. There were some people that didn't have resources that gained a lot. Why? Because they had the AQ. They were prepared. They were adapting while everyone else was afraid. And so to have a high AQ, adaptability quotient, especially in the competitive environment that we are today, is so important. I want to bring up Rachel Weaver, who's going to join our conversation. And Rachel, I know in a few minutes we're going to be joined by a couple thought leaders, and you're going to help guide the conversation here in a few minutes. But before we go to Rachel, I just want to open the floor to Julie, Donna, Parisa, Alicia, to join our conversation where we're talking about AQ, the adaptability quotient. Let's start with you, Alicia, please.
I love AQ, Mo. You and I have talked about this before. I always say I learned it from you, but it's real. Like, life always lives. You never know what's going to happen. But if you have that openness to be willing and open to adapt, and you also have that awareness that things are going to shift, it kind of goes back to what we've been talking about. We've been learning so many principles during LA Leadership Week, but it's not just having the principle in isolation. It's really understanding them so you understand when to apply them and when to not, and being nimble in that. So I'd say go to Julianne next.
Thank you, Alicia. Adaptability, it really is. I mean, even COVID taught us, you got to be able to change. You've got to be able to move forward. And I think that that's really where You have to trust yourself as a leader to create your own wave, to create your own reality versus trying to follow somebody else's all of the time. Yes, it may feel safer, but there really is no safety in any of the choices that we make, including having a career. You don't know when you're going to lose your job. You don't know what's going to happen next. So why not create something and be adaptable? Because if you keep your eyes open, then you're going to see the opportunities that are in front of you versus having that tunnel focus and all you see is just one little thing. So I think adaptability is one of the most important things in order to be successful. Donna?
I couldn't agree more with all of you. And the only thing that's constant is change. Nothing is ever really fixed. And so we're always shifting and changing to our environment around us, the things that are going on, and even to ourselves internally. But I don't think we often think about how we shift and adapt in a business or a leadership style in the world that we live in or in our careers, because it's always been this way. So why not now? Well, we have to adapt because things change. It's just how it is. Farisa?
So good. Yes, change is just how it is. And there's that saying that it's like adapt or die, right? And if you're not sure where, what, how, or what it looks like in that pivot, ask. Like that could be you adapting, is asking and allowing yourself to receive the insights, the thoughts, the opinions even of others. And that itself is a huge piece of really leaning into being more adaptable that I think would serve so many people. Jim?
Well, I love the idea of being adaptable because it's put me in so many wonderful places and associations, particularly right now with the Los Angeles Tribune. This was an opportunity to be associated with a very dear colleague of mine, Ava Manuel, and then to meet Mo, to meet Alicia, and the purpose of the Los Angeles Tribune, and to align with that, and to from there to start working creatively together, which we as a news organization, right, get the opportunity to adapt and create events just like this. So it's certainly has been very interesting to be able to adapt and meet new situations and new individuals.
Rachel?
I could not agree more with what everyone has said. Donna, you hit it on the head. The only thing constant is change. And I truly believe when we look at adaptability in the perspective of change, it's also growth. Mm-hmm. Really and truly, it stretches us to be adaptable. In order to truly be successful, we must be adaptable. We must be willing to change and pivot and grow from whatever it is, whatever adversity we are going through. And so I absolutely love the thought of adaptability. I try to lead with it. Lord knows all of us here have been forced into adaptability and being adaptable. I think the whole world was forced into it during COVID, something so unexpected. And if we were not willing to be adaptable and change and grow from what we were going through, it was really hard to survive.
Yes.
But those of us who were adaptable, we saw heightened levels of success like never before. So back to you, Mo.
Absolutely. And that's what that experience, I believe, taught us was to, it allowed us to experience the natural changes in a hyper supersonic speed. And so what usually you would see in a scope of several years or decades, as far as changes in the marketplace, that forced people to experience in weeks or months. And so it kind of hit people a square in the face, whereas usually people don't have the awareness to even see the changes in the marketplace. There were a lot of people that made a tremendous amount of money as real estate agents in the 1970s because they were very skilled at doing what? Hi, I'm your local real estate agent. Door knocking. Well, in today's marketplace, if you're not on Zillow, if you're not utilizing social media, if you're not being adaptable to today's marketplace, and if you're just using a strategy from the 1970s and 80s of door knocking as a real estate agent, good luck in today's marketplace, right? The same is true for folks in insurance. Once upon a time, they had a beautiful briefcase. They would say, honey, I'll be back at 5 o'clock. They'd go out, greet the milkman, knock on a couple doors, come back home at 5 o'clock. Honey, I'm home. The Jeffersons signed up for our premium real estate package. So it sounds like that vacation is happening. Those days are dead, right? Right. And so you got to adapt. Now, that was then. What's going on today? In today's marketplace, we are in the beginning. A lot of people talk about AI, and it's hilarious to me how we already have AI experts. We already have people teaching you how to use ChatGPT and all this stuff. We are at the beginning of the AI revolution. We are not in the middle. We're not at the end. We are in the preface of the AI revolution, right? We're just entering into it. And so the question I have for my colleagues here, and the question I have from the folks in this community is, are you prepared? Are you prepared for the AI revolution? And are you prepared for the changes that are going to come to your industry, the changes that are going to come to the world, the changes that are going to come to your life? And the way to be prepared is not to go and just do research on what AI is. Because one of the fascinating things about AI is by the time you finish reading that book, the book is already outdated. By the time you take that course on how to utilize ChatGPT, that course is already dated. Because what we are experiencing is something that humanity has never experienced before. And that is a machine that is developing itself. And so the speed of which this technology is going to change our society, change our marketplace, change the world is something we have never experienced before. And so the way to be prepared is to have the AQ, to have the adaptable mindset. As long as you stay agile, as long as you stay flexible, as long as you keep your mind open to flexibility and adaptability, you're going to be a lot better off. And with that, we're going to head into our next segment here in a couple minutes, but I want to continue this conversation. Mr. Jim Miller, please.
Yeah, well, Mo, it's really challenging for individuals to determine what it is they're going to do with themselves about the future. What business do I open? What calling do I follow as the world changes? And I would suggest to everybody that everybody up their game. In other words, get on these types of conversations, get into conversations with people who are thought leaders, who are at the bleeding edge of these conversations, and really pay attention, not only for yourself, but also for what you teach your children, what legacy you're going to leave. Because like you said, for example, there's a technology out right now, an AI technology, where you and I could be having a sales conversation on Zoom, and the AI technology will be evaluating all of your micro emotions, all of your movements, and in real time tell me whether or not you believe what I'm saying, whether or not you're inspired what I'm saying, what it is I could say that would inspire you. I mean, it's really amazing what is out there. This is technology that was used by the CIA to interrogate terrorists, which is now available for sales organizations to basically evaluate their prospects in real time, and then at the end to give an evaluative recommendation on how to follow up with that individual. And what I mean, like you said, the game is changing at a logarithmic level. So be attentive to what's going on. Wake up, get out of the fog, because a new era is here.
Oh, you're on mute.
Parisa.
I was going to say, I'm like, I want to hop in on this one. Okay. So this is the quickest real raw talk about AI possible. So I am a through and through. If I could stay analog all day, every day, I would. And I actually enjoy that. And I've also remained fairly skeptical about the advancements regarding AI. And I've chosen to take such immense responsibility for how I'm understanding it and how I know that others are going to come to me and ask me about how I'm understanding it. So I've chosen to, the last 18 months to 2 years, I've plugged myself and immersed myself into an environment where I'm around evangelists of AI and skeptics of AI. And I've listened to the fear mongering headlines and narratives and opinions and real felt emotions of people. And I collect all of that as data. And all of that is how I'm understanding how AI is moving forward with in each industry. Ultimately, though, I would really recommend get aware of your fear around AI. That will be key in understanding and absorbing and retaining any information moving forward.
I agree, Parisa, and and that's just totally in sync with the conversation that we've been having. Emotional regulation, how we feel about the changes in the world, and how we feel about the different technological advancements in the world make no difference to the fact that they're happening. And so I know there's a lot of people that are resisting the technological advancements such as AI, but putting your head in the sand doesn't serve you, right? Ignoring what's happening on this planet does not serve you. And so I know in a few minutes we're going to actually be shifting gears here. This has been such a great dialogue and conversation. We want to have some closing remarks from Donna, Julie, and Alicia before we go into our next segment with a very special guest. Donna, please.
What I find fascinating about AI, because like Parisa, I was really skeptical. And then, of course, you start using it. You're like, okay, this is the new digital age. How am I doing this? And one of the things that I learned was, yeah, in the beginning, I did have a fear because it was unknown. But as I started learning, I started to grow and I started to expand. And one of the realizations that I had was, without you, AI doesn't exist. So there's this whole component about machine learning. And with the way the world is moving and shifting, you can Google somebody's name, but if they're a Google entity, they're going to come up a little bit faster. But then what's happening from that is with the machine learning, you can program things into Chat GPT, and over time, it will share who that is. And so for me, I speak in a very niche market. I talk a lot about subconscious energy, not the conscious realm. And it's not a popular topic quite yet, especially around the concept of money and aligning the emotions and feelings into that alignment process. Well, throughout the year, I've been utilizing AI through the machine learning. So now if you type into Chat GPT, who is Donna Campbell, it's going to give you a good solid paragraph of what that's about. And that's just adaptability to where the world is going. And then from there, we can go to Perplexity AI and we can go down a bunny trail. But
Incredible.
you have to take those steps.
Yes. And actually, we're going to shift gears here. And Parisa and Rachel are going to be leading this next dialogue with a very special guest. Rachel, I'm going to give you the floor for you to introduce the gentleman that's going to be joining our platform here. And Parisa and Rachel, take it away, where the rest of us will leave the screen and Rachel will give the introduction, and then Parisa will help facilitate the conversation. Rachel, please.
I just want to say I enjoyed this conversation. I'm putting myself down.
Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you so much, Los Angeles Tribune. I am super honored and excited to introduce someone that has become very near and dear to my heart, a good friend. His name is Maurice Bernard. Now, Maurice is an actor, a husband, a father, and he has started his own show as an advocate and a leader in the mental health space. So, Maurice, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. We're super honored to have you with us today.
Thank you for having me. I've never done an interview after I just worked out, so this is a first.
That's okay. We're just super grateful that you took the time to join us today. Maurice, you have been an actor on General Hospital, daytime soap opera, for over 30 years.
Yes.
all while raising a family and being married to your beautiful wife and trying to go through, you've gone through a lot of adversity, a lot of change, a lot of significant things that came up in your life in the mental health space, and you persevered, which leads us to what this week is all about: leadership. And so I recognize you as a profound leader in the space of acting, in entertainment, and you took it to the next level and you became an advocate and you started your own show called State of Mind. So I would love for everyone to really recognize and make sure you're following State of Mind. You can find it over on YouTube. But Maurice, what would you say is the one driving factor that pushed you to continue being the leader that you are today and showing up when it didn't feel like you could show up anymore?
Well, you know, I did Oprah about 28 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that would be the catalyst to take mental health to another place, right? Bigger. The stigma would be gone, whatever. It was great. Oprah's great. She was, you know, Oprah. But, you know, I kept talking for another, 28 years, 30 years now. And the only thing that changed everything was the pandemic. It's the curse and the blessing. The curse is the suicide. The blessing is everybody now talks. You see it in commercials, right? Every commercial you see, if you're bipolar 1, if you're depressed, I have everything that those commercials, I have it, unfortunately. But what kept me driven, you know what? I just talked to my mom about this, man. When I was in the mental institution and they strapped me down to a bed, my wrists, my waist, my ankles, and I couldn't get out of the bed, and I tried, and there was a latch on the wall, and I grabbed the latch, and it was about that long, and I took it to my wrist, and then I prayed, God, what is going on with me? Help me. And I opened my eyes, took the latch, broke it in half, and made it into a cross. And I just told my mom this just now as I was running. And I said, Mom, even then, as hard as it was, I knew deep down inside, this is for a reason. And the reason is, I don't want other people to suffer the way I did and the way sometimes I still do. And that's the bottom line.
Wow. So profound. I know, Parisa, you have a lot of questions too, but thank you for sharing that with us, because that's really opening up and being vulnerable. But you didn't sit still and allow your own mental health challenges to suffocate you. Instead, you did the work to improve and become better. And now you're an advocate.
Yes. And, you know, back in the day, when people would say to me 30 or 25 years ago, whenever, how do you do this? It's hard. It wasn't that hard because I was on my medication for being bipolar. So I didn't have a fourth breakdown. What's been hard since now, I know it's hard when I've had depression and a lot of anxiety. Mm-hmm. And the anxiety, which I call Freddy Krueger, it's still happening. I think I got him under control, but I'm not quite sure, to be honest. We'll see.
I'm going to jump in here. I love that you named that felt sensation of anxiety, as that is definitely a key tool that they often teach, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's to help you separate yourself from that felt sensation. You know, I'm very appreciative and I'm very grateful for the level of vulnerability that you've come forward and shared so generously with us. It's without knowing your full story, because no one will ever know your full story but you. It's the pieces that you have mentioned are ones that are life changing and forever will be in your mind. And I know that as I've walked with others through journeys very similar for what it sounds like, it's a very, very rich and challenging journey. So thank you. I want to definitely honor you in this moment.
Right.
And I found that as I've had conversations over the years with others that have walked through journeys with similar characteristics, and when people have asked questions, people are always wanting that like big aha moment, that big like things have radically changed and like this big like very theatrical kind of experience. But what I found, what I've seen, what I've known, experienced with my own life, like that's actually not what it's about. It's about the little moments that take you from right now to 3 minutes from right now. And maybe not even 3 minutes, but like 30 seconds from right now. I would love if you could touch a bit on that because I feel like it's so underplayed and it's not given the value that it really actually does serve others with, which is life-saving value. So if you could share anything regarding that, I would be so appreciative of that.
You know, I've been the past couple months, I've had too many Freddy Kruegers coming. And I'll give you a moment. I'll give you a thing. It was great. I was having anxiety bad, and I got up out of my bed, and I saw a clear vision, and it said to me, "You better fix your ego." And I said, "Oh, and then I started, which is what I do with anxiety. I started pacing around, going, "Oh no!" And I try to get back to sleep, and I said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get up and go downstairs and write down everything that has happened to me. And everything that has happened to me has to do with ego." So I knew I had to try. I'm working on it. It's, you know, but my ego was way out of control forever, completely. I'm still a good guy and all that. That's cool. But it was too much. And now I'm working on it, and I'm reading things. And so, but that was one of those, wasn't a huge thing, but it became big for me to see what I saw.
What would you say is like a daily tool that you use as you, I'd like to say, embrace these moments that are very ego driven or ego rooted? What's something that you do every day or even every 30 seconds or 3 minutes?
It's funny you're saying that because this just happened. This stuff with the ego and the anxiety was happening. A friend of mine he's kind of a life coach. So he gave me like 5 books, and I added the Bible to it. And so every morning I pray, I do breathing exercises, I put water on my face, and I read a page out of these 5 books and the Bible. And I do it every morning. And I wish I could tell you what the books are, but I can't. I don't know the names of them, but they're thick books. But you just read, and they just give you a sense of routine in the morning. Because a lot of times when you have what I have in the mornings and nighttime are the worst. So if you have a purpose when you get up, it helps. And it's been help. I've been doing it now for about a month and a half. It's great.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Maurice knows this, but the crowd doesn't. I know a little bit more of his story, and I'm just so grateful that he's here sharing this. But you and I have talked about, mental health is a huge part of what I do. I'm always on here talking about business and mindset and leadership. But the reality of it is I wouldn't be here today like Maurice if I hadn't gone through a lot of work. And so I know, Maurice, that, mental health, especially with after a quote unquote diagnosis, it is a journey. It's a continual working on oneself and a continual doing all those tools. Just like you said, the Freddy Kruegers show up, right? They can tend to show up or pop up. That anxiety can show up at any time. And I think for so many of us that have experienced or suffered anxiety know that it's debilitating.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely debilitating. And I know that you have gone through significant work to control that anxiety from coming back. Would you say that one of the key factors as a leader and an advocate for mental health and helping others to continue, because you've also achieved high levels of success?
Yeah.
Yes, you've achieved despite, this is something that's really important for the audience and everyone tuning in today, is to understand that mental health, depression, anxiety, bipolar, it doesn't matter. It doesn't discriminate, right? Yeah. Just because Maurice was Sunny from General Hospital for 30 years, it doesn't discriminate. Like cancer doesn't discriminate. It's a disease.
Yeah.
And so we have to do, just like if we had diabetes or cancer, we have to do daily things to keep our health in check. And mental health is no different than anything else. And so how crucial is it for everyone listening to make sure you stay on a routine to control these things?
Well, let me just say this. As somebody who does a show every week and speaks to people, celebrities, all walks of life, that's why I love State of Mind. And I talk about what they should do. Mm-hmm. I don't do. Now I'm doing. That was a problem. Because that's why the anxiety and Freddy Krueger and all that was happening. Because I wasn't going to therapy. I wasn't doing what I should do and is what everybody should do. Now I am. Because there's nothing makes you do something more than fear. When I go through an anxiety, then I'm like, oh, no, now I better go to therapy. It's that fear of happening again that makes me go, I got to do what I got to do now. Now, I guess what's happened to me, I guess that's the ego. I kind of felt like I feel good. Mm-hmm. And I don't need, I'm good. But you're not. You got to go deep. In order to get rid of all this stuff, you got to go real deep. And thank God I've figured it out. And now I'm going to I'm doing that. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't do anything. You have to work out. You have to eat right. Mm-hmm. If you do yoga, if you meditate, that's all good. But can I talk about one thing? Because I like to, when I do State of Mind or anything, I like to leave, not that we're getting off, but I like to just say this because it's important to know that just because you live with this and suffer with this doesn't mean, like you said, my life is great. Mm-hmm. So for instance, during the pandemic, I'm going to get deep a little here. I had a book coming out, Nothing General About It. Okay. And the pandemic hit. It's been 30 years since I've been not having a job. My mom and dad moved out of my house. I'm not going to tour with the book. I'm stuck in the house. And I got it was so bad, the anxiety, that I was shaking. And I'm going, what the hell is happening now? Because I've had 3 nervous breakdowns. I've never shaked, right? And then I had to get up in the morning to do these interviews, Charlemagne the God, Dr. Oz, all these things. And all I wanted to say to them, but I couldn't, was, can you save my life? But I knew if I said that, the cops would be at my door. Okay. So every day I wanted to end my life, every minute of the day for 4 months. Finally, I got help. Okay. So psychiatrist prescribed medication, got me over the hump, went back to work. So when you think you can't do it, you can. When you gotta make the impossible possible. So when I was saying to myself for 4 months, I can't do this anymore, can't do this anymore, I went back to work, and this is what happened. I won 2 Emmys. My book became a New York Times bestseller, and I created State of Mind. Mm-hmm. That's after saying I can't go on. Right. That's the reality.
You're joining us here at the LA Leadership Week, where we are alongside New York Times bestselling author and 3-time Emmy Award winner Maurice Bernard. One thing that we have always appreciated here is exclusives for our community. And this was the first interview of Maurice's long career that he did after a workout. And so this was a Los Angeles Tribune first. 30, 40 years of doing interviews, and we got the first one. So something to be proud of. And what an incredible dialogue and conversation.
Yeah, great interview.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being so flexible with your time and joining us, because this is a important conversation. You're not here to promote a film. You're not here walking a red carpet. You're not here selling anything. You're here to make the world a better place today. And I want to thank you for doing that, because I think that the conversation that you just had with Paris and Rachel, if it just helps one person out there listening, just one human being, then I think we can all say that we did our job today. In closing, I just want to give you the floor to share some final thoughts with our community, Maurice, before we go to the next segment, please.
First of all, this was great, incredible questions. I love that. I love deep conversations. I don't like, what does my character on General Hospital eat for breakfast? I like what you said. I'll say one more thing. I was at a benefit for ALS, and all the big soap actors were there behind me. Were the people who paid to be there were asking questions, and there were funny questions. Somebody got up and said, I just want to say to Maurice and to everybody that I was 24 years old, and I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for him and mental health. And that hits me more than just anything, because I think that's it is the reason why I wanted to do this. I didn't know that it would happen, but the fact that it's happening is what I'm the most proud of.
Thank you for that, Maurice. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we'll be back with the LA Leadership Week. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the LA Leadership Week, where we are bringing together some of the top thought leaders from around the world to help you lead your life and lead your business. And if you noticed throughout the course of the week, we've been playing some different promotional materials. And if you registered on our website, you'll see that one of the companies that we are highlighting as one of the sponsors of this program is, of course, a company led by Jeff Morris, who I believe is a CEO that we can all learn something from. And I want to bring up Sherry Gideons, who's going to help lead this panel. And Sherry, first of all, welcome. And this community is very familiar with you. You're of course one of the co-hosts of not just this program, but many programs over the years for us here at the Tribune. Take some time to talk a little bit about Jeff Morris, the work that he's doing, because you know how much I love supporting Jeff, because I really believe in the mission of what he does. So take some time, and then we know you're going to be leading this next panel with Parisa. Sherry, please.
Yeah, so working with Jeff Morris, when we talk about heart-centered, we talk about someone that really wants to see the true you come out, that sees you for who you truly are. That would be Jeff Morris. We call him the high trust guy. And really at the end of the day, he's helping each of us to tap into that, to trusting each other, to stepping up to the plate for greater leadership. And his organization, Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions, is really all about tapping into our own individual gifts, our strengths, and how to harness the areas that we do struggle with also, but how to appreciate each other for who we all truly are. And that's Jeff Morris. He's the high trust guy. And I am really blessed and grateful to.
And you're the high vibe nation, right?
Yeah, and I'm the high vibe nation. You know that.
So I also know that you have, I believe, Anissa that will also be joining you as part of your panel, correct?
Yep.
If you want to share some words about her in introduction.
Listen, this lady, we talk about another heart-centered individual. When we talk about behavioral superpowers, she's an influencer. So really her jam is technology. She owns a very large coaching industry and AI-driven. I'll let her tell us about that here in a second. But she's just absolutely amazing and brings coaches on from all over the world to work in big organizations and helps to expand people worldwide.
Well, while Jeff gets his tech ready, we're gonna have Anissa join and Rachel, if you're available to stick around for this panel as well. And so, Sherry, we're going to give you the floor alongside Rachel and Parisa, and Jeff should be joining us here momentarily. But in the meantime, welcome Anissa. Sherry, take it away.
Yeah, so Nisa, welcome to Leadership Week here with the Los Angeles Tribune. I want you to tell the audience a little bit about yourself, about turnkey coaching solutions and Weave AI.
You bet. Thanks so much for having me. I've just had... it's not quite a hot toddy, but just enough to try to recover my voice. We have an annual derby party over here, and just say, if you're listening, you're invited next year, because there's hundreds that joined me over the weekend. And so in my quest for some fun this weekend, I lost my voice. So I'm Anissa Avon, excited to be here. I am the CEO and founder of Turnkey Coaching Solutions. We are a global management consulting, coaching, training firm. We founded in 2004, and we have over 1,000 coaches, trainers, and consultants around the globe, primarily in the U.S., but in key hubs globally. And then in 2020, when the whole world was turned upside down, and I thought, well, gosh, I don't know if this business or this business is going to survive. We took our firm in a different direction, and we partnered with to create a innovative workforce development platform that accelerates people transformation. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome. And it looks like we've got Jeff Morris back with us here. Jeff, go ahead and tell us a little bit about Dream Smart Behavioral Solutions and a little bit more about that.
Well, first of all, I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Anissa, my sister from another mister, thank you so much for being on the show. A little bit about Dream Smart. And Anissa and I work very closely together with people transformation. We deliver this behavioral solution that is unique to the world. We can't wait to promote it some more, to see more people become their best self, authentic, transparent, have a little more humility in the world. So looking forward to the show.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And Anissa, I want to start out with just asking you, what is your core philosophy when it comes to leadership? And how has it evolved in creating and operating your companies?
You know, I think my core philosophy is simply find your passion and never, ever, 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 ever stop pursuing it. And that, I believe, is really what leadership also is about. You know, leadership is not just getting things done through others, although that's essential. It's not just modeling the way, although that's essential. It's also demonstrating and showing up authentically, which means owning our stuff when we make mistakes, owning it and demonstrating what it looks like to bounce and be agile and continue to innovate inside business while having fun and enjoying yourself with your team. If your team's not enjoying themselves, they're not going to stick around. So don't even bother trying to get a business going if it's all about push, push, push. It also has to be about fostering the best in others.
So true. So true. When we talk about future leaders, you know, the young kids or the young adults that are coming up today, what would you give, you know, what kind of advice would you give to young entrepreneurs who aspire to be leaders in the business and tech industry like yourself?
Well, I'll tell you, I wouldn't give them any advice. I would ask advice from them.
Yeah, true, huh?
And the reason is because they are much more committed to living a meaningful life that is about contribution. They are much more about what I'm doing doesn't matter. Why am I going to do it? And that's not, just like you can't put all millennials in a box or all Gen Xers in a particular box. You can't put all Gen Zers in a box. But generally speaking, they are a generation who is much more committed to living a life full of peaceful passion and power than any other generation, at least in my lifetime.
So true. So true. Jeff, you know, let me ask you this. When it comes to really understanding one's behavioral superpowers, how does that make us a better leader? And could you give us an example?
Sure. We all ask the question, who am I? Mm-hmm. It's the starting place for all great leadership. For anything great, we have to be reflective of who we are, knowing how we show up into the world and know why we show up into the world. And the idea of this behavior superpower does just that. In 15 minutes or so, we can really understand and answer the question from a scientific point of view. Who am I? What are my gifts, talents, and abilities? How can I make my significant contribution to the world? And then what community do I need to belong to help me feel my best self? And Anissa's work to find their purpose. And so we just have many examples of that. Sherry, I would say you're a perfect example of that, right? You being one of the ones that have completed this behavioral profile and seeing you grow in your ability and your capacity and competency to impact other people. So I always like to use you as an example of someone that gets the idea of self-growth is the best growth.
Wow. Thank you for that, Jeff. I received, that's really awesome. So sweet. Can you share us an actual success story? I know you've been traveling a lot recently and really working with leaders and helping them to understand more about themselves and how to work together. Give me an example of how understanding someone's behavioral superpowers significantly transformed someone's leadership style.
Sure. So when we think about people who get things done, right? People who are fast paced and check it off the box and they always get it done. Well, that's a superpower. Well, there's room in the world for those that are not like that. Those who also get the job done, but they're probably going to take into account people's feelings. They're probably going to take into account how people show up and why they show up. So having a little bit of both, Sherry, is the best leadership position to, yes, get the job done, but to also make sure that the people that are getting the job done are taking care of in the process as well. Anissa's really good at that. Anissa, would you like to shed anything or add anything to the conversation as far as that's concerned?
to say ditto, yes, that's what I would say. But to expand a little bit, a lot of through the years, people talk about pursue your passion, find out what your heart sings, and pursue it with all your heart. And the truth is, sometimes passion isn't some big mountain that we're going to climb. It's not some I'm going to change the world even if it kills me kind of moment. Finding our passion can also be gardening. Right. And it can also be saying kind words to others. I have a t-shirt that my family bought me. It just says, be kind. It's not that hard. Right. That's also living your passion. And I think all too often we talk about living passion as if it's like really intense all the time. And you're literally going to, invent the cure for cancer. And when we set ourselves up for that kind of monumental, only if we achieve that, have I lived a life worth living, is so inaccurate. And it tag teams to what Jeff was just saying, which is, there are high energy, bold, in your face, pursue it at all costs. I don't need sleep to get my life the way I want it. Neither do you, kind of intensity. And then there's also low key, small 3-foot tosses towards the fulfillment of meaning. And I think that both have their space, but because of the ebb and flow of life, we actually need both. So those who are super high energy, if they don't turn off that high energy at times, they will be great. And vice versa. Those who are more, if they don't turn on the faucet of high energy at times, will find themselves sputtering. So I think it's really about ebb and flow and honoring that not everything is this big, grandiose affair.
So true. So true. And I like how you brought both sides to that. What'd you say, Jeff?
Sherry, can I share about passion a little bit? Can I share a little bit about passion? So I tell people to follow their talents in addition to their passionate. Because I'm really a passionate basketball player, right? But I'm never going to make the NBA. But my talents are, I'm very analytical, data-driven. Like I love science. And those are my talents. And how do I align and assign my life with those talents, right? While also being passionate about other things. So another example is my son's he's 5'2", loves to play basketball. The chances of him really playing basketball in the NBA is probably not going to happen. But man, he's passionate about it. But what are his other gifts and the talents that he can follow his life and be purposeful and find meaning in life? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And so I want to ask you, around passion, because I know how you love technology and you're very passionate about it, and especially what you're involved in right now with Weave.ai. Tell us a little bit about how, what Weave AI is doing with Kim and the process for leaders and coaches, and how can leaders benefit?
Well, I think I'll answer your first question. And what drives me in business is I watched my father. I've been in business all of my life. By the time I was 10, I had taught my dad into allowing me opening up a snack bar in his antique auction house. By the time I was 14, I had employees. Not that they liked me being their boss, but I had employees, right? So I share that because I watched my dad work his entire life to end up feeling like he had never quite accomplished what he wanted, feeling like he had never achieved the success that he desired. And what I watched was an incapacity to innovate, to continue to change with life, right? And the world around him changed, and then the business and how people spent their money changed, but he did not. So over watching that struggle, I really embraced this concept of, if you're not growing, you're dying. And I believe that that's accurate for our life and particularly in business. And so right now we live in an era of, I can't even say this with the level of intensity I intend. We live in an era of increasing organizational complexity, right? That VUCA world, the operational challenges that businesses and business owners and entrepreneurs are going through is unprecedented. But the brilliance of this time is that we also have greater technologies in large language models and network analysis. Oh my gosh, what can be done with network analysis and data analytics is mind blowing. And then you just bring in the simple artificial intelligence that many on the call today will have experimented with. Our life is going to change in so many brilliant ways. And there will be over 300 million people lose their job. They say it'll be 2030. It's not, folks. It's going to be in the next 2 to 3 years. But guess what? There will be 12 million more jobs created over and above those who lose. So the key in my mind is leveraging technology to make our lives easier, to overcome what I call those big, wicked problems that in the past only geniuses like Thomas Edison or Tesla, Nikola Tesla in their garage working with their filaments could actually create change. Well, now we have the opportunity to tap into that mind hive using technology in a way that we've never, ever been able to. And Weave does that. We pull together organizational network analysis and artificial intelligence and the minds. We mobilize the minds of employees in order to help them transform their workplace. And I think it's just the beginning.
I want to add someone to this conversation, and I want to welcome everyone watching the virtual auditorium. This is, of course, the LA Leadership Week, where we have assembled some of the top thought leaders from around the world, from a multitude of different industries, to help you lead your life and lead your business. And the set may look familiar to some folks that have been watching today, but the guest is a new guest. And of course, Rachel, I'm going to ask you to make some comments about someone who's going to be joining this conversation, please. Rachel, You're on mute, Rachel. You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Mo. We are super excited to introduce to you Anna Sargis. Thank you, Anna, for joining us today. We know you are super busy. Anna is an actress. She is a celebrity realtor, and she is such a heart purpose-driven leader in all areas of her life, as she is also a single mother. So Anna, I'm super excited to add you to this conversation as my own co-host.
Yes.
Dear sister, thank you for joining us.
Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, hosts. I am so honored to be here. Rachel, I love and adore you. And you previously saw another friend of mine, Maurice Bernard, who's an amazing human being. His family is incredible. And I am blessed to have been fortunate enough to have crossed paths with them. And we are working on multiple platforms together to bring you great content and great creative ideas and endeavors to share with you in the future. I am an actress, filmmaker, storyteller, writer, producer, and I am huge in believing that everybody's story should be told if you choose to want to share it with the world. And I love the art of independent filmmaking, and obviously all of these platforms that have been introduced to us are so valuable in so many ways, especially to people who want to share their story with the world. And I am just so grateful to be here today. I am working with Rachel on a new talk show called Tell Me Everything. We are two single mothers. We are both Aquarius. We both have children, and we are on a path to do great things, to help people in the world, and to be there for one another and support our dreams and our ideas and to make them happen quicker.
Thank you so much for being with us, Anna. We're going to shift the conversation a little bit for just a minute because we were in the midst of having a few other conversations about leadership and the way the world is shifting and changing. But film actually ties right in to what Anissa was saying. And so I know that for a lot of people, it might not make sense, but actually they intertwine. So, so much value has been being shared. So thank you very much. Anise, I know that you are in the midst of sharing more details about jobs being created, which is truly so important. So I'm going to pass the mic back over to you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Lovely to see you and meet you. Excited to be on the panel with you, as well as Frisa and Rachel. Thank you so much. And Sherry, thank you for inviting us. And Jeff, you're my guy, dude. Love you. What I would like to button it up and then pass it back over to Anna is simply that we hear in the news and the media and we hear around the kitchen tables how AI is going to change our world and everything's going to be terrible and it needs to be regulated and, rise of the machines is happening. And the truth is AI is going to change our world and that cat is out of the bag. It is not going back in. There's no regulation that can keep someone in their garage that has the ability to take a biotechnology and translate it into something horrible, right? We can't stop it if that's what's going to happen. What we can do is leverage technology to be prepared in a positive way. What we can do is mobilize minds so that we collectively solve problems and wicked problems, homelessness, poverty, food scarcity, etc., in such a way, leveraging technology so that no one wants to be in their garage, so that if in fact something were to happen like that, we are prepared in advance. And so I do believe that more people will be empowered to leverage the technology and come up with inventions and cures that have never, ever been created or thought before.
I absolutely love that, Anissa. I think you are spot on because so many people fear what's happening with AI, right? But if we shift our mindset, it's those people who take action now today and learn and start to get those mentors to teach them, we can leverage and save time for ourselves. Actually save time for ourselves and create more, get our time freedom back. So many of us as entrepreneurs are watching and tuning in today. We're spinning our wheels trying to do all the things, right? Over and over and over again. But I have personally found that many of the clients, people that I work with, some of them are tuning in today that I work with, that I have conversations with, and I'll suggest certain things for AI. And once that is implemented, we have hours of time freedom back. And so learning that can actually be such an asset to not only save us money, but create more jobs that are going to be, more jobs will be created than lost, in my personal opinion. Would you and Jeff agree with that?
Go ahead, Jeff.
I would agree. And I'll make this point too, that no matter how fast we scale technology, we still need to build people. People still need behavioral self-awareness. They still need to be emotionally intelligent. They still need to be culturally competent. They still know how to manage money. They still know how to make ethical decisions. So while we scale technology, we build people, right? And we can actually build better people using and leveraging technology because we can get the information out faster. Does that make sense, Anissa?
100%.
I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for adding that in. And we appreciate you both tuning in and joining us today on the Los Angeles Tribune and adding so much value to this conversation, because that is showing up as leaders, helping us leverage tools that we can. So some of that time created can be putting our people first, right? Giving our people more time, creating more time for ourselves. We are such big advocates here, and all of us. And we truly walk the walk when it comes to putting into people first. Mo has created something so extraordinary, the way he shows up and highlights leaders in such big ways. And we bring on thought leaders that pour into us, that give us so much value for free. We bring on experts in mental health. So we make sure that our mind, body, and soul is all in tune, because we can't really get to the levels of success and continue going if we're not healthy in all areas. So thank you for sharing that, Jeff, because it's super important that we bring that up as well. And Anna, so happy to have you join in on this conversation. You and I have had multiple conversations regarding the way that streaming and AI and things have affected business in not just the world of entertainment, but also in real estate. And if we're utilizing these tools, it's helping us to be able to get things done faster and stay in the now and be successful. So in what ways, what's one tip that you have for us today in leading, being a true leader in entertainment?
Well, I think that like everything else and every other business, there's going to be a learning curve. So I'm still learning how to use AI in my multiple businesses, including film. And I agree with what you said, that we cannot be afraid of what's coming. We have to learn what's coming so that we can use it to our advantage. And I'm a true believer that the human condition is irreplaceable. So if we are certain of who we are as human beings, that cannot be replaced by any technology. But we can use the technology for our advantage and help us grow in our businesses and help us be more creative and save time and save money in the long run as an add-on to our business. So there's many ways to tell stories. There's many ways to create. And maybe AI is something that's going to help us understand ourselves better, how to use it in our businesses to make more money while we're doing other things. So it's not necessarily something we should be afraid of, but something that we need to understand and learn how to use to our advantage as creators.
Absolutely love that. So outside of AI, Anna, because you've done so many things and you too have seen a lot of success, but I know the back end work that you do. I know, right? Okay, we talk on a consistent basis about that. All of us are here showing up in our craft, in our field, because we've continuously worked to improve mind, body, soul, psychologically, physically, emotionally, right? Or we wouldn't be able to be showing up on this stage as we are today. So share with us.
Yes, I would love to. And I appreciate all of the beautiful things that you're saying. I understand that as a single mother, every day we wake up is a gift because I am blessed with my son. I fought for years to have a child. I went through many miscarriages, fertility treatments, and I truly understand what a gift it is to have a child. And I don't take that for granted any day, any moment, ever. And I get up every day and I fight harder for him. And I want him to be proud of me as a mother. And I remind him every day how special he is. And I think that's really important for us as women to share with our children how important they are to us and how they drive us every day to get up and just be better, because we are creating our own legacies for our children to leave behind, for them to know us and to know who we were and to know how much they were loved and wanted. And my TV movie, Maternal Sin, was based off of my struggle with infertility. And of course, it's dramatized for television. But if I did not have that experience, I don't think that that movie would exist. Not in the way that it is now. I'm sure there's many, many other infertility stories. But I took that experience, which was so life-changing, and I put that into my creative works. And now that's out there on television, on Amazon Prime. It's called Maternal Sin. It was on Lifetime movies called My Best Friend, the Baby Snatcher. And now every time I go through a struggle, every story that has impacted me, I now put it into my writing to produce a TV film or some sort of content to share, because I know I'm not the only one who's gone through these things. But I do like to share my voice, my personal journey with other people and other women who have gone through similar circumstances. And I am so grateful to have met Rachel at this point in my life, because I feel like we instantly connected, and we are now on a journey together to create a beautiful opportunity for other people to come together and other entrepreneurs to tell their story. And we have a show called Tell Me Everything that we are creating and producing, because we want to know the backstory of each and every person who wants to come on and share it, because sometimes we're embarrassed or we're in fear of telling our story. But Tell Me Everything is a platform where you can come and tell your story without being afraid.
Thank you so much, Anna. We're so grateful to have had you today. You've given so much value, and everything, you know, that you're trying to do is so aligned with what the Los Angeles Tribune stands for. And I'm grateful to be on this journey with you, each and every one of you. We're so grateful. I'm going to pass it back to Mo. I saw him unmute. So thank you so much, Mo, for this opportunity, for these special guests.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Anna. Great to see you. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Sherry, Anissa, and of course, Jeff. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and Rachel, Parisa, and myself will be back to talk about what's next. And welcome back. And of course, we have Michael Silvers in the virtual auditorium who said, wonderful panel. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. We appreciate it when Michael Silvers gives us the stamp of approval. So thank you, Mr. Silvers, for the stamp of approval. We appreciate you, sir. We're going to be joined by Alicia Magnus Lewis as well here. And we're going to welcome her to the stage, because one of the things that we're doing here at the LA Leadership Week is assembling some top thought leaders from a multitude of different industries. We've had several world boxing champions. We have had several New York Times bestselling authors. We have had several successful business owners. Some of the top thought leaders, whether it's the Brian Tracy's or Jay Abrahams or Joe Vitale's, Sharon Lecter's, Mark Victor Hansen's, of course, Russell Brunson, who'll be joining us tomorrow. And one of the things that we also appreciate are high-performing athletes. Because in order for an individual to achieve a peak, and Parisa Rose, as a championship swimmer, as a record-setting swimmer, you can appreciate the mindset that is required to achieve peak physical performance. And this whole leadership week is about helping people lead in 5 categories. We have had conversations, dialogues, and breakthroughs for people to lead their lives financially, mentally, relationally, spiritually, and physically. And one of the things that I believe is that if any one of these 5 aspects are missing in life, it affects the other 4, right? I know a lot of people that have a lot of money, but they have horrible relationships, and they're absolutely miserable, and their life has absolutely no meaning, even though their bank account is big. I know a lot of people that have incredible physical health, but they're poor, and they have absolutely no financial abundance. And so here we want to advocate to take time for all 5 aspects of life, as I call them, because I believe they all are intertwined. And with that, Alicia, would you please introduce our next speaker?
Yes, thank you so much, Mo. We're delighted to introduce our next speaker, Chris Thomas. He's an 8-year veteran in the NFL, a Super Bowl champion, an advocate for mindset, has transitioned and worked in Wall Street in financial advisory, and then now is a performance and mental coach. So we'd love to introduce Chris to the virtual stage. I could share so much more about you. You have done so much, Chris, but would love for you to further introduce yourself with our virtual audience and share more about how you really started diving into the mental aspect of the game and then the mental aspect about navigating everyday life. Oh, you're on mute, Chris.
That was a bad start. Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, hello, and thank you for the introduction. So, yes, I'll give a quick background. I did play 8 years in the NFL. It's interesting because, like most of us, we have these dreams, and then with those dreams come visions, and with those visions come like a certain pathway that you take into achieving it. And none of that was really true in my case. The pathway was very diverted, definitely off the beaten path, and found myself back to the dream where really just one moment kind of enabled the dream to be turned into an 8-year NFL career and a Super Bowl championship. But ironically, we have this vision on what the dream is supposed to be, and we think it's seamless, or seamless. I'm sorry. We think it's going to flow. It's going to be this beautiful, like, nice stream forward, and everything's going to work out the way we want. But unfortunately, that is just not the way life works, sports works. And so I really was challenged. It was interesting. My first day in the NFL, a coach said, "Get ready. The game's about to become 85% mental and 15% physical." And ironically, I don't think anyone in the room knew what that meant on any level. The coaches didn't know how to give you a pathway to that. And my circumstance, ironically, sort of dictated that I unlocked that space. I was in a very toxic environment for a short period of time in the NFL, where I literally lost my game and got anxiety at a time when no one was talking about it. It took all of 5 seconds to go from playing like a superstar to forgetting how to catch a football as a wide receiver. Very, very traumatic. It was the most vulnerable I'd ever felt in my life, the most hopeless I'd ever felt in my life. There was no place I could turn. And honestly, because it wasn't a topic of conversation, I wouldn't have even known how to express to somebody what was going on to me, right? Like I thought I was unbreakable. So I'm thinking, this can't be happening to me. Why am I shaky? Why do I feel sick? Why can't I function? Why physically is my body not doing the things that it could do 3 weeks ago? So, but I will tell you that I had a revelation, an epiphany, which turned out to be the most powerful driving force in my life, which was realizing how much power I had to change my circumstance, right? And to create the experience that I wanted for myself. And this is something that we really struggle with, I think, as people, is we allow, outside influences to determine how we experience our experiences, when in truth, like, we have all the power, right? You can't do anything about the control other people have, but you can do something about the space that you choose to function and live in, and how you choose to express yourself and walk away, right? So I had to really unlock that place, and had to do it every single day of my career for about 4.5 years. So very, very challenging. It was a toxicity that I would not wish on anyone. Thankfully, I was built to be strong enough to withstand it, scars and all. And on the other side of that, what I was doing was chipping away at mastering the mental part of performance, the 85% they were talking about. How do you live in a different space psychologically where you're playing against you, not the competition, not your circumstance? How do you play a different intellectual game? And all these, by the way, apply to life, right? So how do I live in a different intellectual space where I'm not just an athlete out there performing as a great athlete, but playing chess, right? And there's a lot of power in that, because not only does it allow you to play a more finite game that will take whatever you do physically to another level. But there's an insulation there. When you're really finitely focused on something specific, it really doesn't allow for all those toxic thoughts to come in: pressure, fear, anxiety, expectations, perfectionism, all these things that are illogical that we can't dismiss, right? It's how we've been functioning our entire lives in our culture. So it's brutal because there's no roadmap on how to get beyond it. So it just becomes you on a hamster wheel living this life where I'm supposed to feel pressure, I'm supposed to feel fear, I have these dreams, I'm supposed to care enough to be judgmental, I'm supposed to be perfect. So in that space that's very finite, you learn to eliminate all that because there's not enough room for it when you're trying to win a game that's that big. So and then emotionally, exactly what I kind of said. You're learning how to eliminate all these toxic emotions that, let's face it, this isn't just specific to sports, it's specific to life. I consult with a lot of people and they struggle in their daily lives with the same things. They can't achieve their greatness because they have these barriers between them and the things that they want. And oftentimes it's self-inflicted, but I do understand why, right? So I learned to master this space without knowing I was mastering it. I really didn't understand I was mastering it until I left the NFL, was asked to work with an athlete after joining Merrill Lynch as a financial advisor, thinking I was going to go change lives, helping them with their money, the financial aspect that Mo had talked about. And then found myself working with athletes almost 2 weeks into that, kind of doing it on the side, but then realized, which again, I think this is a poignant point. Oftentimes if we are willing to mire in our own demise that we've created in our head about who we are, what we are, you will not see around you like where you're supposed to be in your life, right? Like every one of us is on our own personal journey. Our only job is to move forward, right? At all those checkpoints where it feels too hard, you're not sure if you have the courage, you don't know this is where you're supposed to be. Like that's a checkpoint, right? And what I've always told people is like, life is about achieving victory. The second you stop moving forward, you're guaranteeing defeat. Right. And none of us want to be defeated in life. So you only have really one option if you want to experience success and where you're supposed to be. There is a where I'm supposed to be place for everybody. Right. So ironically, it wasn't until literally about 15, 20 years after playing football that I realized what my purpose was, working with athletes, life coaching, that I left Merrill Lynch and had that aha moment. This is why what happened to me happened to me. Right. I wasn't supposed to be a household name, an NFL superstar. I was supposed to endure something fairly traumatic because I was built to handle it. And one day I was meant to go give that to other people to give them a gateway to living life, experiencing themselves on another dimension. So that's kind of what I've been doing in my life for the last 18 years now, going on 19. Again, it's turned into life coaching almost as much as helping athletes. I've spoken on the topic a number of times. It's a world that I love. I'm so dedicated to, because for young people, you'd be shocked how lost they are. I get an inside look at most young people and how they feel. A lot of times they don't know how to express the way they feel because we don't ask the right questions. But I do ask the right questions when I meet with them. And so I can see, based on the questions I ask, exactly how they feel. And it's fairly traumatic. It's really sad because they're destined to be lost in life, and they're destined to face challenges they can't overcome. So I'm grateful that I went through what I went through now, so that I could be a beacon for other people. And I'm just a guy, but that experience gave me the power to really help other people and be a launching pad to kind of finding the best version of themselves. So
Chris, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. And I could see Parisa nodding her head in agreement, because I think the two of you have a lot in common. Parisa set records as a swimmer in college, and many people were expecting her to take the Olympic route. And then she took a different route and actually, didn't become a superstar swimmer, even though she was at the college level, but dedicated her life to helping others. So I think this conversation is going to be very powerful here with the time that we have with Chris. So thank you for joining us. I want to rewind a little bit and go to your NFL career, because you have a very interesting NFL career. You played for 8 years. You played for a lot of different teams. One of the things that sticks out to me is you played on one of my favorite offenses of all time. Of course, the greatest show on the turf, right? And what's interesting about your career is, just looking up some of your history in the NFL, you played with someone who's one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, of course, Kurt Warner. And the reason he's one of my favorite quarterbacks, just from outside looking in, is because of the underdog story that of course, and he had that great movie American Underdog that I watched, and I loved his story because it shows what's possible for the underdog, and a lot of the people watching this can relate to that. But I'm just curious, Chris, because I imagine you practiced with him. I imagine you had the front row seat as an insider when he actually took over that team from Trent Green. I'm curious, do you have any insights? Did you see something while you were practicing with him that said, wow, he has that leadership, he has that ability to become the legend that he eventually became? And what is the lesson that you maybe learned from some of your colleagues at that time? Of course, Marshall Faulk being another one of your teammates. Please, Chris.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Mo, too, I also played with Jerry Rice, who's, historically known to be the best wide receiver ever. I was there for a year. But so here's very simply, I would tell you, and I truly mean this, I believe it was his faith. His faith. He is a very faith-based man. And there's so much to be said for that when you're looking for peace, right? And I think Parisa can attest to this, that the higher the level, the more the expectations, right? And honestly, for a lot of people, the more the fear that you're going to lose something you came so close to getting, right? So it's so easy to convince yourself, like, oh, I'm right here, like, I don't want to screw this thing up. And the second that thought comes into your head, you're done, because your mind is the best messenger, your body is the best listener. If you tell it the wrong thing, it's going to respond according to what you tell it. And it's brutal. And you won't even know that you're doing that to yourself. Unless you understand the mind and how it functions, you will not recognize you're sabotaging yourself. But I think, like Kurt, I'm a faith-based man, and there's this level of just trust and faith that, I'm supposed to be here, right? And honestly, he played like that. There was no tension. There was no fear. And I will give absolute credit to Coach Dick Vermeil, who was my favorite coach, hands down, to play for. He's in the Hall of Fame. But I will give total credit to him that he did what every coach should do. It's what I dreamed of having when I needed that coach for me at a really challenging time. But he told Kurt, it's okay. Like, we have your back. Just go play. It's okay. You don't need to, look over your shoulder. You don't need to worry about whether you do things right or wrong. Just go play. And you'd be shocked, Mo, how powerful those simple words are to give people the freedom to not worry about messing something up, because that's how we all function, right? Especially when you're being scrutinized, right? Yeah. So I would tell you that he just created the culture, the environment that allowed me, to be honest with you, to be part of an environment that until then I'd never experienced in the NFL before. It was all toxic. And he gave me a chance. I mean, I was only supposed to be there for 4 weeks. Wow. This is an interesting story, but I was with the Redskins and Commanders now, and I was about to just walk away from the game. I get tired of dealing with the head coach there, like I did in San Francisco, who was just looking to cut me. I was never going to do enough right. He put me in horrible situations when I did play at times, and it was 2.5 years of that, and I was done. Like, I was just done with it. And one day I was going to go walk away, and I talked to my receiver coach about it. We had a camp coming up, like a day after 2 days after I'd made that decision. I'm in the weight room stretching by myself, just really being reflective on just my career, my life, just ready to transition. I was just done. I was like, I'm going to go through this 3-day camp and I'm going to be done after this. Like, if this coach messes with me at all, I'm over it. And in walks this Hall of Fame defensive back that was on our team named Darrell Green. And I'd gone against Darrell Green every single day for 2.5 years. You don't have idle conversation about how good someone thinks you are, so he and I were in the weight room by ourselves, ironically. And in that conversation, he had asked me how things were going. And I said, it's another year of this guy trying to move me down the ladder. I'm over it. It's played out. And then he said something I'd never gotten in terms of feedback from any DB I'd ever gone against. He said, at that point, I'd gone against him again for 2.5 years. He said, Chris, I believe if they would leave you alone and let you play, you're a Pro Bowl wide receiver. And so this is one of those things I was talking about earlier. Whether that were true or not, I took that as a sign. I was ready to walk away, but I was aware enough to not ignore that as a sign in my life that maybe I'm not supposed to as much as I want to, because that would be more painless and that would take less energy. I feel like he was put in front of me for a reason, and I'm not really sure what it is. I don't want to really forge ahead, but I'm going to, because I don't want to miss a sign. So I did it, made the team, ended up getting cut the second game of the season after I made the team, pulling my hamstring, was out of work All of a sudden, 2 days later, the Rams called, and it was their offensive coordinator, Mike Martz, who said, we're going to get a guy suspended for 4 weeks. We need somebody temporarily. Well, I'd like it to be you. When you're healthy, call me. You'll work out. Show them what I already know about you. I did it. I worked out with another former first-round draft pick. He went home. I got the opportunity. I went there and just felt just this release that I hadn't felt before as a coach for Mill. I just felt like I was a kid playing the game I always thought it was supposed to be. And my 4 weeks were up. It was the Friday before it was supposed to be my last game. And I knew it was temporary. And I waited for the head coach, Coach Mill, to come out. And I said, Coach, can I talk to you? He goes, yeah, of course. So I said, hey, I just want to thank you. I can't tell you how much this has meant for me. You've given me a look at what I always thought the NFL was going to be. And I cannot thank you enough. I just appreciate this opportunity. He said, you know what? You're welcome. You've shown me a lot. Because you have, I'm going to do something I did not expect to do. I'm going to keep you here and cut somebody I really like. And that's what he did. He cut some guy who went to the Eagles and made the Pro Bowl. I ended up being part of the greatest show on turf team and winning the Super Bowl. And it's the whole reason I played for Kansas City was because 2 years later, after he retired for a year, he came out of retirement, asked me to come to Kansas City. I finished my career there. So this is what I mean. Like, the greatest show on turf was one thing, but the culture was another.
Right. And that's such an important point. No, I didn't mean to cut you off, Chris. I just wanted to thank you for giving us that insight. And folks, that's an LA Tribune exclusive. We're getting some inside information here. And you played in all 16 games that season. Going from someone that was supposed to just be there for 4 weeks, you made an appearance in every game. I know you were also on the special teams and you were on the field. And that's kind of rare to do in the NFL, to play every single game in the season, especially a stacked and loaded team like that. Folks, historically speaking, that's one of the most stacked offenses of all time. I mean, the 99-2000 Rams are kind of like the 98 Vikings. I mean, how many weapons do they have? So it must have been a double-edged sword for you, Chris, because on one hand, you're on the team, but on the other hand, I mean, look at that. Look at how many wide receivers are on that team that are all Hall of Fame legendary receivers. I mean, even the third, fourth string receiver on that team would have been the first string on another team. So what was that like? Because sometimes the entrepreneurs watching, sometimes they get distracted from their mission because they're looking at the other person. They're looking at the first string wide receiver or the second string wide receiver and the third, and they're like, well, when's my chance to shine? How can entrepreneurs not get distracted from that negative way of looking at it? Please, Chris.
Because life isn't about other people. It's about you. Right? As I said earlier, this is your own personal journey. And just because you aspire for something doesn't ensure that it was meant to be yours. There are so many variables, right, that come into play in life. Once you step outside of yourself and I aspire to achieve X, if I don't control every element of that, then there are variables around that I don't control. My unwillingness to accept that is where I'm going to fall short, right? Because then I'm going to try to fight something that I can't win, right? I'm going to expect something that I might not be able to get. All we can do is become the best version of ourselves, right? And challenge ourselves freely to go be that person, liberate ourselves to be that person. That's the only thing we can control in what we project and what we radiate and what we put out there, right? As us, we are the product in life and everything that we do, every interaction we'll ever have, we are the product, right? So like, what are you putting out there? To engage people, to invite them to give you an escalator to the life that you want. And all you can do is what I just said. So at the end of the day, if you've done that, you've done everything. So I knew, like, I was playing as great as I could play. I was not going to dethrone any one of those guys because they had been there through training camp. I was with the Redskins for the first 2 games of the season, was out for a couple of games, and then I joined the Rams and was there for the rest of the season in the Super Bowl. But I wasn't going to dethrone or unseat any of those guys, and I respected that. You just said it, Mo. Isaac Bruce is in the Hall of Fame. Torrey Holt probably going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Zakir Hakeem, Ricky Crowell. These guys would have been number one on any other team.
Yeah, Oz was like the best slot guy.
Marshall Faulk was also pretty much a wide receiver too.
He totally was. Yeah, Hall of Fame as well. So it wasn't. I'm not an ego guy in that regard. Like, I'm not this guy who needs to show you what I am. That is not how I function. And that's honestly why I have so much peace in my life. I don't need to show you who I am. It's why I was able to transition after football and not lose my identity. Like, well, what am I now? I was never just a football player. It was an extension of me, not a definition of me, right?
Yep.
So it was never going to define me. That being said, I say this all the time when I go speak in front of audiences, that I played with Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver ever. He's in the Hall of Fame. The number of touchdowns, catches he has or had, insane. I have 1/100th of that, right? And if you ask me if I felt any less successful than Jerry Rice feels, I'd say absolutely not. Like, I feel as much of a Hall of Famer as he does. Why?
That's
because
awesome.
of my journey.
That's a great message.
You know what I mean? It's my journey. My journey is completely different than his. I didn't have a pathway to getting necessarily what I wanted. And this again, it goes back to life. Like, we all have a place in this world. We all have a purpose we're meant to serve. The second we stop questioning it, the second we stop fighting it, the second we stop getting distracted about what we're getting and what we're not, and we start just taking our own journey, you'll find where that place is, and you'll find the success. The goal of being great, the goal of being a starter in the NFL, as an example, the goal of being a Hall of Famer, that's a goal. That's a benchmark. That gives me a reason to wake up every morning and be motivated and inspired to be 1% better, a fraction of a percent better. It inspired me for that. But should that really be defining me? Like, no, I'm going to take my journey fearlessly, liberated, with total fervor, and I'm going to be committed to whatever it is that I want. And wherever I end up is exactly where I'm supposed to be, because I'm going to do everything right.
We are here alongside Super Bowl champion Chris Thomas. Thank you for sharing your mindset. Alicia, I know you had some prepared questions. I got excited talking about the greatest show on the turf and took over this this segment. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to step back and let my colleagues close out, and we're going to have another panel join us in a couple minutes. Alicia, back to you.
I mean, Chris, Mo, thank you. This conversation has been so insightful. I literally got chills when you were talking about your transition, when you got injured and you got that call to say, when you heal, come join us. And I think it's so important to remember. Yesterday, we had Guy Kawasaki, chief evangelist of Apple and Canva on. He wrote a book called Think Remarkable. And it was a reminder that everyone is remarkable. But what you hear and when you speak is that you were going down your journey, your path. You weren't thinking about 5-10 steps down the road. You were just thinking about, what am I doing right now? How am I showing up? And you mentioned earlier that you navigated anxiety, right, at one point in your career, but it put you down that road of, mindset is so key. That's what you teach in your coaching with other NFL players, with college students. But, it's just a reminder that just show up every day. You didn't know what was going to happen after those 4 weeks, but you showed up every day and you did your part, and you never know what is going to happen on the other side of that. And that is just such a powerful experience and statement. So I just wanted to really reiterate that. I wanted to go back a little bit to when you were opening and you were sharing that a lot of kids are lost right now because people aren't asking the right questions. Would love for you to share with our audience, for those tuning in, what are questions that individuals can be asking kids right now that might be lost, that might not feel seen, to really help support them as they're growing up in this world that is a lot?
It's a great question. Thank you, Alicia. So can I preface that by saying this, that one of the hardest things to do in life is make yourself vulnerable to the unknown. That's one of the hardest things. That's where all the fear comes in. Again, athletes feel it, and their challenges are even greater because they're choosing to be exposed on a stage where they can be scrutinized. We don't take that into consideration really, but it starts at a much younger age now because of how competitive sports has become. Right? Club this and travel that. And they start at age 6, and everyone has these dreams. And it's like, if you're not on the right team, then it could cost you. Not getting the right visibility can cost you. Coaches are, taking people in and off teams. It's just, so there's all this angst around getting what people want. And that oftentimes that angst is exacerbated by parents, sadly. But the hardest thing to do is make yourself vulnerable to the unknown. And so the reason being is because we don't accept that it's okay if the ambition wasn't meant to be my endpoint. It's okay. Like, it doesn't defeat me. It doesn't define me. It doesn't thrust me into the realm of failure, which sadly enough for most young people, and even as adults, we function in a two-dimensional world of success and failure. That's what we do. So why do people feel like failure so much? Because think about it. If success for Chris Thomas was, once I had the dream of playing the NFL, that the only way I could be successful is if I was a starter my entire career, then I would feel like a failure. Why? Because the only way I could succeed is if I achieve that sliver of the goal, right? Which is this big in a dimension that's this big. So everything else casts me into the abyss of failure. And that's what I'm going to take on emotionally. And so then how does that affect what I do next? It's going to have an effect on what I do next, because now I'm going to be scarred and feel like I don't want to fail again, right? Because even though we use that word in a way that we try to inoculate it, right, and make it harmless, the truth of the matter is you're never like, you know what, great job, Stacey, you're like the best failure I've ever seen. Like, no one ever says that. You know what I mean? Like, so it doesn't matter like how we try to make it harmless. Like in our society, it's not looked upon favorably. And it's the most inappropriate reference, by the way. It really, all we're doing is falling short. Failure is when you make no attempt to succeed. The second you step out to achieve success, like the only thing you can do is I've made progress. Progress is success. But this is what I mean. Like, so our minds affect us, right? And they contain us so that we can't liberate ourselves to go pursue the things that we want. I'm sorry about that. If you can hear that, sorry. But it affects us in that way. And so this is what I mean. Like, I want to be the CEO of a company one day. Well, not everyone's a CEO of a company one day, right? Not everyone's the CIO. Not everyone's a CFO. So does that mean you're failing if you didn't achieve that? Well, no, but we take that on, because the second you set the goal and the ambition, then it's like I achieve it or I don't. If I achieve, success. If I don't, failure. So it's brutal, and young people start learning this at a very young age. So even if it's not intentional, right? It's like they go out and play a game. They win. We celebrate them differently than if they lose, even if we don't mean to do that. They come home with grades and they got straight A's or 5 A's and a B. We celebrate that. They come home with 2 A's, 1 B, and 2 C's. We're not celebrating that. So they become conditioned to realize, like, I'm on one of two sides of either being celebrated or not, right? And so the questions you really ask are what are your fears, right? Like, what are your greatest fears? Like, what scares you the most in both, if they play sports, and in life? Like, and I'll tell you this, Alicia, I went to go speak to a girls basketball team for a prominent high school out here. And it wasn't just them, it was a boys basketball team. This is probably the best way I can answer your question. And when it was done, the coach of the girls had asked, hey, would you mind sticking around a little bit longer? These girls had some questions for you. And I'm like, yeah, I got a few minutes, absolutely. And I had talked about like owning your life, taking ownership of your experiences. And so they kept me there. One girl raised her hand and said, I love what you said about like expressing and establishing your own value. How do you do that? That's what she asked me. She's 16 years old. She asked me, how do you do that? Like, I mean, think about that. I talked about something that should be a very simple answer. But my response was, well, how often in a day do you complain about the things, either you voice it or it's just internal, you feel it, where you complain about what your life isn't, what you're not, what you don't like about the things around you, what you don't like about, your daily life. How many times in a day are you complaining about something that you view as negative? She goes, all the time. I said, okay, so this is to everybody. How much in a day do you spend celebrating what you are, celebrating what's good in your life? Because I know if I asked every one of you to tell me what your assets are, you could come up with 4 or 5. But that being said,
this is so great. So sorry, Chris. We are so grateful for all of your incredible gems that you've given us. I know Parisa and I were in the background talking because we're both athletes as well, and truly discipline. If you take that discipline you used in your athlete and you put it into your business, so much can be achieved. You've inspired so many people. We loved having you on. I know I speak very confidently in saying the Los Angeles Tribune would love to have you back again to be interviewed and really highlight all the incredible things that you are doing and have done, not just in your past in football, but what you are doing to make a positive impact on our youth. So thank you so much for being with us today. We hate to wrap this up. We have so many thought leaders coming on. We do have to transition. So So we are so grateful for your time. We would love to give you one final word of advice that you can offer to our audience before we transition over.
Thank you, Rachel. I would say if you want to fall in love with who you are, then that can't be an accident. That's intentional. So it's about you spending the time with yourself on a daily basis. And once you fall in love with yourself, you become this blank canvas, capable of achieving anything in life, right? That's what leadership is. That's what success is. It's going to follow suit. So I would tell you that spend time with yourself, live in the moment. Every single day is its own moment. Like win the day, fall in love with who you are over and over again until that is who you are. Because then you'll be envious of nothing. You'll be jealous of nothing. You'll be able to be a light, and you'll be able to be a gift because you'll be looking to give, not take. So once you do that, like you become someone who's nurturing the soil upon which we live. So I would say, that spend time with yourself, fall in love with yourself, and create possibilities that can change the world.
That's so powerful, Chris. It's so powerful. And I feel like that's part of what you probably told that young girl is just pour into yourself. Stop, looking at the things that aren't working and really give yourself that self-love and nurture yourself so that you can show up in the world. Chris, it's been such a delight speaking with you today. I know you have so many more gems to share, and we'll definitely have to invite you back to join us. We are going to be shifting momentarily to talk about philanthropy. Chris, if you'd like to stay on and ask some questions, please hang out in the green room and we'll bring you back. But, we've been talking about so much today during day 7 of LA Leadership Week. So much has been shared about what is your purpose? What is your mission in the world? How do you adapt to what is going on in the world? What is mindset? And shortly, we will be bringing our guest onto the conversation. And it's really going to be about philanthropy. Like, how are people giving back to the world and to the community? We were talking earlier about the 3 W's, win-win, but also for the world, right? How are we contributing back to the world? So it's such an honor and a delight to bring up Teresa Lawrence, to bring up Bhavna Shrivastava. Sorry if I mispronounce your last name, Bhavna, to bring up Samantha Rose, and also to bring up Wendy Blum-Weiss, who will be helping host this conversation, this really, really important conversation that we are about to have. Welcome, welcome, ladies. It's such a delight. Samantha, you work with Spread the Cheer, an organization that is all about supporting young kids with toys, with food all around the world. But you do it, I think, in a very unique way. You recently had the Spread the Cheer Choice Awards, which is an award show that was recognizing individuals that are using their social media platforms to inspire positivity in the world. It's so great to have you here with us, Samantha. And I know that Danielle Claudio, the founder of the Spread the Cheer organization, is also here with us in spirit. Samantha, would love for you to further introduce yourself and share more about the work that Spread the Cheer is doing and about yourself.
Yeah, hi. Nice to see you guys. Thank you so much for having me. So a little bit about me. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I got introduced to Spread the Cheer USA a few years ago, maybe almost 3 years ago. And there was just something about it that I absolutely loved when I got introduced to it. Not only was Danielle absolutely amazing to work with, not only was she somebody who brought so much joy and light into a room, but she started something that was making such an incredible impact. And I knew that I wanted to be a part of it in some way, shape, or form. So I started first as just a volunteer. And the more and more I got involved, I just wanted to show up more and more. So a little bit about what Spread the Cheer USA is like Alicia mentioned, we help families around the country, all around the US, and we help them with the things that they need. It started with just the holidays and Christmas, and it was supposed to be just something really small that Danielle wanted to start because she was having a rough time, a rough Christmas. It was her first Christmas away from her kids after a divorce, and she was looking at the Christmas tree in this beautiful house surrounded by presents, and she wanted to do something to make herself feel like she was giving back and bring some joy into other people's lives to then, make her feel fulfilled. And it turned into something so much bigger than that. Just on that first holiday, she got a couple social media creators together, and together collectively, they were able to help a bunch of families. And it soon became an official 501c3 shortly after that. And, we do everything from Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, back to school, anything you can think of that would help families, children. We've also done things where we do spread the fun, where we're helping kids in care and doing fun things for them. We did spread the smiles. We provided smiles for people who may have had some unfortunate events and they got complete, full cosmetic reconstruction. So any way that we can make an impact on the world by spreading cheer, that's really our mission. And we utilize social media as a platform, which is why we've been able to be so successful with what we're doing, because so many people on social media are utilizing it for positivity. And when you come together, there's so much power that comes out of that. So that's kind of how we started and what we're doing right now.
I love the message too, and it's in the name, Spread the Cheer USA, but really inspiring positivity, because life can be challenging, right? And, social media, there are a lot of different perspectives shared, but there truly are people that are spreading positivity. So to partner up in community with others that have a mission to spread positivity, a mission to spread cheer, is truly, truly powerful. And Samantha, we're going to come back to you in a moment, but Bhavna, it is so great to see you here today. Bhavna, you went through a catastrophic accident that could have been life-threatening, and you truly have devoted your time, your energy to contributing to the world, to humanity, to feeding individuals that were going without food. You did a lot of work during COVID, and you were literally cooking the meals yourselves to help feed individuals in the Northeast. You're bringing that back down to the Southeast Florida region. Would love for you, Bhavna, to share more about yourself and about the work that you're doing here in the US, but also abroad in India and other parts of the world.
Thank you, Alicia. I'm honored to be here, first of all. And yes, my journey started in 2005 with a near-death experience, and it changed my entire life. And going through the trauma of, not being able to walk, and then healing myself, and then connecting with God, knowing myself, becoming myself, and then opening the wellness center, becoming a coach, mentor, speaker, transforming lives. And then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, I just, I was just feeling everybody who was hungry. And I started reaching out to people and government organizations, and I wanted to feed people. And I did not get a commercial kitchen to do it. So then I asked people if they would be okay, and the community came together and they said yes. And I was able to open a nonprofit called Saving People. I got the status in 1.5 weeks, which was very unique. And we just started cooking at home, and people started coming, picking up, and people started coming, picking up, dropping. People started coming, picking, taking food. We served doctors, nurses who were working on the COVID floor. We were serving people who were jobless, mothers with 3 to 4 kids. We partnered with Mustard Seeds. We fed thousands of people there. We partnered with a shelter with 17 men, and we were feeding them every single day, Monday to Friday. Then we met. So the pillars of Saving People is basically serving people, feeding people, empowering people, educating people, and wellness for the people. So we also worked with the mindsets of the people during that. Mental health is this month being the mental health, month. I wanted to take a moment and say that mental health is very important. Your emotional, mental, physical, every aspect of you is very important. But how you think, what your mindset is, what are you going through in your life, it empowers you to do what you want to do, or it disempowers you. So it is very important in knowing what is it and how you feel about yourself. And we all go through experiences. Everybody goes through experiences. It's important to check on people who are part of your families and friends. During COVID, a lot of that was happening, and people, a lot of people were losing it. When I say losing it, means they didn't have support and they couldn't reach out to people. They couldn't talk to people or meet people, which got them to be at a very low level in their life, in their personal journey. They went from sadness to depression. There were more people that and less counselors and less people. So I had to literally step up as a coach and a mentor to help people, be that hand for them to get them out of trying to commit suicide, talking to them and getting them out. Like one thing which really comes out was one mom whose daughter was ready to jump out. She had her whole hand holding her hand with one hand, and one hand me on the phone on speaker, and I had like less than 30 seconds to get her feet down. So, I always tell people, important to check on your family members and don't quit on them. Keep talking to them. It is important. Even if, you feel upset, you feel angry, and you're not on the same page lines, it's still okay, but you still want to be connected. The things which happen is when you disconnect. So then we also send out, a container full of things. I partnered with another nonprofit where they showed me a girl with a 10-year-old with a baby, and that was happening in Liberia. So I said, how can I support you? And then we were able to send one container full of all supplies for food, books, you name it, utensils, stationaries, clothes, whatever you could think of, we were able to give and donate. We were able to get that. I also helped two counties in Massachusetts because at that time I was in Massachusetts. And we were able to start thrift stores for kids and kids because they're always growing and it gets cold. So we were able to get some jackets because parents who had lost jobs didn't have money to buy those small little things, but they're very vital. So we got them jackets, gloves, shoes, all of that. We were able to start to feed so many people came together. I also got fabric and we made masks, and we were just having the community come together. It was empowering. Like if my wellness center at that time closed, I went virtual, which was, I say Zoom has been a blessing in disguise. And because my center was, everybody came to the center in person, but it has been so empowering to have Zoom so I could reach millions of people or thousands of people and do what I could do during that time, like from feeding to, I'm like a very big empath. I feel people. So I started to feel people all over, and the hunger was the main thing. I said people cannot think if they're hungry. We talk about mindset and all of that, but I said that all comes later. First, the stomach has to be full. So we just started to cook.
And we love that, Bhavna, because I think what you shared is that one idea, one thought can impact so many individuals. Look at all of the individuals that you were able to help feed, to help empower, to help inspire, and also to help heal from the inside out, truly globally. And that's that's what Samantha, Danielle, Claudio, and the team at Spread the Cheer are doing, connecting with individuals globally. And know that, Teresa, that's what you are doing through your butterfly movement, globally connecting with people. Bhavna, we're going to come back to you in a moment, but would love, Teresa, for you to share more about the butterfly movement and how you are connecting the world literally through your peaceful movement.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Teresa Lawrence, and I'm the president and executive director of the Trueness Project. And the goal of the Trueness Project is to have people live in truth and integrity. It's about having and encouraging integrity and truth in every aspect of life, and especially through storytelling. That's how this whole thing started. And it occurred to me that no one was living in truth, that everybody was living somebody else's life. They were living whatever their parents wanted them to do, whatever society wanted them to do. They were all in what I call the drift. And the more I you know, researched this and started coaching people, the more I realized that nobody knew who they really were. And that's what the Prunus Project is all about. And it started with my desire to give out this book, Gloriousness, all over the world. And then you start with one idea and it just builds to another idea. And I went to Kenya. I fell in love with the people there. And I realized that we all needed transformation. And the butterfly event is a celebration of truth, because truth is truly the path to peace. And what I mean by that is, if you have inner peace, you know who you are living your truth, you are at peace. And I created this event, which I'll talk about in a second, and I couldn't stop. It was as if I was being moved by something higher than me to keep going. And the event is this: I visualize the transformation.
We have some guests with us.
Yes. And I have beautiful animal outfits, butterfly animal outfits as well. But let me continue. So when I visualized this idea, I saw all of us going through the process of transformation, because that's what humanity is doing. We're going through a process of figuring out who we really are and figuring out our truth. And it's the butterfly. The butterfly is the perfect example of transformation. And so I wanted to promote the Prunus Project, and I wanted to celebrate all of us in our transformational process. And at the same time, I realized that we all need peace. And when I started thinking about this 2 years ago, I didn't realize how much we needed peace. So I said, okay, I'm going to have the largest gathering of people dressed as butterflies in history. And I'm going to do that in person in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We're going to go for a world record. And we're all going to pray for peace. And that's how it started. And then I realized, no, I can do this virtually worldwide. I can ask the world to pray for peace, because we need it. And together we can uplift the planet. And what started as a simple idea just grew and grew and grew. And people are joining every day because they get it. The dressing up as butterflies, there are many people that don't want to dress up as butterflies. They're embarrassed. So what's that all about? It's such an exploration of self, an exploration of who we really are. And it is my belief, and my teaching program is all based on the leadership of play. Because when we play like children, we don't have filters. We simply play and enjoy each other. We're vulnerable, and we create community. And this entire event is designed to bring together a community of people that want and envision a better future for their children. We all want peace, and no one is standing up and falling for it. They're just letting the world go off on its tangent. And my belief is we all together can make a difference. So on June 29th, if you are so called, please say a prayer for peace, dress up like a butterfly, and enjoy yourself, and send me your pictures. You can all sign up for the event at butterflymarch.com, and you can join me in Jackson, where we are seriously going for a world record and rocking that out. And it's just an honor to be here and to share my dream with you all.
Wow, that's so beautiful, Teresa, what you're doing. A call for peace and creating a global movement to celebrate peace together. Wendy, it's such a delight that you're on with us today, co-hosting this powerful, powerful conversation about contribution, about peace within, so that we can create peace in the outside world, and about meeting people where they're at, uplifting them, feeding their bodies, feeding their souls, and feeding their ability to love themselves, so they can continue to love the world. Wendy, would love for you to share your thoughts. And I know you're all about mindset, unleashing all that's in you, recognizing who you are. Would love for you to share, and then also ask some questions to Samantha, Bhavna, and Teresa, who have joined us today. Wendy, I don't think that we can hear you.
And now here I am.
There we go.
Now here I am. I just love how everybody is approaching impact and service and making a difference in a different way. So powerful, Samantha, when you're talking about like really giving joy and thinking all these ways of uplifting community and how it has all of these different, like a whole spider web that you reach young people, that you reach older people, and that it's not a one size fit all, right? And we like joy, we don't even really take time to think about joy for you are doing it publicly in social media so people can like really see it for themselves and start their own movement in their own communities. So I am like really loving what you do. And then Bhavna, you know, I know your story and I just so deeply appreciate how committed you are to global healing and as a leader and giving back and just your heart is so big, right? You can feel your heart like really creating this mission of like thinking about feeding and taking care of people, like what their basic needs are. And then Teresa, you with the butterfly. I'm a big fan of butterflies, and I actually just recently wore somebody's butterfly crown like you're wearing, and it's so playful, it's so uplifting, but it is the caterpillar. It's a reminder that the caterpillar goes through such a difficult time right before it becomes the butterfly. So I'd like to start by asking you, Samantha, where do you see things going? Where do you see them globally moving towards?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, since we've started, everything has really just grown so much, so fast. And our vision, our mission is to really impact as many families as possible. And some of our activations are in person, and some of our activations are things that everybody can get involved with around the world. For example, on 8/8, we are doing a campaign called Spread the Meals, and we encourage people to get into their community and make 88 meals. We give them a guide on how to really bag these meals and give them out into their community. And to be honest, most people usually do more than 88. Last year, we had people all around the country, all around the world sharing our Spread the Meals campaign. And we would love to continue to do that. We would love to continue to see people in their communities be inspired by what it is that we're doing. And then also come join us and be a part of our activations. Like I mentioned, we do so many things throughout the year. We've gone to schools who needed help. We've done events for children that are in the system, families who wouldn't have had a Christmas unless it was for someone stepping in to provide them with what they need. We've built ramps for people who needed ramps to get into their homes that were in a wheelchair. We have literally just done things every single month for the last almost 4 years now. So it's really cool to see we're such a baby, but we're making such a large impact. And that's because of all of the people that have joined forces to support us, that are involved, that have millions of followers on the internet, and they also want to do good. So what I would love to see this turn into is billions of people around the world taking part of the activations that we're doing throughout the year.
That's a wow. And people don't know exactly what to do, right? So
Yes.
88 meals, like I can do the 88 meals. I can contribute. I can do this. That's such a powerhouse movement. So yeah, I wrote it down because I'm hoping that those that are listening are going to reach out, because we are, what you're doing here, Alicia, and what the LA Tribune is doing is like creating this ripple effect, right? And say, how can I contribute? How can I make an impact? And how can I make a difference? And so I want to go over to you, Teresa, as well. I know that you have the butterfly movement. And so how can people get involved locally in their community?
Well, everybody can sign up for the live event at butterflymarch.com. It is in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And it's going to be a beautiful event. We're going to give out native butterfly garden packets, and we actually are going to release native butterflies uh, throughout throughout the event, and that's going to be beautiful. But I just want to say that the event is just a calling card, because the Trueness Project declared June 29th International Day of Trueness. And what I mean by that, it's a day to reflect on who we really are. And so from now on June 29th, all over the world, because we're going to do this type of event each year in a different location, it is a call for each of us to reflect on our trueness. And that's what I want people to share with the world, who they really are, and love themselves doing it.
Wow, beautiful to connect the love piece to that, right, Alicia?
Yes, it is so powerful. And this month is May. It is Mental Health Awareness Month. And Bhavna, I'm so happy that you mentioned that. We've had so many conversations today on this program about anxiety, about depression, about moving through it and navigating. And how do you, Bhavna, would love for you to share more about your work on how you help individuals kind of find that peace within that is so important, in addition to all of the other work that you do. Because finding peace within, earlier we were talking about adaptability quotient, but what can hold individuals from being able to adapt? It's the things that scare them, but it's about healing what they've been through so that they can trust themselves, so that they can have the confidence in themselves to show up in the world and to be able to adapt to all that's going on in the world. Bhavna, would love to hear more from you.
So the important part for everyone, I feel, is to remember you are here. When you are here, you are alive. When you are alive, focus on building yourself, trusting yourself that you are your best self in this moment. You are perfect the way you are. When problems arise, when people don't believe in themselves, then don't trust themselves. So it creates a pattern of not trusting, I'm not good enough. And that makes them go down and not be able to be their best self in anything or everything, and that takes them out of not being able to do things. So inner child work, inner knowing of who you are is very important, and trusting that you are perfect the way you are in this moment in time. And we are always evolving, so it's what we were before, what we are now. It's a journey. So value the journey, enjoy your journey, because it's important. When we enjoy the journey, because it's not about where you want to go, it is, yes, where you want to go, but you don't just jump to that. You have to take steps. And I always say, take baby steps to get to where you want to go. Take action every single day. Don't just get up and be like, I'm not going to do anything. Think of today, what am I going to do? Put an intention. Till you don't put an intention to your day and what you're going to do today and how are you going to, first part comes yourself. When you empower yourself, you can empower others. That's how the ripple is created. I always talk about ripples of love. Creating ripples of love starts with you. You create that within you, then that automatically goes to your vibration. It creates a frequency, and every person you meet, whether on phone, on Zoom, or in person, will be affected by how you feel or how you think.
Yeah,
right?
that's so powerful. I love that, Bhavna. Create that ripple of love. And we have Danielle Claudio, the founder of Spread the Cheer USA. So I want to bring her up to join us. Hello, Danielle. And we also have Dr. Gershom joining us in a moment, so we'll bring him up. But Danielle, it's so great to see you today. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm great. I've been running around all day today, but I did catch a little bit of the conversation. You guys are all incredible. Sam, thank you for being my second right-hand man, woman.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great. I mean, you were here in the green room hearing the conversation. Bhavna was just talking about pouring within so that you can have that love within to pour out to the world, and the ripple effect. And with Spread the Cheer USA, that's what you've been doing. It started with what you decided to do on a holiday, about how you were feeling. And then you were able to garner a global community together to celebrate each other, to uplift each other, and to also leverage platforms for good. And would love for you to share a little bit more about what that experience has been like for you and how you've been able to bring individuals together, particularly through social media, because I think it's a very dynamic, interesting, and unique and creative way to really reach millions and millions of people.
It is. It's one of the most incredible tools that we have at the forefront of the ability to connect and showcase what we're capable of as human beings. And I think it's just been incredible, and it's just one of those very organic experiences that has just come to light just through just an idea. It was just a simple idea, and it is just spiraled into something that a lot of people resonate with and that they can get behind. And I think it was Wendy, I caught the tail end, who was saying that people sometimes just don't really know where to go or what to do to give back and to contribute, and they want to make change and they want to make an impact. And so just conceptually being able to provide something, a platform for people to get behind and say, I'm a part of this. And it's not Spread the Cheer USA is not mine. It's not Samantha's. It's not any one individual's. It's everybody's. And they can utilize it to make a difference. And that's really what we're about, is just spreading cheer. And it's been incredibly profound.
Wow, that's so beautiful. And that you are making an impact and touching people all around the world. We also have Dr. Gershom joining us as well. So would love to welcome Dr. Gershom. He was on yesterday talking about mentorship, but he also does a lot of work in the philanthropy space, and wanted him to come share more about his journey and his experience. And then we'll move into closing remarks. And as we prepare to get into closing remarks in just one moment, I would love for each of you to think about one or two ways where people can get started today. Because like Wendy said earlier, some people want to get involved, they want to help, they're just not sure how, and would love for you to share with our global community how people can start to make an impact today. So Dr. Gershom, I would love to hear your thoughts. You might be on mute.
Thank you for having me. I've enjoyed all the conversation. Actually, it started when I was in my mother's house. I was visiting my mother in Africa, and then I had a dream. And that dream, it was like, you work with non-governmental to help the governments. I never understood that dream. But later on, I started this company called Zambikes. You can look it up, is Zambikes. It has been on BBC News. It has been, I think, Time Magazine. It has been everywhere. So I wanted to find a way to help people. So I came up with a word called social business, to just help people to become, to make money, to help the nonprofits. Because I realized that a lot of people do their handouts, which I still do. I'll talk about that. You do their handouts, and what's next? You teach to fish, but what's next? Now I am on the level where you teach how to grow your fish. Yes, we teach you how to fish, but to grow your fish. Because if we want to see a real impact, is to help people create their own job, become their own boss. And when I created this business, Zambikes, we were able to have 200 workers, plus we were helping thousands and thousands of people. And we worked with people in the medical world. I worked with, you can look it up, I worked with World Vision, worked with, sorry, some people are fixing something in my place, but let me Let me be by this side. Forgive me.
You're okay. You can. The noise isn't too bad. We can still hear you. Okay.
Okay, I'll just be here a little bit.
Taking us on a journey today.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So that's better. They're fixing something, so I didn't want to stop. Yeah. So I believe first one must have a heart for it, because to be able to help people, you must be able to have a heart and a vision, and you must. I believe every business person should also have a nonprofit. You must have a business that is profitable, and you have to have a business that have non-profitable in the sense that it's helping other people. And that's what I've done. Now I live in the United States. I'm an American. We don't just teach. Even when we go to Skid Row, we have thousands and thousands of meals there, especially on my birthday, through Global Charity Initiative. But also, we have recognized certain groups where we can offer free mentorship to help them change their mind. And some people, they just need healing of the mind in order for them to move forward. Of course, there are people that are handicapped and others. Those, it's a responsibility to take care of them until they're 100 years old. That's okay. But those that are not able to help themselves, so those that are able to help themselves, we need to educate them for a mind shift. That's why when you go to globalchildinitiative.org, you see I talk about more about the mind. And also I've been to India, or we gave thousands of blankets there during the cold season. People were dying in the street. It's very painful. We didn't have time there to educate them, but we had time to give them temporary relief. But I think as nonprofits, we should think about what's the next step, not just going to hand out. I know Mayweather did great to go and hand out $30,000 in the street, great, but it turned immediately that money into a drug money. You know that? Because then you funded the drugs. It's good to give money away, but you must understand the results. So I think we need to create a system as nonprofits. How can we follow up the people that we are helping? I know that's like a next level. How can you like adopt a family? You don't have to bring them into your home because they might mess you up before the transformation. Keep them where they are, but as well, see if you can follow up and see what is their main needs are. Do they need medical attention? Then as a nonprofit, you fundraise for a medical attention. Do they need to go to rehab? Then you send them to the rehab. But don't send them to rehab and just dump them there. We need people that can follow up and say, what are they doing? Because the bottom thing, the root cause is you want those people to get better, and then eventually there are other organizations that help with employment. For example, I talked to one organization in Thousand Oaks that they help with fostering. If you have families, they adopt kids, but they support them where they are. They don't have a building. They just support them and they let them stay with their parents. But some of them, they have drug addicts parents. They have messed up parents. They need to be moved to a different facility. Last time we sponsored meals, we partnered with the showers, those mobile showers in Los Angeles. I paid it all out of my pocket, actually, through my organization. We fed so many meals. But then we were talking about the people that want to move from Skid Row. Some of them, they cannot move because they have made relationship with people in Skid Row, and there have been families for years and years. So to take one family out and provide a shelter somewhere else, they don't want to. So now it's like the bottom line is not just to get people out of Skid Row, but now it's to know, like, who are they connected to? Okay, They need to take their all entire friends that have become family into a new location. You can't just move one person, because there was one person who was provided accommodation. Then he keeps coming back into the street, and somebody said, he has accommodation, he doesn't need help. Then he told me, he said, brother, listen to me. These are my families. I've known them for 15 years. I'm all by myself. I can't leave them. I would rather sleep with them in the street than go and stay somewhere nice. So we need to find what's a root cause. And also, we need to teach financial literacy, which I had partnered with Capital One. Capital One is great, and they partnered with the Global Child Initiative at one point, Capital One, and we're talking about the financial literacy. So what I'm saying is, as a nonprofit, we shouldn't just look for just handout. We should look the way, how can we eradicate, even if it's changing one person, one family. We all have different passions. Some people, they have a heart for the autism. The autism group, it's a different group. Those are special group. They are special lovely group. They're not gonna make money, but we need to make money in order for them to get fed and looked after. But at the same time, we need to create jobs for people that are being volunteers to look after these people. So the nonprofits should be able to donate money to create jobs to these workers so they can do excellent work, not mediocre work. I believe that philanthropist work, it's one of the greatest work on earth. There is nothing greater than the heart of the volunteer. I can tell you, all of you, I just salute you, because it's not easy to help even a singlest person to live a selfless life. Sometimes my family called me crazy, said, why do you want to look after these people? Why can't you just focus on yourself? There is something bigger than life. There's something bigger than having a nice house and having a nice car. I was telling someone yesterday, I said, the impact is not the person who drives the Ferrari. I don't have a problem with that. I have a nice car, so don't judge me. It's not a problem to have a nice car or a nice house, but that can be deceiving. The biggest impact is, how many lives are you impacting every day? I don't want to see your beautiful car. I want to see how many lives have you impacted. I don't want to see your beautiful house. Those are your private life, actually. I want to see, what are you doing to help the least? What are you doing to help someone in front of you?
Powerful. That's so, what are you doing to drive impact each and every day? It's so powerful, your share, Dr. Gershom, because it's so many different perspectives and viewpoints, but it's outside in and inside out. It's, what are you doing to impact? But, what you said something is, what is the root cause? How can you contribute to that? How can you help an individual, but then inspire them to create more for themselves? And each and every one of you are doing your part to truly impact the world. Would love to go around and hear from all of you, starting with Samantha, and then going to Wendy, about what is something that individuals can do today to make an impact, to make a change, and to contribute to community. So Samantha, I would love to start with you.
Okay, awesome. So, there's so many things that you can do to make an impact. And I love what was mentioned earlier about, really not knowing where to go or what to do, right? There's probably so many of you guys out there who want to be a part of something, who want to make an impact, who want to contribute, but don't know where to go. So I'm going to say, from a standpoint of what we do, you can literally be a part of Spread the Cheer USA in any way, shape, or form, and support from whether you're local or whether you want to come out to one of our activations. Like I mentioned, we do this year round. So if you go to spreadthecheerusa.org/volunteer, it'll just have a couple questions on what it is that you're interested in doing. We're always looking for people to come out and help us give out meals, give out backpacks during back to school, give out presents during the holidays. And there's so many ways that you can support, even by nominating a family who may be in need, right? Sometimes that makes the biggest impact on a family and inspires so many people to do the same. So I encourage you guys to come to spreadthecheerusa.org/volunteer and see which one of our campaigns you would enjoy partnering with and love to support.
Thank you so much. Samantha, Wendy, love to hear from you.
I want to start with something simple that everybody can do. Like when you wake up in the morning, to ask, who can I help and what can I share and how can I make a difference today? Like, what can I do today? And we know the simple thing, literally, like people don't feel seen or heard. And just connecting with someone, smiling at them, saying hello to them. Think about during the day, just touching a couple lives in a really small way, but it will go a long way and make a big difference.
Thank you so much for that, Wendy. I love that. Starting in your morning can make such a difference. Danielle.
Yeah, I mean, along obviously what everything Samantha said, I am all for. But also the things Wendy touched on, I think is crucial. Like, you don't know what anyone is going through in their day to day. And even though they might be smiling and they might, have a great attitude, they still could be dealing with numerous hardships. So just being kind is the easiest way to make an impact. And if you want to make a bigger impact, join forces with an organization. Everyone, outside of even Spread the Cheer USA is looking for volunteers to come support them. And that's how we exist. So all of us need volunteers. So please look into something you're interested in, getting involved in, and don't hesitate and go sign up today.
Wow, that's beautiful, Danielle. Would love to hear from you, Dr. Gershom, as well.
What is the most important thing in your life? Are you living a life of significance? You can start with little changes. You don't have to raise $1 million to change lives. You just have to start with what is in front of you. I believe together we can make a difference by having a heart of volunteer and to help just the person that is in front of us. And I would encourage all of you to see how we can join forces, because I know we all have different things going on, but I believe we were never made to function alone. We are made to function as a body. Some are hands, some are mouth, some are eyes. So together we can see what other people cannot see, and some people can do what other people cannot do. So together we can make this world a better place.
Together we can make this world a better place. Such a message, because that is what it is all about. Teresa, would love to hear from you.
Yes, it is my personal opinion, and I know this from experience, that everything can be taken from us except the power of our mind and our education. And even with education, there are many people that are educated that do nothing with that education. I firmly believe that leadership and wealth consciousness should be taught around the world, and that mentorship is essential to uplifting the planet. And so I encourage you all to find a place to volunteer. I mean, everybody on this panel has a beautiful organization, and everybody has their own interests. So seek out something that you're passionate about and go volunteer. And give a hand up to a young person, because young people are our future. And if we teach them wealth consciousness, if we teach them how to truly be leaders in integrity, we will change the planet.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for sharing. And to all that have nonprofits, to all that are doing a part to uplift humanity, to uplift consciousness, we just want to say we appreciate you. I recognize you for the work that it is that you are doing, because it takes each and every one of us to contribute back to the society that we are all a part of. We heard from boxing legends. We've been hearing from boxing legends all this week. Ray Mercer, so many organizations are out there to support the world, but we need more help. There's so much going on. So how are each and every one of us contributing to society? Would love to hear and bring Rachel up momentarily, because know that Rachel does so much for her community. But this has been such an inspiring and insightful conversation, a very, very important conversation that doesn't just stop here. It just creates awareness and opportunity for inquiry on how each and every person can contribute to the world. And what was so beautiful about today's conversation was about that it wasn't just conversations about what is it that you're actually doing. It was a conversation about love, about peace, right? About how do you feel within for the about how do you pour within and pour your cup so you have more to share with the world. And then awareness about the different ways in which you can contribute. Rachel, would love for you, I know that you were here listening in, tuning in, would love for you to share your thoughts and perspectives on this powerful conversation around philanthropy today. You might be on mute, Rachel. Are you with us? I think we...
Yeah, she's on, but she's on mute.
Okay, we'll give Rachel a moment to come back with us. But, you know, this has been a truly, truly powerful conversation. I would like to ask each one of you what you learned from another person that was speaking today. I'm starting with you, Teresa.
Oh, it was so powerful. I really liked what Samantha said and Danielle said about spreading joy in the meals. And Dr. Gershom was phenomenal about mentorship and not just handing out money, giving skills to uplift people. Because handing out money is not enough. And I'm going a blank on the name. But well, and the last speaker, sharing mental health and what we need to move on and to help people. I mean, I just thought everybody shared their own perspective, and we all together can uplift the world.
Thank you so much for that, Teresa. Would love to go to Samantha.
Great, thanks. So one thing that I learned from Dr. Gershom was at the beginning, he mentioned, you know, it's important to teach people how to fish, but it's also important to teach people how to, you know, grow the fish, create the fish. And I think that that philosophy is really powerful to think. It's kind of like, it's not enough to just hand out money, right? Same philosophy there. And I love what Teresa said about bringing fun and joy. I think that is so important, and tapping into our childlike wonder, right? And keeping that joy in our life. We were so curious and innocent as children, and keeping that in our life is so important. And what Bhavna said, you know, the story touched me a lot when she was on the phone with the woman holding the hand of the other woman, and how powerful of an impact you can make by one, being there for somebody, holding their hand through something so hard, walking them through and talking them through. You know, what she does is so powerful, and you never know when you could actually play that role for somebody. You don't have to be a doctor or professional to be that person for someone, right? To just hold their hand when they really need it, or remind them of who they are, or that they have a purpose and why they matter. So, I mean, I learned a lot, but I was trying to think of like my most powerful. This was amazing. This panel is absolutely remarkable, making such a change on the world. And I'm so grateful to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much, Samantha. You know, that's what LA Leadership Week is all about. It's about highlighting stories. It's about leaders learning from leaders. It's about opening our hearts to the world and how we can continue to contribute. Bhavna, would love to go to you, and then to Danielle, and then to Dr. Gershom for your final thoughts. And just want to say thank you so much for all of you joining in on this really powerful and impactful conversation as we begin to close. Bhavna, to you. I think you're on mute.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Samantha. I'm honored that you felt, and humbled at the same time. So I'm actually empowered by all of you, that all of you are doing so many wonderful things, and it's always good to have people doing, because there are so many people who need help. So it's the more who join with us, the more we can support and we can uplift the world together. I believe in togetherness. You know, we create ripples of love and compassion and care for the people we love. And that's how we build communities. But when we come together and we support each other, that's why I was mentioning all the different organizations I was working with, is you don't have to be alone. We can all do it together with each other and empower and impact so many lives. And what I loved about Samantha, she said, yes, anybody, and I believe everybody is powerful. Every single person, whoever is listening to me here, believe you are powerful no matter what and where you are in your life. You are powerful and you mean a lot to this world, you know, and start with that. That's just one step of believing in yourself that, yes, I am powerful, and take one step every day and just go within. Like, I just want to take a minute and just say this, like, close your eyes every day whenever you have anxiety, whenever you have something, and just touch your heart and just, I always say, do both the hands together, touch it and breathe in and, okay, I can change this moment and I can be okay and I can move forward and I can be better. And just smile with that, and then you will see everything starts to shift because you've changed your vibration, you've changed your frequency. Now you've shifted. So how can people help in my organization? It's called savingpeople.org. They can go there and they can be part of it. They can volunteer. We are looking to support Uganda now and India. And here, especially summertime, when kids go out of school, they don't have food. I want to support the families with the kids. I'm looking to give them food for their lunch and dinner, 2 meals a day. So if you are, I'm all about kids, I'm a mom, so my heart goes out to that. So if you're interested to feed the kids this summer when they're not in school, please join me in that mission.
Thank you, Bhavna. Well, I just brought myself in. My name is Ava Manuel. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune. I so love this conversation. Totally, because in the Los Angeles Tribune, our hearts are aligned with philanthropy. And as a matter of fact, we are creating a philanthropy journal, the first magazine in the world focused on global philanthropy. So that's coming right up. And I wanted to re-invite you. We have leadership shows and Morak show every week, and we're going to definitely have another panel focused on philanthropy and the work that you do. So, but for now, I want to thank you. I know that everybody didn't have a chance to have closing comments, but we'll invite you back, and I promise. We're gonna transition and segue to our next segment, which is very, very intertwined. So I want to first thank you, Dr. Gershom. Thank you for being here. Danielle, thank you for the work that you do. Samantha Rose, thank you. And Teresa Lawrence, don't forget the butterfly event. Thank you so much. So we're going to be bringing in, and Alicia, a great job on co-hosting. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the work that you do. Samantha, thank you. And Teresa, thank you. So from here, we're going to transition to a perfect conversation that follows after this. We're bringing in on the stage Steve Rogers, and we know Sorrel is on the backstage. Sorrel, if you can stay a little longer, there was a mishap in being able to get you on the right time. So if you can give us another 20 minutes, we'll bring you in. We'll bring you right in. So hold on.
I made a request in the chat.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So with this, let me bring in Steve. Welcome, Steve Rogers. Steve, pleasure to meet you. I am currently Jim Miller. I am Jim Miller in replacement. Jim Miller had an emergency, but I am honored and privileged to be doing this interview with you because I was like reading what you do. Former CEO of Warren Buffett companies, and transforming into being an author and a speaker in what you do and inviting God in. Now, tell me a little bit more, tell us a bit more about you. I couldn't do you justice, in all your accomplishments and what you're doing in the world right now, but would love to give you the stage, Steve. And you're muted, just so you know.
Thank you, Ava. Very nice to be here and with the Los Angeles Tribune. And I am thrilled to be with all the other esteemed people that I've been watching the last few days when I could pop on and off. And Thank you for putting this together. Yeah, my name is Steve Rogers. Some people say, you mean like Captain America, Steve Rogers? I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll take that. So Steve Rogers, I run a consulting firm called The Alchemy Advisors for the last 8 or 9 years, helping purpose-driven companies, entrepreneurs, and businesses scale, grow, and find purpose and meaning in their business more so than they might be doing now. And yes, as you mentioned, I definitely am very much into not only being a CEO of previous companies and taking my business acumen to the market, but also incorporating something that I call spiritual intelligence. We all hear a lot about artificial intelligence, emotional intelligence, and just IQ intelligence. But I've always been a very spiritually driven person. And I like the concept of spiritual intelligence that each person or each company might have in their own vibration of whatever they define that to be. And how do you incorporate that into your businesses and life? So my company, Alchemy Advisors, helps entrepreneurs and businesses do so. And I've written a few leadership books that have been pretty well received. And I was honored to have those out in the marketplace. And I'm currently now working and guiding a technology real estate company called Property Dow Property Grid, which evokes a lot of the things that I teach and do in the world of finding purpose-driven companies that are doing good in the world through their products and services. And this is a startup that I got asked to be part of about 2 years ago as an advisor and consultant. And I got so enamored with what they were doing over the years and what their products and services bring to the table of selling real estate in new ways on blockchain and in the world of digitizing real estate assets and selling those wholly or fractionally. And the beauty of this company is it's a bunch of 20 and 30-year-old young entrepreneurs who are also for good, meaning they're taking 4 to 10 cents of every dollar they make and putting good back in the world in good causes, whether it's cleaning water, helping the homeless, building shelters, etc. So it's a company that really does focus on their own spiritual intelligence in the marketplace, and they happen to be using technology for that platform to do so. So those are a little bit of updates on me. I'm married, have kids and grandkids, and live in San Diego. Pleasure to be here today.
Oh, Steve, thank you so much. There's so many things that I want to unpack from how you just described yourself, especially spiritual intelligence. And the other question that I would have is like your journey. What was your journey like from being a high-performing CEO that, of course, you've got that ingrained in you, you always are, to your journey of somehow, choosing to go on making a difference, making an impact and making a difference versus just being a CEO for, Fortune, what is it? Fortune 20, Fortune, the top 100, top 5 companies of the world.
Yeah.
What's that journey like? Would love to hear.
Yeah, well, I started in the restaurant industry, and I switched over from being in the restaurant industry to becoming a real estate agent in my early days. And after I got into real estate, I went into management, and then management and executive leadership. And that ended up being in a company called Prudential California Realty in Southern California, which was a franchise off Prudential Insurance. That company grew pretty rapidly, and I went from a manager to becoming a pretty big executive in that organization. And then Warren Buffett was buying real estate companies in the early 2000s and late 1990s. And he was buying independent companies. And this was one of the largest companies he had bought at the time, which was a real estate franchise under Prudential. And so I had the honor of meeting Mr. Buffett, and was a highlight of my career, of course, meeting Mr. Buffett and being able to spend time with him and then work under his organization. So they asked me to stay on after the company was sold because the people who were selling it had an exit, and I was being groomed to take over as the CEO spot. So I worked under the Berkshire Hathaway Home Services operation for 7 of those 15 years I was at that company. And it was quite a learning experience. I mean, definitely it was playing with the big boys and big girls at the table, if you would, and going to the conferences of Berkshire Hathaway conferences and meeting with executives that were part of the companies that Berkshire Hathaway ran. So I definitely had to level up my game. I mean, I definitely had to get fine-tuned, especially since I'm a guy that barely graduated high school. I moved out of my house when I was 17. I was a pretty rebellious teenager. Finished high school on my own, kept trying to go to college while I was waiting tables and working in the restaurant business, and never quite got through college. So I was always really paranoid someone was going to realize I didn't have a college degree. So when I was going to meet Mr. Buffett, I go, this is the time. Oh my God, this is when they're going to find out I don't have a degree. it was never an issue. It never came up and it was never a problem. But my fear of that, and many people in their own lives have their own fear of whatever they think they are, they think they are not. And I realized I am enough. I am worthy. I'm eligible to be at the table for many reasons, or I wouldn't have been there. So that became a huge learning ground for me. And since I didn't have a formal college education, I'm very big on having people coach me. I've had a coach since I was 26 years old every year, and I'm now, way older than that. So I've had people coach me specifically in how to get better as a leader, how to make more of an impact in the world, how to communicate better. And that ended up leading me even more on a spiritual quest, on a deep thing. I called myself kind of a closeted spiritualist in corporate America. Because I always was very much a believer in God and higher power and higher energy, but I kind of felt closeted in that approach in the workplace. So when I got out of running Berkshire Hathaway and started my own company, and then I evolved into this consulting role that I do now, I decided to put that on my moniker, that my first title I gave myself was a spiritual business activist. And what a spiritual business activist does is simply stimulate the conversations within people or companies to find out what is their definition of spirituality or religion or beliefs, and how can they take that magic of that higher energy and incorporate it into how they show up in their world and in their work when they make their plans, their offerings to the consumers or to their employees. So it really lit a fire under me to get really deep in that. And it's been a highlight of my life.
Well, that's a very powerful journey. One of the things that I saw on your site was learning to build your parachute on your way down. And there were several points that I'd like to highlight in what you said. Feeling like you were not enough, and really insecure about not having completed college, but relying on coaches, and going into the spiritual journey. Those are powerful highlights. So how does this journey now transcend into how you're helping individuals, businesses, entrepreneurs really be able to bring the best out of them, both in incorporating the spiritual aspect of this and your concept of inviting God in? Would love to hear what that's like now in your consulting now.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think we all at some point in our lives have probably had that imposter syndrome where we think, oh my God, I'm walking into this group, or they're going to find out I'm not such and such or so-and-so of what I thought, or they think I am. And what I realize is we all as humans have that some point in our life. And, we all have to sometimes build, hope there's a parachute on the way down, or build the bridge as we're walking across it, because you don't have all the answers, and people don't also have all the answers either. And that's why you need teams and people and collaboration. So once I started getting into companies like Prudential and Berkshire Hathaway and Wells Fargo and various companies I worked with, I quickly came to realize and remind myself that there's no perfect human. There's no perfect couple. There's no perfect family. There's no perfect job. There's no perfect company. There's no perfect government. There's no perfection in the world, and there's not supposed to be. The perfection is in the imperfection. And so when I embraced my vulnerability, when I embraced my saying when I didn't know something or I didn't have information about something and sought that out from others, it was very empowering to be vulnerable as a leader. So when I became more of a service-oriented leader and became more vulnerable, then my belief system of digging even deeper in my own quest of spirituality and looking at Eastern philosophies and Western, and I've read all different books of all religions and kind of created my own path. And I came to realize that unless my work was created in something higher than myself, and it wasn't me, and it wasn't my company, it lacked meaning after a period of time. And what I mean by that is I've coached and consulted a lot of people, and I've also climbed fairly high ladders and fallen down and had to climb them again. But a lot of times people say when they get to that thing they achieve, that relationship, that money, that car, that title, whatever, we have a feeling sometimes, is that all there is? I thought it was going to feel different. I thought it was going to feel more fulfilling for longer, or it was going to change me in certain ways. And that doesn't always happen. And for me, that hole in the soul that we all have and try and fulfill is for something related to a spiritual connection to something higher than ourselves. So when I incorporate that into my business and practice, I not only go into companies, whether they're startups or existing, and yes, of course, I look at their revenue, their sales channels, their expenses, their value proposition, their core values, their balance sheets, all of that. But then I also look at that and say, now let's look at your spiritual balance sheet. Let's look at your spiritual P&L of your own personal life and of your company. And they look at me like, huh, what do you mean? So I try and go in and help score people in 4 categories: body, being, bonds, and business. And I put business last because if your body and your health and fitness are not in check, and at least you're a healthy person, it makes it challenging. Your beings are your relationship with your family and your inner circle and your outer circle. Your being, is your relationship with yourself and higher purpose and how you show up in the world of being a spiritual being. Your bonds are your relationships inside your family and outside your family. And then your business is working on your business and working in your business. So every person I've ever spoken to, if you break into those 4 categories, can then figure out how to track and measure where are they starting at on a scale of 1 to 10, what are their levels of that, and how every day can you take steps to score to make sure those things are getting better. So it's just an awareness. And it came down, it was bred into me as a home services Berkshire Hathaway CEO. Anything you can track and measure, you can improve upon. So every day and every week, I had to know my numbers inside and out, all my sales reports, all my stats, all my market share. And so I say in our own lives, of our own internal inventory of ourselves, our mental, physical, emotional, spiritual, sexual, financial, all of those things, how are we serving that at a high level, like we're serving our company, our employees? We give so much to what we do in the workplace and to companies and others. We don't always do that for ourselves. And if we're not making ourselves our first and most important client or our first and most important customer, then we're never going to get to the level that we are as important to ourselves as we are to God and to universe. And so I try and work with that with my people that I work with, and resonate with that and pull that out of them. I'm not here to tell them what that is. I'm simply here to bring up the conversation so they can figure it out and I can help them get to where they want to go.
You know, Steve, this is so profound. There were so many things that you've said that were so profound, starting with what really impacted me is putting ourselves first. And, that shift coming from poverty mentality, right? And coming from not being enough, and the chase for achieving more and the chase for doing more, versus that shift of really taking care of yourself, putting yourself first, is really mind-boggling. But it's a shift that is so necessary for us to be able to step into our greater self. So would you speak on that a little bit more, Steve? Because I feel like you're a person like who could really speak into this because you walked it. You came from that place of not feeling enough, going through the spiritual process. So what is, for people who feel like they have to hustle more to be able to grow their business, even there's no time for rest, there's working seven days a week, and am I working hard enough? How can we shift from that kind of hustle mentality to really being able to understand what you said, that if you don't put yourself first, then you won't be able to almost like get to your next level? If you could speak onto that, please.
Yeah, for sure. Well, one of the things that helped me doing that was having a coach, because what I would do with my coaches, and I still do, when I map out where I want my life to be, monetarily, business, career, relationship, I say, hey, I want my life to be here. And it's only here in certain levels. And we all have that. So the difference between where our life is and where we expect and envision our life to be, in between that, unless you have a plan and unless you have a step-by-step process and unless you have accountability, that space just becomes stress. It just becomes stress and heartache and fear, because we have this vision of who we are and what we're going to create and what life is going to be. And our life is here and stress is in between it. The way you break through that is just how you break through fear: action steps, taking one step at a time. So I help people not only create a business plan that's a profitable business plan for their business, but a life plan, literally looking at every area of your life and mapping out all of those areas that I mentioned: mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, romantically, sexually, community oriented, all of those things, mapping out and having people have conversations about what is their life now in those categories and what would they like it to be. And then by putting yourself first, sometimes that's selfish, is like we think, we have to serve others first. And yes, I'm a big servant leader, but if I'm not as fully whole with nature, God, universe, and my body in a way that I'm nourishing that all comes from universe, then I'm not honoring what I was already given as a gift. I was already given the power of thought, the power of word, the power of action, the power of relationships. So if I'm not nurturing that at the fullest, I'm only giving people half my gas tank when I'm going out to drive a car into the world. So I really help people focus on meditation and prayer and relationships that you can spend with people one-on-one that have meaning, and value those, and then create a master yearly calendar, monthly calendar, weekly calendar, daily calendar of your ideal period. So what that means that if I had my ideal week and my ideal year, here's how I would map out. Here's when I would take vacations. Here's when I'd take long weekends. Here's when I'd go to church. Here's when I'd meditate. Here's when I'd walk in nature. Here's when I'd spend time with my family and wife. And you map that out. So when you're mapping that out and it's 3 weeks from now and you're looking on your calendar to have that important appointment with a client or a customer, all you do is say, oh, and you realize that appointment is with yourself. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't do Tuesday the 21st at 3 to 4, but I could do it from 1 to 2 p.m. So if you're mapping out chunks of time that you're making yourself a priority for exercise, for nourishment, for relationship, all of those things, then when you're scheduling yourself out, you do not block that time. You don't change that time. That's your time for all of those things you block. So then having a coach or someone each week that keeps you tracking and measuring on that, then you don't have to go months and months and years that your gas tank is getting lower and the basket that you have is getting emptier. Because I think about when like Southwest Airlines, when they start at the beginning of the airline, they start with the basket of all the peanuts and all of that stuff. And by the time they get to the end of the aisle, usually that basket is empty. They've given it all out. Well, if you're not replenishing your own basket and you're trying to go out in the world and your basket only has a quarter or a half in it, you are very quickly going to feel depleted, lonely, depressed, unfulfilled. Is this all there is? And we'll continue then to look for how to fill that hole in the soul, because what we thought hustling, getting the deal, getting the title was supposed to make me feel happy, and it's making me feel more pressured. Then we realize we're filling the hole in the soul with other things that are not as nourishing as some of the things we're talking about now. So I was in the early days, I found other things to fulfill that. I drank alcohol to excess, and I was an overachiever. And so I became an overachiever at alcohol as well. So I had to quit drinking many years ago because it was not serving me and it was taking away, chipping at my soul. I used to weigh 300 pounds. I was a very big guy. And I realized that I was filling the hole in the soul with food and alcohol and excessive spending. And I had to realize that had to get under check because I was not in the flow of the spiritual essence as to why I was here on the planet. And that caused me to use my business acumen to put those into practices that could help myself and others.
Steve, this is so powerful. Talk about that hole in the soul that you're describing about. Well, of course, it starts with self-awareness, and you have a level of self-awareness for you to be able to recognize that. But for people who are kind of on that treadmill of life, so to speak, talk about how does that hole in the soul look like, on a daily basis for people?
Yeah. Well, for me, it showed up as a feeling of emptiness, and also, is this all there is? And so when you're doing things that you do something, you get the promotion, you get the job, you get the engagement that someone said yes, you have your first child, all those monumental things, those things start to wear off after a bit. And then there's that leftover feeling of still feeling maybe, wow, I thought this was going to be more. And so anytime we're in our human body, we have ego, and then we have the opposite of ego, which is our spirit. Or some people relate that to, you can come from two places in life. You can come from love or fear, and all things fall in those categories. If you're coming from love, you are in creation mode. And if you come from fear, a lot of times that's holding you back, blocking you down, and preventing you from doing things. Once you break through fear, which I talk about in one of my books, I use a quote that says, fear is also a form of resistance. So when we're getting these things that we thought we were going to achieve and we are feeling holes in our soul, there's a sense of emptiness. There's a sense of longing. There's a sense of feeling isolated. There's a sense of I'm never going to get to where I can find joy and happiness on a consistent basis. It's fleeting. I get happiness and joy and then it's fleeting. How can we keep that consistent? So this hole in the soul, the way I solved it was, again, deeper meditation, relationships in higher intimacy with my relationship with God and universe, and then serving people. I can only serve people through God energy and being aware that's why I'm doing it. So the hole in the soul is when we're filling it with other things. We're trying to use sex, alcohol, money, titles to fill that. And that only fills it for a little bit. That serves our ego. So one of the books you were talking about, the principles of inviting good in or inviting God in, came from some of the early work that Wayne Dyer did. And Wayne Dyer, maybe many of you remember, was a great writer and a great, he was originally a therapist, but he became a spiritual thought leader. He was on PBS and wrote books and was on Oprah, and he wrote a lot of great books. But what he talked a lot about was ego. And he said, when you are in ego, you're edging God out, or you're edging greatness out, for those that don't like the God word. So when I was in my 30s climbing the ladder, and that phrase just hit me, I'm like, wow. When I'm in my ego, I'm edging God out. If it's about me, ego, then I'm not always in my good. So I said, what am I going to do to remind myself to every day stay in not ego? It's not, we can't get rid of the ego. It's always there, and it's a necessary part. But I said, well, then that would be inviting God in, or inviting greatness in, which I called IGI. And at the time, Will Smith had a song called Get Jiggy With It. So I was using the phrase Iggy. So for my own mantra, 10, 15 years ago, I started saying, every decision, every thought I was making, or big decision, I'd say, is that coming from ego, or is that coming from Iggy? And the more I could stay in Iggy, inviting God in, inviting greatness in, inviting good in, versus edging it out because it was about me and what I wanted and what I needed and all of that on a physical level versus a connection level and giving level. So I wrote this book called The Iggy Principles, which is, I think, what you were referencing earlier. And that also talks about how can we find ways to fill the holes in our soul so that we're more full and plentiful to help then God and serve the world in a much bigger way. That is what we're here to do. Whatever your purpose here is on the planet, how can you find that as swiftly as possible? How can you create joy from that? And then excessive monetary income from it that doesn't just serve you, but it serves the planet as a whole, that you're using that for goodness for all and not just for your own goodness.
Well, Steve, I can't wipe the smile off my face with this topic. So thank you. You really brought fire. What I love about what you said is a lot of times we feel these things and we think something's wrong with us, and we judge ourselves and we try to distract ourselves and we numb ourselves, and we misinterpret. And I'm speaking for my own self. I misinterpreted that feeling as ingratitude. I have equated that feeling of dissatisfaction with ingratitude until one day I was in church, and a visiting pastor said that dissatisfaction or just being discontent in life is a gift. It's God's way, or the universe's way of telling us we're meant for more. And as you were talking about all these things, I was reminded of that. And so I love how you've really shed a light onto when you're feeling these holes in your soul, that essentially, am I right to say there's nothing wrong with you, but you get to do something about it, right? Steve, what are your thoughts about that?
I think you're absolutely 100%. I don't think there's anything wrong with any of us as humans. We all are here for a purpose to evolve and grow. And those holes in the soul that I call them are something that are definitely put there as a necessity of an ingredient that's needed for life to evolve. Whether you bake or cook, or you're a chef, or you're an entrepreneur and you create businesses, and you have these components. In businesses, we know we have to drive revenue. We have to have expenses that are in line. We have to make a profit. We have to serve our customers. We have to have market share. We know all those elements. If you're baking a cake, you have to have flour and sugar and all of those things. Those are the ingredients. What I came to realize is when I was running from the hole in the soul and using alcohol and using other things and to fulfill that, I was trying to run away from pain. I was running away from loneliness or emptiness, or is this all there is? And I was using other things for that. When I realized that the universe says, hey, those things we're trying to bring you gifts, as you just said. Those are necessary elements. Just like on your P&L, where you need revenue and expenses and everything to fall in line, hardship and pain and loneliness and emptiness is part of the process. It's a necessary ingredient. So when I'm feeling those things, as your pastor was saying, I found a way to get to gratitude, as you were saying, much faster, because I knew when those things were happening, I then had something else I was supposed to be evolving to. Just like when a tree grows more, a flower spurts a new petal, or grass grows taller or greener, those elements, if those are not there, change can't happen. Friction and pain is what causes growth. Just like when a woman has a baby, and I've never had a baby myself, but I've seen them born and I have some of my own. But when a woman goes to childbirth, it is a painful process and can be messy and can be really traumatic. But what comes out of that is a beautiful life force of a baby, hopefully that's healthy and ready to go. So that painful process in the universe, not just in our lives, in all things, the yin and yang sign that I have behind me reminds me that what we term darkness, or we term unhappiness, or we term loneliness, we want to be only in the light. But when you realize the universe and God made both of those equally as gifts for us, and they're both equally necessary to be humans, then I found a way to embrace hardship. I found a way to embrace death and tragedy in ways that that opened my eyes up. My grandson, who's 5 years old, was recently diagnosed with a life-threatening disease. And I had to find ways to find gifts in that. How horrific it is to have a young child and your grandson be diagnosed with muscular dystrophy. That's a life-threatening disease. And he may have a very short life and he may not. But his path will be different than mine, and he will have his own pain points. All human beings have these feelings that we're talking about. I don't care if you are the president of the United States, if you're Beyonce, or you were Michael Jordan at his heyday. All of us as humans have these things we're talking about. And it's, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to earn it as a gift and take it in triumph? Or are you going to let it pull you back down and think that you're not enough? Everyone is enough. Everyone has purpose. Everyone has meaning in the universe. And it's up to you to take that gift of self-discovery and go create what you want in the world. And realize the pain is part of the process.
Well, Steve, mic drop. What a powerful way to really transition to the next segment, because I love your call to action. Your call to action is, what are you going to do about it? Realizing that it's within us to really take action and do something about it. We've added your website on your name, steverogers.net with a D, because I misspelled it and I couldn't find it. So steverogers.net with a D. And just the website that Steve has gives so much information, so much value. Connect with Steve. Steve, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for now being a new friend of the Los Angeles Tribune. I am sure that we'll have you back in. And I'm grateful for Jim Miller for inviting you. Such powerful takeaways. And so, Steve, I want to thank you. And I want to give you a minute for closing comments. I feel like that was closing comments already, but I know that I have not warned you that we're closing. So closing comments, please.
Yeah, well, I'll do the one I normally always do if I'm asked that question. And thank you, Ava, for facilitating this great conversation. You were awesome with your questions, and Jim Miller would be proud. So thank you, AK Jim, as well. I guess I would end on this. All things with all people, when it comes down to the core of anything that I found is the most important thing I've ever learned of all things, whether it was from Warren Buffett or business, running my own companies, tragedies or triumphs, was this thing about forgiveness. And I talked about this on a panel earlier. But the power of forgiveness, when I realized every day, I need to wake up and say, who do I need to forgive today? And who do I need to ask for forgiveness from today? And if that slate was clean and I had nobody on those lists, my life flowed much smoother and much easier. When I had blocks in my business, when I had things were not going well, when I didn't think the universe was on my side, I always realized once I did that act of forgiving someone or asking for forgiveness, it was so empowering and so powerful. And somehow the waters parted and very quickly things started opening up in my life. So for all of us on the call here, I would remind ourselves of that every day. Who can we forgive and who can we ask for forgiveness from? It's the most empowering thing that I've ever learned as a human being.
Well, so much gratitude, Steve. There are a lot of gratitudes in the comment section. I just want to let you know. Lots of thanks and a lot of takeaways from our audience. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Very powerful. And new friend of LA Tribune will invite you back. Thanks, Steve.
Pleasure, everyone. Thank you. Many blessings.
Many blessings. You know, I always say throughout the 7 days of the LA Leadership Week, we have so much synchronicities. I mean, I can't even make it up. And upcoming is a panel of ladies who exactly walked the process that Steve is talking about, you know, being in the acceptance and the forgiveness and in the navigation of feeling like we're not enough and yet stepping into the greatness and taking action and making a choice. And so I'm going to bring them up on the stage. You're going to fall in love with these ladies because these are actually my ladies. Kelly Cleveringa, welcome to the stage. Yes. And then we've got Jordan Donald. We've got Alexis. Welcome, Alexis. And we've got Daniela coming right up. One more. We've got Dioselina Smith. So these are my powerful ladies. You know, for the longest time, my CEO partner, Morak, always says, Ava, you should have your own panel. And I have always been like serving on the back end and making everyone happen that I haven't really put on my own panel. So this is my Ava Manuel panel. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. So I am excited because we were teed up by Steve Rogers. You know, I'm sure you heard the conversation of what it, you know, and if we as having gone through our leadership journey have gone through that journey of authenticity. What is it like to, you know, feel like we suck, you know, and yet in leadership be willing to do it messy, be willing to do it imperfect, and step up. And you know, I feel like this is the perfect tie on the bow. We've got, you know, Carrie Faith Knudsen saying, I love you all, ladies. You know, I wish that she could be with us, but we'll arrange that some other time differently. Let's start with first, I'm going to ask you, what about what you do right now excites you? And then we're going to go to the leadership questions after. But let's start with what about what you do right now? So tell us what you're doing, what excites you, what lights you up, what brings you joy, you know, in what you're doing and the impact that you're creating in the world. Let's start with you, Kelly.
All right, I get to lead us off. Amazing. So my name is Kelly Cleveringa, and I am a personal transformation coach. And I work with women who feel burnt out, overwhelmed, driftless, like they just have lost their passion, right? They don't have their purpose is missing. So just like me, I've been there. And what really lights me up about the work that I get to do is I am so passionate about helping them remember what it is that they truly want, like letting go of the expectations and connecting in with, you know, what did they want when they started out in their career? What did they want in life? Like, what did you really, really want? And then guiding them to take action and go for it with confidence, because it's one thing to have a dream, but if we don't take any action, it just stays that. It stays a dream. So this is what lights me up.
Oh, Kelly, that is amazing. I want to invite our global auditorium to share this. If you have people who you know in your life have been second guessing themselves, if you have people who are feeling not enough, this is the perfect conversation for them to hear. So mark it. It starts at about 4:35, you know, on the stream of going to be the 7th day of Los Angeles LA Leadership Week. But that's the beautiful answer, Kelly. You know, I love what you do in transformational coaching and helping people, you know, find what is it that they want. As women, it's so hard. It's so hard for us to even like, you know, to even become conscious of what we want because we're so busy making it happen for our family, for our jobs, for everyone else. So I love what you do, Kelly. Let me bring Jordan Donald. Jordan, tell us what about what you do right now excites you?
Yes, thank you, Ava. It's wonderful to be here and see all of you. Yes, I love this reunion. And what I am so passionate about is young adults. Young adults light me up in their 20-somethings. Oh, yes. And what I do is I mentor and coach these 20-somethings who are entering real life for the very first time. And they get to be supported and partnered with, come alongside of, and shown you're not crazy. Everything you're experiencing is normal. You feel like it's the end of the world. It is okay. We got you. We got you. And guiding them through specific strategies to implement in their life so that they're set up to thrive and create a life that they love and brings them joy and peace and happiness.
I love what you do, Jordan. As a matter of fact, you're bringing a younger generation of leaders up in transformation. So I love what you do. Thank you for sharing that. And you do light up talking about it. Daniela, let's go to you, Daniela. What about what you do right now lights you up? Except you're muted. Audio's not working. So while Daniela figures that out, let me ask Jocelina.
I got it.
Okay, well, she's back. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
She found the unmute button. Ladies, she found the unmute button.
No, leaders shift in a moment's notice. We all shift like really fast.
Yes, powerfully.
You have to figure it out right away. So no time for miss things. Okay, so my name is Daniela, and I am known as the abundance mastery expert because as someone that figured out how to get abundance in every area of your life, and for the last 25 years, I realized that there's other women just like me that want abundance in their life, right? Who on here wants abundance, right? All of us in every area of your life, not just money. So that's what I do. So that lights me up to empower women to live a life of abundance with the relationship with their finances, in their businesses, and of course, raise businesses, impact everyone around them.
Great businesses impact everyone around them. That's a mic drop moment, Daniela. Thank you for that. And so we'll bring to the stage next that we're going to ask Jocelina. Jocelina, what about what you do lights you up?
What I do that lights me up, see people when they get to know what is inside their soul. What is the three components inside their soul, and how they breaking free from their traumas that were hidden inside the soul. So that really lights me up when I see people connected with who they are, the real authentic self that was covered by the trauma. And trauma is in the spirit. So when they get to know that the spirit that lives inside them is greater than any spiritual trauma, that they get to own their power, their freedom, their liberty, and forgive themselves for letting the spiritual trauma disassociate them with who they really are and connected with their authentic self. It is life giving.
I love that, Jocelina. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. So what I'm hearing is you're a trauma expert, and getting over trauma is what lights you up in what you do. Let me bring now Alexis Hanley-Tree on. Huh? Alexis, what is it about what you do lights you up?
The mute button. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexis Hanley-Tree. It is a pleasure to be here with you all today. Thank you so much for inviting us to this panel. And what lights me up about what I do these days as a spiritual health leadership trainer that's committed to creating spaces for visionaries to step into and stand in extraordinary purpose, passion, pleasure, and play in life is getting leaders out of our heads and into our hearts and bodies so that we can heal ourselves, live life full out, be excited to live each new day, and do it in a sustainable, holistic way that keeps us far away from burnout and in love with our lives. This is building toward a vision of health and harmony and love and peace and purpose on the planet. So that lights me up every single day.
Well, I love all of that. I'm like, wouldn't it be amazing and awesome to just have everything that Alexis just said? You know what I love about the season that we live in? Like it's a great time to be alive. It is a great time to be alive. To be alive at such a time like this, and we've got people on the chat. A lot of our global audience responding. acknowledging what you're saying, to better understand why do it, about trauma. A lot of people just agreeing with what you're saying and like really giving you applause and flowers for what you do, ladies. I'm gonna go around and talk about, ask you, what does leadership look like? I mean, even in your own life. The reason you're able to speak into the professions that you are in right now and that you give to is because you lived it, and you walked it and you navigated, and now you're able to like support others in that journey. So going in the same direction that we started with, Kelly, what's leadership like to you, both in how you lead yourself and now how leadership plays into your business and what you do for others?
This is a beautiful question. Thank you. Because, my experience has been that this was the medicine that I needed. So for me, leadership looked like tapping back into what it is that I wanted, what were my dreams, remembering that I am powerful, that I am confident, that I, excuse me, that I am worthy, to remind myself of everything that it is that I ever wanted and to actually finally go for it. And so leadership for me looks like staying connected to my vision. And vision means dreams and the goals that I've had, but I told myself I couldn't have them for whatever reason, right? Either it was from expectations from other people, or maybe I'd tried things in the past and I'd failed. And I just started to forget that I have the ability to really go in and make my dreams happen. And that really comes from being confident. Where have I done it in the past? Do it again. Owning my power, knowing that the voice that I've been given has been given to me for a reason. The challenges I've been given have been given to me for a reason. And it's not mine to keep. Like there's this beautiful saying that love wasn't put in your heart to stay. And so what would it look like if every woman remembered how confident she is, how powerful she is, how worthy she is of every dream she had from little to now? Like that just, my heart just explodes thinking about what the world would look like. And so to remind myself and keep in that space, leadership is waking up every morning and reminding myself of what it is I'm up to. And then I mentioned action earlier because action is how we actually make our dreams come true. And so with the action part, it's what is the one step? And what's the next step after that? Just one, like there's this beautiful saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so what is the first bite? And accomplish that. And anytime that I come up against a barrier, either I go and I get support from my leader ladies and my buddies to remind me and help me shift out of what's been holding me back and stepping into that confidence, that worth, and that power again. Because what I want is, and what, not from that selfish way, right? Because when we talk about what I want, sometimes we can think like, well, that's selfish. But if the dream in your heart is there, it's there for a reason. And for you to not share it is actually selfish. So
how powerful and beautiful. And thank you for that action step. How do you eat one elephant at a time? And so what we'd like to really do, and you've done so perfectly, Kelly, is like give our audience, our global audience, we've got a global audience right now. For our people watching on right now, share with us in the comments, what part of the world are you watching from? We've got people who are watching from Thailand, from Bangladesh, from Philippines, from India, from Europe, from Australia. And it's exciting because we are providing resources to people who would normally not have this information that you're sharing. And so what you just shared, Kelly, is so powerful. Let me get to Jordan. Ready me, Jordan. Let's go.
Sounds good. Well, for me, my leadership journey has been, I'm just gonna be very honest and transparent, super uncomfortable for me. Like I'm already sweating here. For me, what leadership has meant, it has meant risking courageously to be vulnerable and intimate with me. And that has been very challenging. What I lean on in those times is commitment. And that would be the piece of advice I would offer to any and everyone, to be committed to yourself. You are worth it and you matter. And by saying yes to you over and over, even when it's hard and uncomfortable and scary, you will see growth. You will see change and transformation and impact. And in some ways, I look around the space that I'm in and it looks pretty similar from the outside, my life today. But I have to say that internally, everything is different. Internally, everything is in ease and flow and peace. And I love what Alexis shared about. For me, leadership truly has been a very spiritual journey. And that sounds maybe woo-woo, but that's it for me. That's what I've really found and discovered, because to get in tune with myself, I mean, that's where it takes you. And so, yes, I would just invite everyone to be courageous, to be committed, to go all in on you. You're worth it, and the journey is worth it.
Thank you, Jordan. You're worth it. The journey is worth it. I love that. Acknowledging that, our audience have responded. We've got people from, I can't even know where there is. Tenerife, Chicagoland, Buffalo, New York, Michigan, USA. So we're saying hi to all of you. She explained it. Canary Island. Okay. Now, watching and listening from Oregon. So all these people are receiving from what you're sharing. Thank you so much, Jordan, for sharing yourself so authentically. Daniela, let's go to you.
Yes, thank you, Ava. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to this LA Tribune Leadership Summit. I've been following you guys for a long time, and I have been on for hours, just imagining that maybe one day I'll be here. And Ava has a saying. So, Ava, what's your saying?
Life is now.
Yes, life is right now. So when she said life is right now, Daniela, you get to be on it also. And it was just like a mic drop for me, because I was thinking it would be in the future, but we create moments like that every day in our life by the way we speak our words. So the moment I put the intention out there and the opportunity arose, and within 2 days, I am on this leadership summit, and it's absolutely incredible. So I want to say thank you for inviting us. And to answer your question, what does leadership means for me is, how do I, Daniela, show up every single day, not just in the world? How do I show up in my family, first of all, with my loved ones? Like asking yourself these questions: do I have a 10 out of 10 relationship with my family, with my kids, with my friends, everyone around me? And then stepping outside your home. Do I have a good relationship with the neighbors, with people at the grocery store, homeless people on the street? How does Daniela show up when no one's watching? What is the impact that I get to do every single day? Because every single day we have the power with our words to empower or disempower everyone around us. So when you're out into the world, how do you impact other people? That's what leadership means for me. I'm standing for people that I don't even know. It doesn't matter who they are. If they come in contact with me, I want to leave them better than I found them. That is what leadership means to me. So one quick example is, you go into a restaurant and there is a waitress, and usually they're beaten up by the customers because sometimes they're not fast enough or something. But Doesn't matter what the waitress does, I always go and ask for the manager. Now, there's a lot of commotion because every time you ask for a manager, there's a complaint. So what do? I get the waitress name and I go towards the manager and I say, listen, Debbie was excellent today. She did an above and beyond job for us today. So I want you next time she's up for a raise to consider her name. And I'm telling you, everybody's face lights up. Guys, try this everywhere you go in the world. Try to find somebody that you can impact with your ways of being. So loving, connecting, being present with everyone around you. So that's what leadership means to me.
Well, now that tells us why you're an abundance mastery expert.
Yes.
Because you also give in abundance, whether it's phrases
Yes.
in the way you show up. You walk, talk, live abundance. So that speaks a lot. So thank you for that share, Daniela.
We call that in leadership. We embody that. We embody leadership. We're not just leaders. We embody leadership. All of us here. Jordan, Kelly, Alexis, Dioselina, Ava, we all embody that.
That's so profound. Just think about embodying leadership. So I just want to invite our audience right now, just like feel your body. And in your body right now, just feel embodying leadership. Like, what does leadership look like to you? Be the leader you wish you have. And what does that feel like in your body? Embody it. Love that invitation, Daniela.
Anyone around you, anyone you meet, anywhere, make their day. Leave them better than you found them. It will shift you in ways you can't even imagine. Abundantly.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, dear Selena.
Yes. So for me, leadership is being able to lead myself and being able to be connected for what is the transformation that I can make in the world for other human beings. For example, one of the big one that I put my heart into this trauma to support people how they can get free from the trauma in their soul, and so such that they when they go to the doctor, they don't say you have a mental issues, that they say let me check your brain and let me check your soul. How is it? That they ask questions that brings people to life. So, and standing in that is something greater than my emotions, the fears that somebody else was saying earlier. We all encounter these thoughts and these emotions. And it's as a leader, my intention is to create something impactful for the world and that my life has a meaning. And one day when I'm not here, people still get the benefit for what I created. And that means leadership for me. And be aware of my surroundings. Be aware that how many people they go to a doctor and they diagnose them with mental health when they only have their issues in their soul that are not addressed, the trauma that is still haunting them. And so I'm here to make a difference, and I'm a proof demonstration of overcomer of trauma, overcomer of those abusive thoughts. And I'm here to support and make things happen. And I love that I'm here, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be here and share with everyone here.
Oh, dear Selena, I love what you said. It's very true that a lot of times people are, I would say, judged right away as having mental problem when they're hurting in their souls and they've got traumas that are unresolved. So definitely love what you do, Selena, and what you do in the world. More power to that. Alexis, we'll bring you up, and we're heading to a next segment with Lauren Lahav, and she's bringing a lot of powerful leaders with her. Our green room is full. So we'd like to give the final stage to Alexis. Alexis, what does leadership look like for you and for what you do?
Ava, thank you so much. I'm Just so honored to be here with you all, and listening to each of you is so resonant because I know we've all stepped into our leadership and our growth and this opportunity in new and different, exciting, sometimes terrifying ways. And one thing that is so consistent I hear amongst leaders, ourselves, everyone I know who's leading in any capacity in life, is walking the talk. And it is something that can be spoken about, but it is much easier said than done. So I want to invite anyone who's listening to this to, really step into, you can do hard things right now. And when you make the unfamiliar familiar and the uncomfortable comfortable now, it's really a choice. So every leader that's leading in any possible way, in any possible place on this planet, is choosing to lean into the discomfort, choosing to show up in hard moments, choosing to do what's unfamiliar, choosing things that maybe other people aren't choosing. So really know that it is absolutely within you to have your freedom of choice and your ability to choose to lead your life. And like one of my other panelists was saying, becoming the leader that you want to see. I grew up in the inner city in a major urban environment in North America, and there was a lot of gaps in leadership. I left a lot to be desired all around. And I felt this calling throughout my life. Like I get to step into leadership, and I resisted it for a really long time because it felt so scary. Like me in the spotlight, no thank you very much. I'd rather someone else do that, like putting it off, saying someone else can do that, but not me. Until finally it came a day where I had to respond to that calling, where I couldn't put it off. I couldn't put my life off any longer. And so it really is, I saw in the comments earlier too, like leadership can be a spiritual journey. I would say leadership absolutely is a spiritual journey, 100%. And it will stretch you inevitably in a myriad of ways. And so to me, leadership looks like learning, listening, being committed to a vision that's far greater than yourself, and enrolling others into building a more beautiful tomorrow. So being brave and having the courage to care.
Thank you for that, Alexis. And I always say in here in LA Leadership Week, there's so much synchronicity. Just exactly what you said, Alexis. Making the uncomfortable comfortable, making the unfamiliar familiar. Having the courage. No one I've known, well, probably there's a lot, but I personally known has walked that so well than the next person who's hosting her own panel, Lauren Lahav. So what we'll do, ladies, we're gonna get a round of applause for our next panel coming up, Lauren Lahav, but we'll bring them right up after this commercial. Thank you, ladies. And as promised, we're bringing you a woman who has walked over 30 years of transformation herself. She's spoken in many stages, including the stage of Tony Robbins, and welcoming to the stage a woman who fights for women like no other, Lauren Lahav. Lauren, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, Lauren.
Girl, where are you? I want to see you. I thought you were here now with me.
I know, right? I am now in Las Vegas. I just moved to. We just revealed that to the whole world. Yes, the Los Angeles Tribune editor-in-chief just moved to Vegas. Yes, so absolutely, we'll get together. But I want you to go ahead and tell us a little more about yourself. Where I know that you're going to require a lot of time to just tell about the amazing things that you're doing. Lauren is someone that we've awarded a Women's Month History Award because she just does so much for women, like so much in the way that you believe for, you believe in women and you fight for women. So thank you for what you do, and tell us a little bit more about you, what you do in your journey to what you're really emphasizing and spotlighting and highlighting to women now in owning their worth. Would love to hear that.
Well, thank you, Ava, and thank you for the award. It's right over there on my wall. I look at it every day, and it's quite an honor. So thank you so very much. I really believe that it's never too early and it's never too late to own your worth. I just got back from with 10 ladies, literally 15 minutes ago. We volunteered at a school for these kids who have never, ever had a birthday party. And just seeing these little girls light up to be like, really, like me, like I'm worth it. And just reminding me, but I think leadership, I think it's been such a, first of all, extraordinary week for you and your team. I just want to thank you for being so extraordinary and being such an amazing leader as well. But for me, I believe that leadership is all, about what do great leaders do? Leaders create change. And the first change, a lot of people have already said it, but the first change that you have to create is change within yourself. That's the first thing. So you shouldn't be out there teaching the lesson you need to learn most. And we have an amazing panel of women that are here. I have been in the world of personal development for over 35 years. But this isn't about me. This is what can we really do to celebrate each other and each other's beautiful leadership, opportunities that present themselves. And all of these ladies, I would say, are all about really, they're the heroes for, first of all, they're all heroes for their kids, even if they're fur baby kids. They're all amazing heroes for their kids. But yep.
Well, Lauren, I'm at your helm. So tell me, do I just bring them all up, or you want to introduce them?
Bring them all.
Bring them all up. Okay, here we go.
All up. Awesome. And here they come. Welcome, 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 all these extraordinary women I could describe right now. It's so wonderful. I don't know, Ava, I don't know if you're still there, but if you are, I'd love for you to be around. Oh my gosh, my heart is just on fire. Not so much Ava, just, I love that you gave me that beautiful award. What I really loved was when you guys said we could bring up a panel of women. And I'm like, yes, I can celebrate more women together. And, what I love about Think and Grow Rich and what you are doing with the Los Angeles Tribune is really honoring, especially that of a mastermind, because I believe it's all about the tribe and how we encourage each other, power of the tribe. And during that mandatory pause in the world, you saw what was really missing was that feeling of tribe and people looking, for community. So thank you, Ava, and everybody at the Los Angeles Tribune for bringing that tribe together. That's really what you've done here. So we're focused on mission. And I think that there's some definite things that we all have in common that when we were prepping for this call, because preparation is so important, we want to give you the very best of what we've learned over these years. And we have a diversity of what all of these beautiful women have brought to the table. And I think the first is that together we grow, right? That nobody wins unless we all win. I think that's a big thing about leadership is how do you help, it's knowing when to step up, but it's also knowing when to let someone else step in. The other thing that we all really share in common is that of faith in each other, faith in ourselves. We helped each other before we got on this call of, how to make sure that we're best prepared. And growth is a really important thing as part of our community, the Own Your Worth community that you were at the event, Ava, along with many of these other women, and our True Legacy Collective, and a group that all these ladies are part of called our Compass Rose. And the Compass Rose is helping people find their true north. And that's a lot about leadership. So speaking of someone who really embodies, well, they all embody that of leading themselves, but we have a very special woman that is on. I'd love for her to share a little bit. Jeanette just got back. Tell them where you just got back from and what you did just now.
Well, I was in Spain. I've always had this desire and this need, this calling to to walk the Camino. I don't know if anybody has heard of it, but it's just a spiritual journey, and it was beautiful. I learned so much, and it was just a wonderful experience. I was grateful to be part of it.
So Jeanette, can you talk a little bit about what mission means for you? I mean, you are such an amazing mom. I think a lot of people, when they think about leadership, they go, I have to choose between if I'm going to do this as a mom or do this, take that trip when my kids grow up. And you run many, many businesses, but can you talk a little bit about your mission and why you don't wait for anything?
Yeah, absolutely. So it took me a while to get where I'm at. I wasn't born a leader, and that's for sure. I think a lot of us grow into leadership, and a lot of things happen along the way that create leaders out of us. And just one day I decided, like, it's a do or die situation. I had to decide, do I want to sit back in the crowd, or do I want to do the things that I was born to do, the things that my heart needs to do? And so, yes, I have a little 4-year-old boy, and he's currently with my mom while I'm here doing this wonderful interview with all these wonderful women. But I think it came down to that point where you have to choose, you have to decide, what am I going to do with my life? I have all these desires, I have all these passions. How do I do it? Am I going to wait until my child's old enough? Am I going to wait until I have the money or the courage or whatever it may be to open up this business, or until I have the knowledge? Or am I going to jump into it and figure out what that fear really is? And is it really a fear?
Right. So how did you do it? I think people are looking, I mean, like, I think you shared yesterday when we were prepping for this beautiful opportunity, you talked about, you did go on this trip and you counted on your tribe. Let's go back to, once again, the power of a tribe and not feeling like you have to do it alone, because leaders are gifts as well.
Absolutely. I think a true leader inspires people around them to step up and be leaders themselves. And I highly believe in that. All of my admin, my team here at the offices, we have 3 locations. They all stepped up to make sure that the business ran. Somebody did payroll, somebody answers phones, somebody's making sure that everybody is being taken care of, the clients are being taken care of. And then in my personal life, I have another tribe, a family, my son's grandparents on both sides, my mom, his dad's mom, they all step up and they're there to support and to just give that ability for me to be like, okay, I can do this. I can go to Spain, and my 4-year-old's going to be taken care of because he has a dad, he has a grandparent, and my business is going to be okay because I have a team of people that are leaders within themselves that can run this business without me, which is amazing.
I love that. So, we're going to come back to you because we have lots of wonderful things, but I would love for you to, what would you say to someone who goes, well, I don't know, I'm not, like you just said, I'm not a born leader. What's the first step you would say for them to owning their worth as a leader?
Figure out what it is that's going to create that worth within you. Like, owning your worth, that's an amazing thing. We should all own our worth, but to everybody, it's different. So figuring out what that definition is for you, figure out what is it that I need to do to own my worth. What does that look like for me? For me, it was being able to go out and be adventurous, to have experiences, to build these dreams that I want, to include the people in my dreams so that they can grow as well. But definitely to be mindful of, like, what is that worth? What do I need to do? What is the first step? The first step is defining it.
I love that. I love that. And it's so funny that talking about adventure, because I'm going to lead into this next woman who I think her mom always inspired me as a leader, especially a leader of her kids. Steph, my favorite story is still when your mama, when you all graduated from high school and your mom took you, well, you can tell the story, but you were kind of thrown into leadership in many different times in your life. Could you share a little bit, first share about your mama and when I was talking about the adventure part of your mom and leadership?
Absolutely. Thank you, Lauren. And it's so great to be here and look at all these beautiful female leaders that I get to link arms with. And Jeanette, that is on my bucket list, the Camino. So I can't wait to discuss more with you too. Yes, my mom did an amazing thing. She has 3 daughters, and she loved being with all of us, but also really cherished the time being with us individually. And so one of the things she did with all 3 of us was each take us for 30 days on a trip of our choosing. And so her and I backpacked through Europe 30 days. And it just was, I look back now, she's no longer on this earth. And so I just think of the chance that I had that experience with her. And then I'm going to get emotional. Then last year, I was able to continue that tradition with my own daughter. And I just feel very blessed. So she was a great role model in just, leading as a mom, and that is where I definitely started my leadership, is being a parent. You have your kids watching you. And it's a place that I get to then really kind of see, what do I want to be modeling, the different, my actions, my words, all those things. And so parenting for me has been a first place of leadership. The thing that you talk about getting thrown into, one, I was a single mom. That was not a big plan. And so rising up to the occasion of that, right? And then most recently, my father passed away about 9 years ago, and ran our family business. And my sisters and I have 2 younger sisters, were thrown into the owning and leading of our family business, which abruptly, we weren't practiced for it. And so, yes, that has absolutely been a new thing that I'm experiencing in my 50s. But I'm really finding out that everything before this, one of the things that really I have learned is that everything I've done before this is something that's transferring into this new opportunity, of leading.
You know what I love, because I love the golden thread that kind of went through what you just shared. And you talked a lot about tribe, like the tribe of your mom, your tribe of your sisters, and so I know that there's been a lot, like you said, you were thrown into circumstances that you didn't know were going to happen. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of your tribe, your mastermind, the people that you surround yourself with, and how important it is for you to really be able to step into the leader that you know that you are?
Yes. I'll actually share a story that I had to do a really hard thing about 2 years ago. And that was actually stepping away from a long-term friendship. And I had just learned that I'm a huge seeker, and evolving and growing. And I had become a new version of myself in that friendship. And sometimes we have friendships just for a season, a moment, a season. Some wonderfully, blessed we can have for a lifetime. But I had to do a brave thing and step away from that, because and put my own personal growth at the forefront, and then go out to seek other women who were open to evolve and support each other and grow and tell the truth and be authentic. And that is what I have absolutely found in this TLC mastermind that you wonderfully created. We're into our 2nd year, and it has really been a very safe and authentic and kick you in the butt kind of network. And I'm all in. I'm ready for it.
Well, you are such a beautiful example of someone who who has faith. And I think that's really a big thing that Napoleon Hill talks about, is that of faith. And the first, though, create how important as a leader, we need to create that safe space for people to be heard, for people to be seen. And once again, it starts with ourselves. I keep bragging about Stephanie for many reasons, because Stephanie, for me, she's part of my daily ritual. And I can't even say that I'm entering my 59th year right now. And on my 50th birthday, Stephanie gave me a beautiful poster of 50 things that she loves about me. And I read it every day. So every single day, almost 9 years later. And so, but what that does is it makes me remember that I'm seen, I'm heard, I'm loved, and that our values are the same. Sure, there are things that we all are different, but I think it's also that part of us that we want to be the heroes that our kids seek in the world. And, and I know that that's our next amazing woman as well. We have Amy Edwards. Man, this girl, she is a rock star as well. And I love when you talk a lot about questions, right? We always talk about the questions are the answers. Amy, can you share a little bit? I know you've had a lot about just making decisions, and what are the questions that you're asking yourself right now to better your life and better your business right now?
Oh, thank you, Lauren. And thank you to the LA Tribune for having us. Thank you for having me on this panel. I'm so honored to be here. And questions are part of my whole life. I have a background in radio. I have a podcast, so I'm constantly asking questions and wondering how we can ask better questions all the time. And how many times are we using our voice to ask the negative questions? I feel like so many times we fall into why me? Why is this happening? What next? What else could go wrong? And I love flipping the script on that and playing with audacious questions, wild questions, which can be a twist on affirmations, which I love affirmations too. And they also are a way to use our voice as a tool. Lauren, you talk about true voice. Our voice is such a powerful tool. And me having a background in music, radio, podcasting, it is my tool. And I know that we have so much power within it if we'll just use it. So asking questions and asking them out loud is not only using the tool of our voice, but also that power of questions. Because when we ask questions, a little neuroscience behind it, when we ask questions, we do two things. We trigger a mental reflex in our brain called instinctive elaboration, which means our brain starts searching for solutions and literally can't contemplate anything else. And we also get a little serotonin release, which relaxes our brain and helps us find solutions. So, of course, it's about asking better questions, but what if you get even wilder with it? I love to play with these ridiculous questions. So what does that look like? It means saying out loud, and that's in your car, or I love doing it in the car because you can talk and you don't look like a crazy person, right? And so maybe around the house, it's fun to do even with your partner or with your kids. And when I do it, I'll just riff and I'll get going and it just gets sillier and wilder. And we can do it right now, right? Like, how can today be even better? How can this panel be reaching so many amazing people and inspiring leaders all over the place? How can I show more love? How can I have so much money flowing to me? Why is life so incredible? How can I be an even better leader, right? And turning that classic that I mentioned earlier around what can go wrong, saying what else can go right, right? And what this does is I know it makes me happy. Like I could feel happy, laughing, smiling, all those things. Maybe you can too. But it also puts us in a gratitude space and a space of creation. And when we're in that space of creation, we're in a space of solutions. Our brain is searching for ways to make this happen, which is so cool. And I love treating things as an experiment. It doesn't have to be forever, right? Give it a try. Try it on for size. See how you feel. And Lauren, you've talked about a mood meter. You check in with your mood after an event or after you talk to someone. So maybe you check in with yourself after you do this and you say, how do I feel? What's my mood like? Oh, it's good. Maybe I'll try that again. So that's just a really fun question experiment that I personally love.
I love it. I don't know why my phone just played. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Really, the alarm just went off. I'm just curious. What was a time in your life when you felt that, like maybe I can't get through this? And I mean, I think that this is a great thing because it's asking a better question. But do you remember a time where you had to go, oh my gosh, I need to ask a better question as a leader? Maybe it was as a mom. Maybe it was a time in your career. I know you also have started your foundation. So what's a time when you're like, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
I am a recovering ruminator. If you know what ruminations are, it's when you repeat the same thing in your head over and over, and those neural pathways get stuck and you get stuck on a loop. And I didn't even realize that this wasn't normal. And I didn't think that everyone wasn't doing this. And suddenly a light bulb went off. I was listening to some growth podcasts. And I mean, I had listened to Tony Robbins way back in the 90s, but still, I just dealt with this rumination issue. And I had to work hard to reset those neural pathways once I realized what ruminations were. And I just heard it on a podcast. It was completely random. And I thought, that's me. And literally the next day, something appeared and someone mentioned it. And I thought, wow, this doesn't happen to everyone. How can I ask better questions? How can I change those thoughts, those things that are on loop in my head, and break out of these old patterns that are so ingrained, whether it's questions, whether it's the stories that we tell ourselves, whether it's just negative self-talk. How can we break free of those? And it takes diligence. You know, it doesn't just happen overnight, unfortunately, but reminding ourselves, having that tribe that you talked about, having people around that'll help remind us. Those are all components of things that can help us ask those better questions and develop it into a habit that really serves our best self.
Yeah, and that's really what leaders do, right?
Yes.
A really great leader is someone who is willing to go, okay, this isn't working, and what can I help do to change that? And when we talk about owning your voice, right, that's the ultimate power. That really is willing to go, you know what, even if I'm going to be unpopular, I'm willing to do, I always say, real leadership is doing the right thing, even if it's the hard thing. Like Steph was just sharing about a relationship that she's like, this, as a leader, she knew she had to step up for her daughter and, you know, for people around her. I remember with my daughter, she said she was going through a tough time, and I said, well, maybe, you know, you should. She goes, no, Mom, that person does not make me feel good, and that this doesn't help elevate who I am as a person. And I'm like, oh wow, she's right. And you're exactly right. I did start after every conversation. I go, how did I feel after that conversation? Did that make me feel great? Did I feel inspired? And speaking of a wonderful inspiration here, this woman had, Tammy, you in the education system and all that you've done for decades. You've seen a lot. You've seen a lot of people who've been in what we would call title leadership because they had a position, but you've also seen people who really stepped into that servant leadership. What does leadership really mean to you? And I know that you love to talk about everything with Think and Go Rich, or that about being, you know, decisions and persistent, but love just to know for you, what is leadership?
Leadership is serving others, plain and simply. It's getting up every day and saying, how can I make the world a better place? What do I have to contribute? I really love what Amy said about asking questions. I think questions are imperative. You know, one of the things that keeps me up at night is, you know, the question, are we doing the best that we can in our schools to serve our students and their families, to help them be successful in 2024 and beyond? So I think servant leadership is where it's really at.
So can you share a little bit as well? You and I have talked a lot. You were just on the podcast, and it was really, I learned so much. I think I could have talked to you for like 100 hours, but you were talking about some of the things when we think we're leading in a right way, and then we're not really listening and we're not asking those questions the way we should. Can you share a little bit about what happened when you were a principal and the young man that was in the hallway?
Sure. I think success leaves clues, and when we're not getting the outcomes that we want, it's in your face. And I had an in your face moment when at the beginning of school one day when I was a high school principal, and my students, I was greeting them as they were walking in the door, and a young man, he was 17, walked in the door. As he walked in, he threw his hood up and he uttered the words, "power down." And I was so distraught. I mean, that a young man would come to school and feel like he was entering a place where he wasn't going to put forth his best effort, be his best self. So I I talked to him. I brought him in to the office later that day, and I said, "Hey, what did you mean by that?" And he said, he said, "School isn't a place that's relevant for me. I'm not challenged. I can do a lot more than I do. I just get by doing the very minimum, and nobody really does anything about that." And so I shared that with my teachers at the time, and we had conversations about what needs to change in our building. How do we capture the hearts and the minds of the students that are in the building? And what is it that we need to do? How do we step up as leaders in our classrooms and leaders of schools to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that students have the information that they need in 2024 and beyond to be successful?
I love that. I love that. And it's really listening, we were talking about, so many of us have been in our professions for a really long time, but no matter where you are, we can all ask great questions. As you know, I'm finishing up my book, Stay True. Imagine that. That's the title. But when we were working on the book, when I was working on it with Katie, I kept coming back to these 4 things. And the 4 things were the identity, how you see yourself in the world, right? Because if we really think about it, that's what's so, like if I don't see myself in a way that, my husband's downstairs, I always say, I'm the freaking catch. I'm the catch of the century. And he started laughing when I first told him that. I'm like, well, if I don't see myself as the catch of the century, how is anybody else? Right. So I have to lead myself with that confidence, with knowing what inspires me, what makes me tick, what's going to, keep me going, what gets me up early, what keeps me up late. So it's that identity that we have for ourselves, the questions that we ask. It always comes back to the questions that we ask ourselves, the tribe that we surround ourselves with, the people we surround ourselves with, and the rituals that we do, right? Those things that we do consistently. And I know, Tracy, I know it's something that that really fires you up. What's a ritual that you do? I mean, you have a lot going on, especially being in the service industry. So first of all, thank you, Tammy, for all the work that you do in the education world. We need you. So we're excited that you're here with us. We tried to get a beautiful, display of different people from different backgrounds. But can you share a little bit, Tracy, about a ritual that you do? Because you got a lot happening. Sounds like you actually might even be there at the.
I apologize if it's loud.
Yes. So
thank you first. Thank you for allowing me to be here with you. Yes, I am in my pub. I hope it's not too echoey. I decided to drop my summer menu today, so I have to be here to make sure it doesn't fall flat. When I was asked this question earlier, I really had to think about it. And the thing that I have to do on a daily basis, and it sounds really cheesy, but I have to get into my heart. I am an overthinker. I think, I analyze, I replay, and that makes me a better leader, for sure. But by taking time, breathing, and getting into my heart. But how I do that is I write. That's a limiting belief I had for many years. My high school teacher said that I was not the greatest writer. So when I started to write, it was really a challenge for me. But I knew that there was a couple of things I had heard on a podcast, as we've heard here, that, it's where we hear things sometimes that they're just a blink, right? They just kind of, but they impact us so strongly. And I heard that leaders are readers, and I wasn't, so I started to read, and that what we write, we invite. So I started to write down all of those thoughts that I was having, the scenarios, so I could get them out of my head and I could put them onto paper. And when I could start doing that, I could start actually leading my staff in a better way. So I write every single day. I started with only 5 minutes every single day because, again, I wasn't a writer, but I knew that the loop that Amy was talking about just a few minutes ago, I also had that, and I still do, to be honest. I'll get into a loop, but by writing it down, I'm able to see the patterns more clearly, and then with that, create new patterns that are more empowering for myself and for my staff. One of the tricks that that I do, so I'm up to about 30 minutes a day. I set a timer so that way I don't get distracted. And then I always write with my favorite pen. So I have either a pen that is one of my businesses, either one of my pubs, or I write with my Montblanc. And I know that sounds fancy, but each of these pens represent who I was and who I'm becoming. So yeah, I write.
I love that. Well, I love that. Well, you know what, Tracy, there's something I'd love if you share a little bit more as well about, I've got one of my favorite pens as well, the Montblanc. But it's great. Like, and I think, having journals, that a big things that maybe a journal that you can stack those journals. Someone went back. I remember a friend of mine, they were saying to me, what do I do with all these journals? I'm like, what do you mean? They were moving homes. And I said, they go, what do I do with all these journals? I go, oh my gosh. You go back through those journals and you see all the beautiful, the good, the bad, the ugly, everything that you've been through and who you are now. They're one of the top people in the world of, network marketing. And I said, oh my gosh, go back and see like what it was like when you were like barely getting by. And like now they always say that they used to do things out of desperation and now they do it out of inspiration. You've had some moments where you really had to step up as a leader at a very young age. Can you share a little bit about what you learned as well as having to step up in leadership as a mama at a very young age?
Absolutely. I just wanted to share, my journal has my name on it, but my name is Tracy, but it has Linners on it because that also reminds me to have fun and play, because I'm a very serious person sometimes. So I was 15 when I found out that I was pregnant. So I became a mom at age 16. And, I wasn't one of the success stories that, went off to college and I made a lot of mistakes and I kept making mistakes. But I just kept getting up. I just kept moving forward and learning from the mistakes with time. And I was reading a quote just a couple days ago that says, we fall down 7 times, but we stand up 8. And that was absolutely how I try to live my life, where, as a single mom, I'm still a single mom. I've never been married, but beautiful relationships I've had in my life. And today I get to work alongside my daughter every single day. She is part of my pub business, and we own our own business together. And I get to watch her as a single mom as well. And I'm inspired by her every single day, watching her. I always say to people that she got my best qualities amplified because it was such a gift to be a single mom. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not advocating for that in any way, but I am saying that, what it did teach me is it taught me to be tenacious, to just never give up, to just keep moving forward, and to become resourceful. A couple of things that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt is I can do anything. That doesn't mean I can do everything. It means I can do anything. And also, it's already within me that I can ask for help. I ask for help more times than not. And one of the reasons that I'm a member of the TLC Mastermind is I found myself in an island. As a business owner, I was working 15 hours a day. I was an island, and I was becoming the smartest person in my world. And I recognized that I needed to look outside of myself because although I can do anything, I can't do everything. And I look around at the sisterhood of these other 6 women, 7 you, and the other 30 that are in our group. I know that beyond a shadow of a doubt, if I have a problem or if I need uplifting or if I just need a different perspective, I just have to pick up the phone and I have that opportunity. So,
well, you know what I love about you? There's so many things as everybody on this call as well, but that you just say yes and you go. I mean, we had never met in person. You see me, I think I was leading a program, and you said, we got to meet, and you jumped on a plane. Even though, so talk about for a second, with that mandatory pause in the world, and as an owner of a restaurant, and what did you do as a leader to step up during that time? Because that's when leadership, right? When it's during those tough times where we really grow into the leader that we know we are, or we give up. So like you said, you got up more times than you fell down. But
that's right.
That specific time, What did you learn? What would you about owning, owning your leadership, owning yourself as a person, say, I got this? What would you say?
Well, first I would say that it's okay to go through all the emotions, because I cried. I got scared. I didn't know what to do. It was not easy, especially I had just opened my second pub 2 months before, and I had to let everybody go. And it was hard because I had been in business for almost 13 years at that time with one of my restaurants. But what I did is I went back to the basics, and I went to the masters, and I started to learn. I went back to learning, and I went in, and every Tuesday for 12 weeks, my staff, my leadership staff who stayed on board with me, we would meet and we would do a Zoom call every Tuesday for an hour, and we would go into personal growth. We actually did John Maxwell's the power of personal development or something like that. I know the name, but we did that every single day. And then I started to ask questions of my staff, right? Like, what can we do? We started to look at what we did well. It was such a beautiful opportunity to really get granular about our business and to look at what we did well and what was no longer useful. So for me, it felt like shedding the unnecessary things. And we learned the pivot dance better than anybody else. Like, you would go one way one day and you'd go another the next day. So we just embraced the suck, if you want to say. As a leader, that sometimes that's what we have to do. We just have to embrace that things aren't going to always be pretty, and that there's always a way, there's always somebody that can help you, and it doesn't have to be done alone.
Amazing. Beautiful. I love the pivot dance. Well, we have another wonderful woman who is a wonderful fur mama. And Dr. Anthony, I think you are joining us with your fur babies. I know that you are all about the power of your tribe and the importance of tribe. Can you share with us about what tribe means to you, and especially faith? I know that's a big guiding light for you as well, guiding so many women in pregnancy. So.
Absolutely. So we call ourselves Sheroes, not because we're Sheroes for other women, but we believe that every woman has an inner Shero, and that I see us kind of as these guides, right? Like if you think of like Luke Skywalker or Yoda, that there's a guide. And even for our women who care for other women, we're a tribe, we're a sisterhood. And it's so important to know who your tribe is, who you consider your sisters, not just professionally. Like, I have this professional life, and my tribe really is important, including my TLC mastermind, like Lauren and the amazing ladies on here, but also who's my tribe at work. And I don't really say that I have work. Like, what I do is my soul work. It's my labor of love as we love on mamas across the nation. And so when I think of tribe, it's who has your back? Who has similar values? Where's this common mission that you have that's aligned? And as we talk about leadership, and I think about leadership in the big L sense and the small L sense, like, yes, I'm the founder. And yes, I tell my team, I'm not the boss. I'm just the captain. I'm the lead, but we work collectively, right? But I think of leadership and what does it mean to me? It means imagination. And as we talk about like Think and Grow Rich, that imagination piece of Think and Grow Rich is so powerful to me, because I love that Tracy talks about writing. She writes in a journal, and I've done that for years. What I found that manifests faster for me is this whole imagining and speaking it aloud. And so I literally take time daily. Some people call it visualization. Some people call it meditation. For me, it's really seeing what's possible as a leader and then giving that vision a voice. And I do that in like this rant, like the power of the spoken word. So for instance, my team, my Sheroes out there, my Shero squads and my Shero teams, I'll say like, hey, y'all are like the Moses out there. You are parting the Red Sea for our mamas and our babies in our communities. And when I say that, I actually see it. And then I get to see it represented in the real world when they go out there. And that's exactly what they're doing in the communities.
I love that. I love just like you said, and you're really just a catalyst. I love how much you empower so many women that are out there as well. We have a beautiful panel as women. We have one more beautiful soul that's going to share. And I think for us, it's about, we know that we're, the whole thing of being independent. We really see this as an opportunity to be interdependent, that we know each one of us supports each other and can bring a different skill or, resource to the table. And, so Christine, it's great to have you. Girl out of order, share with us a little bit about, I know the decision and the persistence. Talk about a persistent one. You just keep going. Don't worry, I won't share what I thought that we were talking about yesterday. But go ahead and share with everybody about what leadership really means to you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Okay, so for me, leadership, as you said, starts with ourselves. Leadership is about knowing who you are at your core. And that starts with understanding what you value most. Because for me, I wear a lot of hats. So I am an attorney. I run my own law firm. I have a podcast, a mastermind. Yes, I do sleep, but not a lot. But to do all of that, I have to really dial in to who I know myself to be and what I value most: integrity, wisdom, love, connection, and community. And what I believe about leadership and what has made me successful at what I do is those values are a golden cord, and they run through every aspect of my leadership: how I lead my team, especially how I lead my divorce clients, because I practice family law. And I see people at their most broken, and I have this ability to lead them on the course of healing. And the way that I do that is by understanding my own values. I don't compromise who I am and what I value, and it makes me a very effective leader, no matter which hat I'm wearing.
I love that. I love that. And like you said, you wear lots of hats, and we have 2 Ruby Slipper Award winners back there. If you're wondering what is up with the Ruby Slippers, it's about they come and join us and share their stories, and they're good, they're bad, they're ugly times, and knowing that all we need really is within us, right? And sometimes I think that we all forget that leadership is really just about owning your truth and knowing that you've got it within you. And it's really going back to those, I would say, once again, those different star points. That first star point being understanding like who you are, what you stand for in the world, your boundaries. You got to understand, what are your boundaries? What are the things that you're saying yes to? It's that constant, steady force of protection around your truth. And it's needed for us to really be those leaders that we know that we're meant to be in the world. The other thing is those rituals. I like to call it our true East. It's, it's marking the passing of time and but also focus on the future, but really being there in the present for ourselves. The community, that of our true West, if you want to call it that, is celebrating the collective wisdom that we all have with each other and together, and that knowing that we're not alone. I'm so grateful for this opportunity for us to share. It reminds me of one of my second favorite books. Definitely, I love Think and Grow Rich, and definitely you need to read that over and over again till it's part of you and join the challenge. I know that's starting tomorrow. The thing that I would share, one of my favorite little books I was talking about, it's called The Prayer of Jabez. And no matter what your religious beliefs are, it says, God bless me indeed. That means that the world needs us to step into our true leadership and own our true voice. And then the second line is, and expand my territory. That does not mean it's always going to be easy. Part of leadership is all about going, you know what? I'm scared, but I'm going to embrace my faith, my wisdom, my decisions, my persistence, and just own that truth of knowing who I am. And when you surround yourself with wonderful people, like here as part of the LA Tribune this week, hopefully you've gotten lots of wonderful nuggets. I'm so grateful for the people that are in our lives and remind us of the truth of what's possible. And if you look behind me, you can see I am obsessed with my manifestation boards, because it's all about, manifesting our magnificence. That's really what leadership is. And more, what that really means is, who do I need to become? And if we could leave you with anything, for you to decide for yourself, who do you need to become to step into the leader that you know that you're here to be, for your family, for your community, for your businesses, for your, non-for-profits, whatever that might be that you have, is that just ask yourself those. Once again, it goes back to those questions. What are those questions that you're asking yourself every day to step up as that in your level of leadership? What are the people that you're surrounding yourself with? What are the rituals that you're doing daily to remember the truth of who you are? And most importantly, who are you? How do you see yourself in the world? And, it's not just for some people, it's for everyone. And because of events like this and opportunities like a week of hearing from hundreds of extraordinary people, I think that this is a beautiful gift. And thank you to the LA Tribune for all of us to share a little bit of nuggets that hopefully will get you to wake up, but more importantly, not just wake up, but truly stay awake to the amazing leader that you are. So thank you to all of my beautiful ladies that have joined us today. Thank you for all of you for taking the time to be here and listen with our panel, and we hope to see you soon. So Eva, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. We love the Lauren Lahav tribe. We love what you stand for with women. We love entrepreneurs here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And we are so excited that you all are making your impact, the difference that you're making, the leadership that you're walking and making an example of. And you've got so many fans on the comment section. So thank you, Lauren. And with that, we're just going to be right back right after.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural LA Leadership Week. My name is Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and I am thrilled to have you join us for what promises to be a historical occasion. At the Tribune, we've always admired the glamour of LA Fashion Week, which celebrates our external aesthetics. Inspired by this, we envisioned a week dedicated to the beauty within, our character and values. Hence, Leadership Week was born. Our mission is ambitious: to ignite a global celebration of human character, much like the excitement surrounding fashion. We have brought together the top thought leaders from around the world to help spark this movement. Today, you're not just attendees, you're partners in reshaping media and challenging the status quo. Last year, our initiatives reached over 1 million people, inspiring acts of kindness and leadership worldwide. This week, we aim to double that impact. Character is power, as Booker T. Washington once said. Let's harness that power to not only change the conversation, but to change the world. Thank you for your commitment to making a difference. Together, we will make this world a better place. And welcome back to the LA Leadership Week. And what a powerful panel that was. And here we are, day 7 of 8 days of leadership, including our bonus day. And are we ready to wrap up Leadership Week?
No. 1,000 times no.
1,000 times no. We're going to keep it going because the world needs these leaders to share their principles. And if we end Leadership Week too soon, then some principles that somebody needs to hear will not be heard. And God forbid that happens. So we're going to continue with our mission here to redefine media by making the world a better place. Doing our daily check-in with my co-facilitators, co-hosts, and there are folks here in the virtual auditorium that have been with us the whole way. So if you have been here every single day of LA Leadership Week, I want to congratulate you because you are the spark that the world needs. And the principles that you're learning, you're going to take back to your communities, take back to your families, take back to your friends, take back to society, and share them. You see, the way to really make an impact is to double down on the reverberation effect, right? A lot of people talk about this idea of, with life extension and biohacking and this obsession with living forever and, microchips in human brains. If you want to live forever, folks, it's called good deeds, because your good deeds will have a reverberation effect. Good deeds last forever. The vibration of a good deed continues and continues and continues. And here we're celebrating leadership. We're celebrating good deeds for 7 days, actually 8 days straight. And with that, we want to do our check-in. Let's start with you, Miss Julianne Meyer.
Thank you, Mo. I love what you just said, because you can live a really long time, but are you actually living? Are you making a difference? So I think that is such an important thing, doing good deeds. Somebody once said to me, it's our job to help one person in the world. And if we've helped that one person, then we've done our job. And unfortunately, not everybody does their job. So try and help more than one person. And that just stuck with me ever since then. But I'm so happy to be here.
And, one of the scariest things that happen in life, Julianne, to shift gears, is when you hear about a friend or a loved one being in the hospital. And this morning, the Los Angeles Tribune was rattled. This morning, the Los Angeles Tribune was shaken up because our very own Rex Sykes was in the hospital this morning. So for those that are wondering, where is Rex? Unfortunately, there was a medical hiccup that we won't talk details of, but just know that he's doing better, and just know that he's being discharged, and know that he will be joining us. And he's actually currently in the virtual auditorium. So we want to just take a second to ask all of our audience to send prayers to Rex, to send good vibrations to Rex. If you're a healer, send healing energy and message him. Find him on social media. Find him on Facebook. Let him know that you care about him and that you love him, and remind him how important he is to the work that we are doing here at the Los Angeles Tribune, because he is a pillar of the Los Angeles Tribune, and he's a fan favorite, both in front of the scenes as well as the work that he does behind the scenes. So we're so grateful. All of us at the Los Angeles Tribune were shaken up this morning when we heard the news, but thankfully, he's still with us, and he's still leaving comments, and he's still on this earth. So I want to thank the man upstairs for allowing us to have more of Rex Sykes on this planet, because if he was taken away today, it would have been too soon. So thank you, Rex, for staying, and thank you, Alicia Ava. We want to give the floor to you now. Alicia, please.
Yes, Rex, we are thinking about you. We are sending you well wishes and prayers. I mean, today has been a phenomenal day all week during Leadership Week, but today we talked about the soul, feeding your soul, really listening to those nudges, what's moving you from the inside out, and healing your heart so that you can show up for the world. We were on earlier on the philanthropy panel. There was so much talk about love and peace and pouring into yourself so that you can pour into others. It's just been remarkable that community has come together. We'd love to hear from you all that are joining us in the virtual audience. Let us know what you've learned. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. And please continue to share LA Leadership Week with your family, with your community, because the conversations that we're having today are conversations that are truly contributing to the world, truly contributing to uplifting those and healing those that need to hear these words.
We want to welcome Michael Silvers as well to join the stage. Michael Silvers, we're taking a moment.
Michael.
Leadership, celebrate how sometimes life can hit us with the unexpected news. And this morning, when we found the news that Rex was in the hospital, I know all of us were hit with a punch in the gut. And thankfully, he made it. We won't go into details, but what we will say is that we didn't know this morning if we could end the day here on the Leadership Week saying that our very own Rex Sykes was still with us. We did not know that. But now we know that he's still with us. And so, Rex, we love you. And thankfully, the public appearance you made yesterday was not your final public appearance. And we want to also welcome Rachel Weaver. And Rachel Weaver, I guess, yes, well, Rachel, Mr. Michael Silvers, please, you have some words to share.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. I think that every day, and we've all been, a couple of us have been chatting with Rex, and it's really about how we live every day. And I think that's what he's done. It's just make every day the best. We don't know, right? We drive cars. There's all these things we could do, and we can always live like that, or we could live today. I'm going to be of service today. I'm going to do something today for somebody else that I haven't done before. And I'm going to keep moving forward every day, because if nothing else, when we talk about legacy, people say, I'm into my legacy time. We don't know really what that means, right? So, because some people's legacy time is something in their 20s, and it's everybody out there. You've been an amazing audience. I'm watching all the posting, just blessings to all of you, blessings to Rex, and just stay with us every day, because it's about that integrity of the information, gathering it together, and then passing it on to somebody else, because nobody ever knows. And it's just a blessing to be here.
Miss Ava Manuel.
For sure. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I love that we really have encompassed leadership in its entirety here at LA Leadership Week. Today we were about philanthropy, filling the holes in our soul, and also spiritual, also mental health, and women leaders, So, and now tonight we still have a boxing champ that's coming up after today's stream, coming on a second stream. So totally encompassing leadership in its fullness, and it's so exciting that we still have day 8 coming right up. So I am still sitting at the edge of my chair, looking forward to what's coming.
Thank you for that, Ava. Miss Rachel Weaver.
Wow. So many takeaways. I could not be more grateful for everything that I have learned and been able to take in and absorb on this incredible Leadership Week presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. So grateful for you, Mo, Ava, Alicia, everyone at the Los Angeles Tribune. And we are definitely keeping Rex in our prayers. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who have tuned in this week and listened. If it wasn't for you guys, Julie and I, Michael and I, none of us, we couldn't show up with this energy and this enthusiasm, because you guys keep us going. We see your comments. Please continue to share. We are making such a positive impact. People are leaving life-changing information with each and every one of you. And because of what Mo and Ava have created, we are giving these resources to you for free. So please share, care about those that you love and and together we can make a positive impact. Thank you so much, Mo.
Thank you so much. And the final point we will make about Rex is, please just send him your energy. We have a photo of him here. Please send him your thoughts. Please send him your good vibes. You can look at the photo and just visualize him in front of you and send him love. And healing energy. And Rex, we're so grateful that you're still with us despite the medical scare in the morning. You're still with us, and God willing, you'll be with us for a long time. So Rex, we're looking forward to you being back on the air very soon, and we're looking forward to you being on camera. Oh, in fact, I think we may get him sooner rather than later. Mr. Sykes, will you give us a thumbs up? Thank you, sir. There he is, Mr. Sykes.
Hi, everybody. Wow. I put on a jacket just to be proper. Let me say that.
Rex, I was going to say, after all of that emotional words that we gave you, we wanted to hear, how are you doing?
Well, I'm okay. I mean, they say the next 48 hours is still critical, but, I'm when what happened, I thought, I can do this. I've got it, and they give you all the bad stuff about what can go wrong and what to watch out for. And I've just been very great. I had good hospital care, so that was wonderful. I I'm now home, and when I was around 25, I attempted to kill myself, and when it didn't work, I was really mad. I was like, "Wow, I failed at killing myself. I can't believe what a loser I am," and I was pissed, that it didn't work. And then later, I realized, I guess I'm meant to be here, and I've gone through. I hate to use the word near-death experiences, but I've gone through so many of those in my life that I always am very grateful for every day that I have, because I realize that every day that I have could have been otherwise. And today's the same thing. It's just another reminder of how precious life is. And with the outpouring of people here on the panel, excuse Bailey, I mean, the dogs, I ended up in the emergency hospital. The dogs were left all alone. They're kind of confused, but, I'm trying to comfort them. But the outpouring of love that you all have provided me and the support that you have given me, I cannot tell you how much it means. And that's what leadership and what goodness is all about, is pulling together for people in need. And I'm just one of billions of people who have needs, and my needs are minor compared to some of the needs of others. So if this can serve us just to simply remember, your friends, your family, strangers, the people we pass by every day without looking at, they might not be here the next day, or something, or they could be, but they could be, with greater needs, whether it's homes or meals or, money or whatever it might be, then it's up to us to just act as much as we can on their behalf, because we're in this world, this soup together. And I love you, and thank you so much for everything and all the comments and prayers and things that people are sending. I don't want to take up more time. I just
Rex,
want to.
No, we have this segment is actually us. We're all going to have several more minutes here. And for those that are just joining us, Rex Sykes, our beloved colleague, co-host, and co-producer, many people were wondering, where was he on day 7? Usually we open with Rex Sykes. Well, those of us in the background working here to put this event together found out that he was in the hospital, and we will not go into details. All we will say, Rex, is that we, myself included, I did not know if Rex Sykes was still going to be around in the evening today. I did not know.
Get rid of me.
Well, I did not know if there would be a Rex Sykes by the time the program ends. I did not know. We did not know. And so we're grateful that you're on the screen, and we're grateful that you're still with us. And I just want to thank our team for pulling it together, because everyone showed up. Everyone was professional. We were so worried about you, Rex. And, whoever in the cosmos asked the question, and the question was, is it time for Rex Sykes to walk into the sunset? And the answer was no. That was the answer.
Well, here's the thing, though, too, is that, last night when I went to bed, I didn't expect to be in the hospital in the morning. And when I was, when I realized that that's what was happening, I'm glad I had last night. You know what I mean? I mean, in other words, we don't know. We just don't know. And so I had to try and reach out and say, hey, I'm not going to be there. And we've got, important things that are going on, and I can't do it, because I'm not available. And to have everyone rush and reassemble and to coordinate and to take care of the things. I'm just a cog. I mean, I'm just one of the pieces in a wheel that's taken care of by tons of other people besides me. I mean, but everybody scrambled and did what they could to make the occasion work, because they're servant leaders you are all servant leaders who are, ministering to the people who are watching this right now and who will watch it in the future, with or without me. And so you did that. And then I had to coordinate with the other people who were relying on me to be here today. And then they had to do the same thing at their end, and that kind of a chain of things. And you know what? Everybody did it. And for whatever reason they did it, and that I'm a little tiny part in all of that. It's just truly humbling, just amazingly humbling. So not only am I happy that I'm here, but I'm happy that I'm here with all of you. I mean, that really is truly a delight. And if for no other reason, that this serves as a reminder to all people that it's the people around us who are so important, and we are too, but that we're so important, and that together we're in this, and we can create a better world each and every moment. So never take a day for granted, and play every day that you can, because hey, it could be otherwise. So why not celebrate everything while you got the chance? And I'll shut up. And
we are highlighting Rex Sykes, and Rex, we're going to highlight you for the next 15 minutes or so here with my colleagues and I. But just to put it in proper context before I pass the microphone back to Michael Silvers, how long ago, how many minutes ago were you actually in the hospital?
I got back just a little bit. What time? I'm trying to find my time here. I've been back about 45 minutes, maybe, or an hour.
45 minutes. So 1 hour ago, you were actually in a hospital bed, and now you're back home. Thankfully, they discharged you, and now you're live on the air with us. And I just wanna say that we're so grateful to still have you here. Before we go to Mr. Silvers, I see Julianne. You just sent a heart. Julianne, do you have something you'd like to say?
Rex, I just want to say I'm so glad that you're with us, and it just shows that you are a servant leader. You, an hour ago, you're in the hospital, and here you are. Not only are you on camera, but you're wearing a suit jacket too.
I'm not wearing pants, but I am wearing.
I kind of gathered, but and a sense of humor. That's what this is all about. As Michael Silver says, one team, one family. That is us, and that includes everybody who's watching and joining us in the virtual auditorium as well. Michael?
Thank you. Well, before Michael speaks, let me just say that I was very touched. Michael was one of the first people who heard and reached out to me, texted me, and then we spoke, and he said, I've been a nurse practitioner, so, I understand what you're going through. And that meant everything to me. And I appreciate you, Michael. And I appreciate what you just said, Julianne, and everyone. Without you, it would have been all of you, and in my heart, in my mind, and now it would have been a very different experience, perhaps. But it's all good. Thank you, Michael. Go ahead.
You're welcome. It's the kind of thing that I think we always, as a team, people were asking me about the Tribune and what we're doing and what's being created. And it's very much about the family, right? It's very much about, how do I show up? How do I do this? And am I willing to do more for others? Look at some of you, Ava, have been literally on for 29 days now. No, but it's been, 7 days, and Rex, you were living on here, and we're showing up, we're doing this because the audience means so much to us. Making the message for the audience means so much to us. I think that's a really big piece, and that's really important as we move this forward, so that we just keep the message going. And I can't say enough for the audience out there, you're on a long-term journey with us. You're going to see us in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. There'll be more shows. There'll be information. It will be for those who want to work with us, for those who want to dance in the studio we're in, for those who want to swim in the pool. Let's just throw all of them out. But it's really, we are not going anywhere. We are here to play. I was having this conversation with myself. My business partner was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. And everything she's done is 12 to 18 years. And I'm sort of the same way. And a lot of us are on this long-term journey because we're leaving it for me, it's my grandkids and my wife and my kids, right? It's nieces, nephews, cousins. There's a generation coming up behind us. And what are we going to leave? And it's are they going to be able to take that information and move forward? So it's a really exciting time. So I want to thank everybody for being on. It's just awesome. And I'm trying to pop the schedule open to see where we're moving to at the moment. So Ava, direct me.
Absolutely. And since we have the surprise appearance from Rex, we're so thankful that our panel is patient and understanding that the panel will not be as long as scheduled, because Rex just got discharged from the hospital and we want to spend some time with him on the air. So we want to thank our next panel and the co-host for understanding that, because this is a big moment for the Tribune, and so many thousands of people were messaging, asking me personally about Rex, saying, is he okay? And my honest answer was, I don't know. They said, is Rex going to make it? I said, my honest answer is, I don't know. And yet here he is, thankfully.
Well, and I'm monopolizing the time. I do want to say this. I'm in the hospital and I go, no, I have something I have to do. I'm supposed to be on the air, like in a half an hour. I cannot be here. And they're like, no, you're going to be here. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I've got to do this, and then I realized, they're trying to help me, and I can't be a prick to them essentially by demanding all these kinds of things. So I had to say, okay, and then go, how do I go with the flow here? And that's why the Los Angeles Tribune, Michael, and everyone that you're seeing right now, Mo and Ava and Alicia and Rachel and Julianne and everybody else who's not being named at the moment stepped up and just, stepped in. And again, I'm not a major part. I was just a piece. But so they did what they were supposed to do. And meanwhile, I'm, being a dick to the attendees and the doctors and everything. I really wasn't that bad, but I'm just saying I was, and then I realized, okay, they're serving me. So, I just said, all right, I'm here, do your thing. And everything was wonderful. So,
Rex,
yeah.
But that's what a great point. We're doing a leadership series, right? That's what we've been doing. And you as a leader, leaders always, you turn it to your team. There's a reason we're a team. It's that trust and delegation. Great leaders know how to do that. What a great example. Thank you.
I want to just take a second to highlight that Rex was in the hospital and we won't go into details, but from 1 being a finger prick, 10 being you're pretty much dead, the seriousness, in my opinion, was a 9, and we will not go into details. So we did not know whether Rex would be alive or not by the end of the day. That's how serious the situation was. And yet, despite being on what some would call a deathbed, Rex was fighting to be back on the air for Leadership Week for day 7. And I just want to make that point for our community, and I want to make that point for the folks watching, and I want to make that point for my colleagues on the air that are here with me, is that when you are living your purpose, nothing can stop you. You see, what are we all doing here on the screen collectively, individually and collectively? We're all living our purpose of making the world a better place, our purpose of being a leader that creates other leaders. And so we're all doing that. So we have this fuel, this energy, this motivation. Rex intuitively, even though he's on his deathbed, which thankfully turned out not to be a deathbed, but he doesn't know, the nurse doesn't know, the doctors don't know, they want him to stay. He says, no, I have to go back on the air. I have to finish Leadership Week. I have to teach. I have to facilitate. I have to co-host, co-produce. So we want to thank you, Mr. Rex Sykes. I don't know why you guys are laughing, but and also
it was serious.
Yeah, and also Rachel Weaver, Alicia, Julianne. We also want to hear from everyone else as well. Rachel Weaver, please.
Yes. First and foremost, Rex, the minute you sent that message in the group, my heart just, you didn't even give details, but I knew what you were going through because I experienced something scary sooner, just previous. But I will say that immediately my first thought process is, no matter what your beliefs are or your religion is, believing in faith. And I'm someone who believes in the power of prayer, no matter what you're praying to. And I think all of us in the back end on our group, we're all rooting for you and praying for you. And we're so grateful to have you here. And you are a true testament to leadership. So thank you, Mo, for taking the time. I get choked up because I'm so grateful to see you back on the screen. We love you.
Well, thank you. And you reached out right away, and others did too. I mean, just thank you. I mean, very thank you. And yes, you did go through something very.
No, I didn't. We're done. But thank you.
Julianne.
Rex, at first I thought that Mo was joking when the text came through because we're such jokesters. And then I realized, wait a second, this is serious. And I got to tell you, it was like so hard for me to fathom because like, no, Rex is supposed to be here today and you are. And I'm laughing because life is so serious and we are so blessed that you are here. Yeah. And I am celebrating that and enjoying every moment with you. And it just goes to show you just never, ever know. So why not make this moment count?
Yes.
Stop putting it off.
And Julianne, how many times do we wish we could tell someone that we love them, but it was too late? Exactly. And I think that the lesson for all the folks watching at home, with Rex Sykes being in the hospital this morning and us not knowing if he'll make it or not, and now here he is miraculously. And Rex has defied the medical odds multiple times in his life. If you read his best-selling book, Life on Your Terms, it's not the first time he's defied medical odds. They wanted to keep him for 48 hours, but he left in less than 12 or 13 hours, or less than 24 hours, actually, I believe. And Rex, I love you, and we all love you. And this is a great opportunity to say that to you, because you almost slipped away. And I'm glad that I did not have to turn this picture into a eulogy picture. I'm glad that you're here with us.
You didn't have to. Yes, I'm glad you didn't have to either. That I would appreciate it if they find a slightly different photo to remember me by. Like maybe this one.
Alicia, do you have any final statements before we go to our next panel?
Rex, just delighted to see you here with us. I know this morning is scary. You pour into so many others, and we pour into you, and we want you to know that we love you. We appreciate you. We've been thinking about you. When we were talking earlier, you're like, can we, Rex, don't worry, we've got it. We just want you to know that we are sending so much healing energy to you, and that you are supported just like you support everyone else. It's so nice to see you back here with us. And we're just thinking of you, and we're continuing to send you healing energy, because that doesn't just stop today. And we know that you'll continue to need it, but just want to say that we appreciate you. And to all that are out there that are going through medical scares, we're sharing love and energy with everyone and sending healing energy to the world, because Lord knows the world needs that healing energy. And so we are sharing it with everyone.
Oh, wow. That is so wonderful. Thank you. Can I share something I maybe wouldn't, but it could be kind of like a teachable moment for all of us. And that is, I'm in the hospital. I mean, even before I'm in the hospital, I'm thinking, I'm going to be okay no matter what. But I'm in the hospital, and Napoleon Hill came up, because Napoleon Hill gives two examples of patients. One person who said, this will be the death of me, this will be the death of me, this will be the death of me, and ends up dying. And then the other person who they gave no hope to live, nothing, no evidence that he would live. Say, I'll see you in a little while, and I'll be out. And the person, then came out. And those were two stories that Hill shares in Think and Grow Rich or Laws of Success. And so I kept thinking, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. That said, I couldn't get a hold of everybody by phone because of the early hours. So I did text my children and just say, I love you. I want you to know I love you. I didn't say I'm in the hospital and this is it. I just said, I texted my children and the people, my family kind of thing, and just gave them a note of love. If it was going to be my last word, if it could have been my last words, and I wasn't thinking that it would be, but that, that I was going to get through this, but that if they were to be, then I wanted them to have at least know that I was thinking of them at the time, and that because they love and mean so much to them. And the hardest part was thinking, my girl dogs won't have a clue what happened to me. I'll just be gone. I'll just be gone. And hopefully somebody will realize that I have girl dogs that need to be taken care of. So all these kind of weird thoughts go through your head, but I was convinced that I'm going to be fine. So there's tomorrow, the next day, and all the other days. And one day, that will be different. So whenever that is, until then, you got to think, I'll see you again. I'll be back. And then live your life as best you possibly can. And love the people who love you, and serve the people who you can serve, and do good in the world, because it's just too short. And there's just too much not good in the world that needs correcting. And the only people who can correct it are the people who will correct it. And that's the people I'm looking at, and the people that are looking at us. Thank you so much.
For sure. One of the most favorite quotes I saw from the comments is Dame Doria's saying, Rex has many lives. And we're claiming that Rex has many lives. So co-host, thank you for honoring Rex. And Rex, you were on the phone panicking this morning with trying to make things right. And I'm like, Rex, let it go. It's okay, but I'm very, very grateful that you're here. So we're transitioning to the next segment. And with that, we're going to be right back after this quick commercial.
Hello, everyone, and we continue to welcome you to LA Leadership Week. If you've been tuning in, you would have heard us speaking with and pouring into Rex Sykes, who is near and dear to our community and had a health scare today. And we are so glad that he is here with us and came to join us with LA Leadership Week. LA Leadership Week continues, and today we are delighted to bring on guests and show you how leadership comes in many, many different forms, and it impacts society in many different ways. And so it is a delight and it's an honor to bring up Theron Feemster to the virtual stage with us. Theron, he is a musician trained in Berkeley and Boston, Grammy award winning. I could take so much time to share more about him, but would love for him to join us today. Hello, and share more about himself. And we are joined with Rachel, who will be co-hosting this segment as well. Theron, how are you? It is so nice to see you. We also have Dr. Gershom here, and we have some special guests that will be joining us momentarily. But for now, would love to hand it on to Thurm to share more about who he is and some of the great work that he's been contributing to the world.
Hello. My name is Theron Feemster. First of all, Rex, that was really awesome, man. I just want to just send my love to you as well. And yeah, positive energy and having a support family is being human first. And so that being said, thank you for having me on. Thank you, Dr. Gershon. I am about humanity. I've been playing since I was 2 years old. I grew up playing in church first, a very spiritual church where it was about love, where I got a chance to score people's hearts, and with no distractions. I had parents that allowed me to be free and be creative. He's in the orchestras, to give you a little background growing up, and then I went, to Berkeley College of Music later, and from there I came to California, where I feel like I started training, where I trained with teachers like Dr. Dre, Michael Jackson, Babyface, and so many other wonderful teachers I got to train with. But I believe that brought me to this place. I've always been the person who wanted to use music to heal, music for wellness, music. And then you learn that music is sound, and sound has a lot of beautiful medicinal purposes, medical purposes, and energy. And so my wife and I, we have this amazing company called Neuromonics. And Neuromonics is the first company where we have FDA clearances to where we deal with, it's a wellness company, and we deal with tinnitus. So it's using your favorite music and the things that you love to listen to, and as you listen to it, it cures your tinnitus. And once we realized that tinnitus is such a big deal today, and so many people have it from young to old, I thought it was important to make that transition to just dedicate my life to humanity using sound and the different things that sound can do to make people feel better. So we're really excited about Neuromonics and how it's going to give people a new way to not only listen to their favorite music, but a new way to actually heal too. And then from tinnitus, we also focus on headaches. We focus on nausea. We deal with the military and VA and helping those who need a different way to heal. And so I'm glad to, the Grammy part of my life, I feel like was the school of my life. And I think humanity is the reward, to use that part of my life and focus to use sound to give people a new way. Y'all see, that's a different kind of sound. And
Yep.
but using sound to make life better for people in all different ways, because I believe sound can go places that certain modern medical tools can't. And so that's my heart. My heart is humans. My heart is, how can I use the gift that I have and work together with other people who have the same light to make humanity better. So that's me.
Wow. It's remarkable what you're doing now and how you've been a musician. You mentioned that you started playing when you were 2, and you've taken your love for music but shifted it in a way that's really helping heal the world. Music already heals, but you've taken that one step further. And can you talk a little bit more about what you and your wife are working on with this music as healing energy for those that don't know. You know, today it's synergy, right? That you've joined
Yeah.
us today. Today we've been talking about finding your purpose, filling your soul, right? And healing energy. Would love for you to share a little bit more about what the work that you're doing with your wife is all about.
Um, it's it starts with trusting your intuition.
Yeah.
Trusting it is sometimes I think when we deal from memory from the past and we deal from the past to make futuristic decisions versus being in the present. I think when you're playing, not think, but when you're playing, you're dialed in and you have the intention that you want this song, you want this sound to make somebody feel good. And one of the first rewards you will see humans' reactions, whether they cry or where they just keep the song on repeat. And then you're like, that's scientifically doing something. That's not just magic. That's not just. So I wanted to chase the science. I wanted to understand the science of. I want to be. I wanted to be able to repeat it. So and to really and to brag on my wife. I know she's special, and I say this because our worlds combined. Because she focuses on the homeless, and she partnered up with LASA, and she built one. They're modeling um some of their homeless community properties from her, and her thing was she just didn't want it to be affordable housing. She wanted it to be wellness housing. Put them in a position where they can heal, they can grow, because they're human too. And and I love her because she understands, like, being human is special. You know what we're capable of, the ability to learn, the ability to share energy, to be able to grow. And so she's doing these wonderful things, building innovative buildings in unique ways for people to feel better. So she builds to heal. And so as she brings them, I love supplying them with sound medicine, you know. And so where they can listen to their favorite music, find out where they're at, whether it's depression or they, dealing with different, you know, things that make their life uncomfortable, but using sound scientifically to help make their lives better, and in such a modern but lifestyle way. Like, have a lifestyle of just healing with listening to sound. And there's so much more that she does and we do together. But I'm really proud of her, and I'm just grateful to have met a person that inspires me. She loves humans just like I do, and then that is our life purpose: is to use our gifts to push humanity forward.
I absolutely love that. I truly feel like you and your wife are a power couple who are purpose driven and changing the world. I couldn't agree more. I know all of the people that I am surrounded with, including myself, who have gone through significant hardship, right? All of us here, all of us change makers, we've all gone through things, we've seen things, and we've dedicated our lives to showing up to serve, right? And I think to your point, sound is so healing in a scientific way, not just emotionally and psychologically, but physically too, because when we are using music as therapy, it's helping us heal on many different levels. And so the fact that you are a musician and you have taken, just like Alicia said earlier, taken that to a level of making a positive impact and studying how to scientifically heal others with sound is so profound. What would you say was the driving force for you? Because most people, when they want to become a musician, they're not thinking, I want to become a musician to heal, right? They love music, they love sound. So what was the driving force behind deciding you wanted to use your gift, your talent, your hard work as an artist to help others?
It was special. It was our son Theron Feemster. He's the fourth. When my wife was pregnant with him, I remember, and I know she's okay with me saying this. She went through a time to where she was very sick during her pregnancy, and I was like, man, I'm going to the studio and I'm writing all of these songs. I'm making people feel better. I'm making people feel free. But she has this bad nausea. How can I use sound to fix that? So it was from somebody, my wife. I wanted to be her superhero. I wanted to be there for her with my sound. So it wasn't even about writing hit songs anymore. It was more of, I have this power. How can I make her nausea go away? And so that started the engine for me of realizing that we're sound and frequency. We're light and frequency. You know, people drink coffee or tea, but that when the light gave me the idea, I was just thinking about if I learned how to compound sound frequencies, because when people go to the gyms, they listen to music to give them energy. That's science. To capture it, compound it, put it in a mantra cycle. I put it in a loop to where people can just listen for energy. But it was repeatable. So I wanted to put those ideas in nausea and headaches and things where I can say, hey, my wife loved the movie Pride and Prejudice, so I'll play that piano part for her. Da 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 da. So what if I can put the frequencies in all of those notes? So every note that hit her also made her nausea go away. And 12 years later, we have neuromonics, and this is the beginning. And I believe neuromonics is going to help the world and help everybody, even animals, feel better.
Oh, so profound. I absolutely love that. Thank you for sharing that, because I am full in agreement with you. I know that I personally, even through somatic experiencing, have used music and the sound of drums to be able to heal. And so thank you for sharing your expertise and being vulnerable to share some of your story. We're so grateful.
And actually, some of you may know a man in black. He has done that sound. He has accomplished so much. He has worked with people like Justin Bieber and many others. But one thing about my friend, he's all about making change, and that's why I brought him on to just say like he's not just a superstar, but he has a heart of making people heal, and he is all about making the world a better place. He just came from Dubai. He just maybe 12 days ago, he just came from Beijing. He's always in the studio, but he found some time to be here. Even now, he's about to go to the conference, which Elon Musk is part of the speaker actually in Beverly Hills. He's just busy, but I'm glad. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on. I mean, the world needs healing, and being able to combine your understanding the technicality of music, but understanding that frequencies, energy can heal, that healing power, and finding a way to meet people where they're at and use the power of frequency, the power of resonance to heal, but in a way that people can understand it and they can feel it, is so powerful. I know and can feel that the work that you're doing is going to have impacts beyond what you may already imagine, because there's a lot of pain in this world, right? Mentally, there's a lot of pain. Physically, there's a lot of pain. And energy, we are all energy, right? And so being creative, using your talent and your gifts and understanding the science of it all and bringing it all together is just so wonderful. And the fact that you're doing it with your wife, when you spoke about her, I don't know if you all felt it. I could feel that energy. Like, I was just like, wow, like you could really, really feel that energy. It is such a gift. What would you like to share with individuals that are trying to figure out how they can contribute to this world? Today, we've been talking about purpose. We've been talking about talents. We've been talking about how you find what it is that you're meant to do in this world, but a lot of it is action, right? So what is something that you would like to share with other individuals about how they can continue to move forward and walk their path, pulling on the talents that they've already have. Like you're doing so much for humanity, but you're pulling on talents that you've had since you were a child. Would love to hear from you more on this.
Thank you. I love you all. I've gotten to a place to where I woke up today. I was like, I woke up again. I started to realize time is my most valuable possession. What do I do with my time? How do I spend it? I can't buy it. I can't get it. And when you have time and then you have light, and then you learn different ways to increase your light. So I've learned to stay in the light, learn a new word. You learn a new word, take a step forward. Life is precious. Time is precious. There's so many gifts. There's so many things to be discovered. There's so many things. Life wants to know you. Open up. No fear. More light, and read, study, stay in love, stay happy, stay inspired, because all of the information is already done. It just gets to pick who they want. So just be available for life to be available for you. And something that Dr. Gershon says that I love. He says, have a small head and a big heart.
Powerful. Small head and a big heart. That's what it's about, That's what it's about. Thank you so much, Theron. We have more guests that we'd love to bring on. So we're going to bring on Sheila Evans. Theron, please stay on. As well as we'll be bringing on Zylena on in a moment, but also Carla Burris. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Carla.
Hi.
Hi, Julia. How are you? Thank you so much for joining.
Good. Nice to be with everyone today.
It's so nice to see you. Carla, I know that you are a maverick maven in the real estate space. Would love for you, I could go on about what you do, but would love for you to share more about your experiences and how you've navigated work as you have as we celebrate leaders during LA Leadership Week. So Carla, to you.
So I am a California real estate broker. I own a real estate company and a mortgage company. Dr. Gershom is my mentor and friend. So my company is dedicated to equality.
I don't think I hear Carla.
Yeah, we hear you, but it has a bit of an echo. Let's try now, and then we're going to mute those that aren't speaking just to support with the sound.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, great. Thank you.
So as you guys know, in the wonderful, beautiful state of California, it's very expensive to live here. And a lot of people are having to leave California because of lack of resources and the inability to attain housing. And so when I worked in corporate America, my dream was to eventually one day have my own company where I can help people that look like me achieve equality in obtaining real estate here in California. I believe California is God's land, and you should not be forced and pushed out. You should be able to afford to stay here. And so what my company does is we work with people to leverage entrepreneurship to bridge the gap between where you are today and where you need to get to, specifically in regards to attaining real estate and wealth and building a legacy for yourself and your family in the state of California. It's a passion for me. I am Hispanic and Black, and working in financing, there's such a disparity in our community. And we need advocates and people to, I spend most of my time consulting people on what you need to do to make more money, right? Sometimes the money solves problems, and they say that money doesn't make you happy, but everybody wants to find out for themselves, right? And so what we focus on here at Burris Realty and Modern Mortgage is really building people, building our community, helping people launch into their vision, helping people find out what it is that they can do that's already in them. How can they use their gifts to leverage the income gap so that they can stay in this beautiful sunny state of California and they can get foot in real estate and really build. I've helped people from buying their first home to owning multiple properties, and creating multi-million-dollar in legacy. So that's what we do here. And Dr. Gershom, and you guys were talking about mentorship. Mentorship is so key and imperative to going to the next step in your life. Dr. Gershom has been pivotal for me, just climbing heights. And I was able to push out a dream that I first had in 2005, and I didn't give birth to it until 2020. That's a 15-year-long dream of wanting to have something and own your own company. And you got to position yourself around people who are dreamers as well. You have to position yourself around people who believe more than what you can see. And how do you get to a place that you've never been to before, right? You got to get around other people who can speak life to you, because you got a dream and no one has ever done it in your family. You've never done it. How do you take a step to get there? You got iron sharpens iron, right? So we're about building legacy, building entrepreneurship, building millionaires. We believe that everyone has it within them to achieve wealth. And we believe that California is the sunny state, and everyone should be able to have an opportunity to purchase and own real estate here in California.
Wow, that's so wonderful, Carla. And what I loved about your share is that you work in real estate, right? But you pair that and couple that with building and teaching people how to become entrepreneurs, right? Building and teaching people how to be able to not only acquire assets, real estate, but build a legacy through the assets they acquire, but also through their businesses, which is innovative and different, right? Because it's one thing to show someone a place, but it's a completely different realm to show someone an asset, a property, but say, this is how you can attain it. This is how you can grow and scale and enjoy it. And, I think it was Dr. Gershom that mentioned it earlier, like, you can give someone food, but you also can teach them how to fish. That whole concept of it not just being about the home or the house or the property, but about being about the skill sets, the mindset to attain that. What was it in you that really wanted to bridge that experience? Because it truly is an experience bringing both together.
That's a great question. Well, what brought me to that is when you meet people who want something and they really want something, but there's such a gulf in between what they want and where they need to go, right? And so as your job might just be to get somebody a mortgage or get somebody a property, but then what about the person, right? And so what I like to ask my clients is, what do you want at your highest, right? I don't want to know what you think you can have, but if there's no limitations, if money is not an issue, if where you come from and in your community and your resources not an issue, what do you really want? I want to start there. Now, it might not be where you end up initially, but that's where you want to end up. So let's start there. And so once we start to have these conversations in our community, we find out that people really do want, the house and the picket fence. They just don't know how to get it. And so now we talk about, it's not just about getting a piece of property, but it's about changing our mindset so that we can start positioning ourselves to go after the thing that we really have a desire for in our heart. And I find that with that, not only can I do good business, but building relationships. And my passion is to really build people, build business and build people, and see people successful, not just in attaining real estate and attaining wealth, but see them reaching heights and depths that they wouldn't have never known had they not had someone else like breathe life into them and encourage them and pull out what's in there. Sometimes you have a dream, right? And sometimes you go want something and you're afraid to speak it out loud because you don't know, it might sound crazy or it might seem so far-fetched. But the way the world works is sometimes you get those special people in your life, if you steward them right, that can breathe life and help you get to the next place.
Yeah. Wow. There's so many gems there, but it's really seeing the oneness in everything, right? Everything is connected to everything else. And it's about contribution. Carla, thank you so much for sharing. We're going to keep you on, but also would love to bring our next guest up. Zylena Cooper. She is the Director of Legal Affairs at HBO. So faith conscious. I know there's so much more I could say, but Zylena, would love to hand it over to you to introduce yourself further.
Hi. So I'm West Coast.
Oh, Sorry, Zylene, can you repeat that one more time? There was a little bit of an echo.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Zelina Cooper. Are we all
We're
good?
amazing. Yes.
Yeah, so I am the legal director of West Coast programming at HBO. When you say director, a lot of times people think, oh, she's directing the shows, HBO programming. No, legal director, doing the contracts that production contracts that help to keep the show running. I'm also an actress. I am also a minister pastor. I have a ministry in Hollywood and called Love Light Life Ministry, and we spread the gospel to Hollywood, both in front of the camera and behind. And I'm also helping Pastor Gershom with all things Global Charity Initiative, which I want to talk about a little bit today. I'll put all of my my other roles on the back burner for now, and just talk about what an amazing organization, Global Charity Initiative, is, founded by Pastor Gershom to eradicate poverty globally. And the thing that I find most fascinating about Global Charity Initiative is that its approach to eradicating poverty, from my perspective, is extremely unique, because it doesn't just we don't just focus on providing food and resources that impoverished communities around the world need. That is a part of it. But I love that there's such a focus on changing the mindset of people that are poor. And I think that is such an important part of eradicating poverty, because if your mindset doesn't shift, it's very difficult to create a external reality of removing yourself from poverty. And I know that there's a lot of organizations out there that have a similar mission of combating poverty globally, but as I said, I find it very unique that the focus is the mindset and inspiring people to think differently, and the different programs that are a part of this initiative to help facilitate that are really amazing. And I think that is very important as it relates to poverty issues, and making an individual really feel that they're worthy of wealth and worthy of greatness and worthy of something better and something different, and that they deserve the fruits of abundance and prosperity. Okay, I'm probably just sucking up somebody else's time.
No, but I love that you share that. I mean, we had Sharon Lechter on yesterday. She wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women, amongst many other books. But we talked about that deservability, right? About how it starts in your mind, and navigating the challenges that you may have with deservability. Everything you want on the other side is on the other side of you knowing that you deserve, you loving yourself, you knowing that you are amazing, that you are capable. We had Guy Kawasaki on yesterday, who's the chief evangelist of Apple in Canva, and his book is called Think Remarkable. And it was a reminder that everyone is remarkable, right? You don't have to be a leader, you don't have to be this person that others put on a pedestal to be remarkable, to feel remarkable. Donna, so glad that you were joining us in this conversation, because I know that a lot of your work, you help individuals through this, So Zylene, I love that you shared this. I also love that you have your catchphrase tagline, bringing faith into entertainment, because that's important too, because entertainers impact the world, and sometimes entertainers are on a pedestal, right? And it makes others feel like they aren't deserving, right? And everyone has a place in this world. So we love that you shared that, and you did not go down a rabbit hole. Thank you so much for sharing. Donna, I know you've been here listening and would love to hear your thoughts and open space for you to ask a question as well.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's been fun listening to the conversation, and all day I even referenced this a little bit earlier about a jellyfish, and a jellyfish really goes with the flow of the current of the ocean, and it trusts in the process that it's going to take you exactly where you need to go. But if you're in the tentacles, you get all tangled up in the day-to-day stuff, the emotions, the feelings, and it stops us from moving forward and progressing. And it's just enlightening listening to some of the different, and all of you, the different speakers coming on, resonating with some of the different beliefs and some of the different pathways, and how it all connects back to leadership. So thank you.
Hello, we have you back with us. Celia, did I say that your name right? Would love for you to share and contribute to the conversation. I know you were moving around earlier. Hello. You might be on mute.
Yeah, you said, Celia, you're on mute. Okay.
Celia is muted.
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. I was having some technical difficulties. It's nice to see you guys. I'm down in Miami, and but I love this conversation you're having, and Theron was really interesting, and also Carla. It's great to hear such positive and affirming words. I'm basically so I have a fashion, media, and events company, and we have been creating and licensing media, not just in fashion, but in lifestyle in general, globally for the last 15 years. And through that, we began to create also global events, initially around the fashion weeks, but now, you know, at this point, we have a lot to do with sustainability. We've done some things with the UN. We own Sustainable New York Fashion Week. We created a really big sustainability conference with the city of Miami. And that was more about, like, you know, energy and ocean restoration and all this sort of stuff. But the main reason that I wanted to talk to you guys today is because I'm working on a really big project. It's a tentpole platform at the Cannes Film Festival, which we've been doing things there for over a decade. But this is really special. It's near and dear because it is sustainability focused. We're giving an award to Laura Mancini, who was the head designer behind Alexander McQueen. We're going to, our title sponsor is Telmont Champagne, which every single thing from the grapes to the processes to the packaging to even, you know, the cars driving places, the trucks, all sustainable. And we've got this really amazing sustainability fashion presentation, and we're going to be talking about energy. And we have a video keynote from Jane Goodall. So this, I just want to put this on your radar. We're doing this thing at the Cannes Film Festival. This is its inaugural year, but we want to really create a proof of concept and do this yearly. And just kind of, I mean, whenever we're doing anything with sustainability, we're always just trying to show people that it's just one step at a time. It's not about, you know, just making your whole life like impossibly, you know, just creating like an impossible situation. It's about making small choices on a daily and just knowing different brands and people who are doing things in that realm that you could perhaps choose to support or align with, that are, you know, doing really great things, like pulling plastics from the ocean and using that to create, you know, renewable textiles, or or, you know, using new energy methods that are more productive than what we're currently using, or having, you know, better means of water filtration systems. And so it's just about like a really, really progressive way to live, you know, and so we're supporting that always, but we have this big event coming up at Cannes, and it's a great time to just sort of put really influential people like next to these ideas that we're trying to really promote. And yeah, Rachel told me she was going to be meeting with a bunch of a think tank of powerful people. So I just want to put this on your radar. We're doing this in 2 weeks. We're going to be doing it yearly. And, you know, I'd love for you guys to make it out there.
We love the share, Celia, because today, and I've mentioned it before, but we've been talking about purpose and passion and life path. And, you know, you were in fashion and you thought about how you can think about fashion sustainably, right? How you can create and be a part of the creation of fashion, but also think about the environment, right? How are we contributing to society and to all those that are around us? It's like what Theron was doing, using his musical talents to help heal the world. And like Carla, what you're doing, like you are an entrepreneur in and of itself, working in real estate, but you're saying, I'm not going to stop there, right? I'm going to empower other individuals and help them become entrepreneurs for what their focus is, so I can empower them to continue to create. And Zylena taking faith into entertainment and walking that path, that is so powerful, because it's, you know, it's everyone is contributing to the world in different ways, but it takes everyone doing their part to really enhance society, to enhance consciousness. And this is what LA Leadership Week is all about, celebrating leaders that are making a difference, but also empowering others. Donna would love, oh, and we have our editor-in-chief, Ava V. Manuel, that has just joined us as well. Ava would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Alicia. I just want to honor Dr. Gershom, and I know he has to jump off soon. So I'd love to be able to give you 1 minute, Dr. Gershom, to give us your closing comments before you have to jump off.
I'm really so honored to see Carla. You know, Carla was working, now she has her own company. And, you know, since I would encourage people to get this book, Breakthrough Thinking. And Breakthrough Thinking, it talks about everything that I do and how I empower people. It was created out of passion. I was asking myself, what is it that if I can write a book or something that can change people's lives in the mind and eradicate poverty and also increase your income on finances? You know, it's all about energy flowing. You know, finances is philosophy. Having the right philosophy, you can change your income. You know, like Selena Cooper, she works at the HBO, but also she's a therapist, and also she's an actress, and also she helps people in different things. And a lot of the game of decision. This book, it's a life-changing that will change you every step that you take. It takes the mind, it takes an action. And also, you know, there is another book called Healing Your Own Soul. It's a kind of a mind journey that we all have struggled to make a certain decision. You know, there is always negativity that we face. We're not made out of iron. We are all human beings. We have emotions. If you can become the master of your emotions, your feelings, and your will, which is your decision path, you can become successful, and your life can be changed. Thank you, the Los Angeles Tribune, and thank you, Elisha, and thank you, the chief editor. And it's good to see you down, and it's good to see you, Eva, and many other people that I've met, incredible people here. And you know, I had many more people to bring on the panel, and I almost brought Stevie Wonder's wife and many others. But I said, these are the, you know, we have HBO, we have a real estate, then we have a Grammy winner. That was enough, I think so.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gershom. And Carla, Celia, we've lost one.
Yes, we lost
Wanted to thank Selena. Selena's the other one.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you, Carla. Love that you all are contributing, right? And consciously and in a way that moves society forward. So thank you so much for joining us. We will see you soon. Bye, Carla. Bye. Bye, Celia. Bye, Dr. Gershom. It's always a pleasure to have you on. And we appreciate all of the good that you're doing in this world, Dr. Gershom. Hi, Donna. How are you?
Hello. I am good. This has been a rock star day, let me tell you. Wow.
It really has. I feel like we've gone deep. We've gone to the soul level today in LA Leadership Week, as we often do at the LA Tribune. But energy work, soul work, that's what we are, right? And so love that we're having these conversations and making the connections of how it's connected ultimately to the work that we do, to our ability to lead, our understanding of self, our healing of self, our understanding of how we want to contribute to the world. They're all connected. So I've loved the conversations we've had today on day 7. Donna, what were some of the conversations today that sparked introspection, or you're like, oh, let me write this down? I'd love to hear more from you, Donna.
Right. Earlier, when we were talking about your career versus your calling, I think that's a topic that is exceptional, but also one that I think we could entertain for probably hours, if not days, of all the merits, just like the topic of leadership, the same way. And with even the interview with Joe Ingram earlier today, and
Brad.
It's been a long,
yeah.
And Brad Shea,
Yeah.
they're in there. Just his principles and the cut and dryness of it. And it's like this. And no, I may not be a good leader. I might be a bad leader. Here's why, but I'm a leader. And it was just so authentic. Those were just some of the fun things with it.
I love that. What about for you, Ava?
Well, I really would love for Donna to lead us into what's coming up next. I'm excited for what's coming up next. We've got Masati Sajadi coming in together with Barbie Layton, who's also in vibration. I'm like, we're about to be in a different dimension here. You combine Donna Campbell, Masati Sajadi, and Barbie Layton, and whoever else will come in this panel. I would love to just have you talk to us, Donna, about the importance of what you do in terms of vibrations, frequency, and healing. And then I'll pull myself and Alicia down, and maybe have a conversation with Barbie. How about that?
Perfect.
Okay, we'll do that.
I think when we go into science, Alicia, the quantum mechanics, quantum physics, it's always talking about energy, vibration, and frequency. And that's the 3 components we all are. And we have all 3 of those components because we're electromagnetic beings. Energy runs up and down our body and in and out of our body, which creates that electromagnetic field around us. And it's measurable by science. And so some of our great scientists, even of today, like Dr. Joe Dispenza, talks a lot about this, because your thoughts create an electrical charge, but yet our emotions, that heart space, is the magnetic force that draws the energy back to you. So what's important to know about that is, if your energy that you are drawing back to you in that heart space, in that it's really 90% of that energy coming back in, is not in alignment with the thought, you're going to create all kinds of chaos in your life. So we might send out the thought, I want to be rich and abundant. But yet, in the magnetic part of us, we might feel a lack energy, a less than energy. But yet our thought, the electrical pulse, is something positive. And so when we go through the process of why do we feel that lack? Why do we feel an imposter syndrome? We talked earlier today about fear and taking a step into the unknown, or releasing doubt. And this alignment process, when you overcome some of those things and that energy comes into an alignment, just like that jellyfish, you're in that flow of energy, like the ocean taking you as the current, and you're just in this universal flow, and everything starts aligning in your life. And so I like to call it, with what I do, thought form energy healing, because what we're doing is we are healing the energy, the frequency we are in, to a higher frequency that matches our thought. So it's healing the energy underneath our thought. And it works on all levels, with all places and all things that we do, whether you want to look at the concept of optimal health. You might want to look at the concept of relationships, or even when we think about abundance, often we think of money, but abundance is all things in our life. It's all areas of our wealth in that. And so it's always this alignment process, which really gets you back to that universal flow, to that oneness, to be in alignment with that energy, that vibration, and that frequency. So there's a quick little introduction there, Alicia. So let me have you come up and let me capture your thoughts with that.
I love that, Donna. I love that you mentioned that sometimes you can think of that, but are you allowing the space for that flow to actually happen? What are ways that individuals that are listening right now or might be watching this on replay, how can they start to create that space in their everyday?
Well, Donna, before you answer that, let me welcome Barbie Layton to the stage.
Hi, Barbie.
Barbie, you know,
This is
Barbie
such
is
a
a
great
family
conversation.
member of the Los Angeles Tribune for 3 years now, right, Barbie?
Yes.
And we are always delighted to have Barbie on stage, and this so resonates and echoes with Barbie and the work that she's doing. So I love that you're part of this conversation. I'm going to bring myself out while you guys continue.
Thank you so much, Ava. So nice to see you, Barbie. Donna, would love for me to hear from you of how to create space, but Barbie would also love to hear your thoughts and perspectives as well, because know that you are a quantum healer, and I'm just, you know, I'm excited for this conversation, Donna. So back to you.
What I absolutely love is that there's a process. I call it DIRT. The first thing you want to do is you want to discover. And it's really about creating the awareness of the emotional state that you are in. And we're not always aware of it. So it's creating the awareness. So one of the things I say, Alicia, is to just set a timer on the phone and have it go off at some random time, like 2 hours and 33 minutes, and stop whatever it is you're doing and look at the space that you're in and how you really, truly feel on the inside. And then you have to identify the emotion. And when you identify it, it's not, I'm good or I'm okay. It's an actual emotion. Oh, wait, I'm stuck. No, that's what the emotion is doing. You want to identify an emotion like sadness or happiness or devastation or despair or joy or balance, because then we know what we need to do to create it better. And you're going to release that lower emotion and transform it to something higher. So when we breathe in oxygen, the good things our body needs. We breathe out carbon dioxide, the things we don't need. So if you're in a state of stress and the opposite of that is peace, take 2-3 minutes, breathe in peace, breathe out stress. And in those 2-3 minutes, your body's going to go through a physiological change because you went through all 4 of those steps. You transformed the energy that you were in to be more in alignment with your thought. And when you go back to your task at hand, you have more focus, more clarity, and more balance every single time. So it's a very quick, conscious, cut and dry way to change your emotional state to be in alignment with the thoughts that you really are producing. But I would love to hear from Barbie Layton as well, because you do a whole lot in the quantum healing world. And I've listened and heard you on some of our other shows. And I know I have questions for you too.
Thank you.
So yes.
To what Ava said, I just wanted to also, just this is apropos for the leadership. So the Los Angeles Tribune gave me an outstanding leadership award at the premiere of our movie Beyond Physical Matter that Ava interviewed us on the red carpet for. And I know I had the honor, Alicia, to be interviewed by you as well at the Barnes & Noble in Hollywood for the book presentation that was being debuted there as well. So it's so fun to be a part of these amazing events for the last 3 years. And these last 7 days have been absolutely amazing. And I take a different approach to it. So I'm considered a galactic cheerleader because I have this incredibly intense energy, because I love like what you're talking about, Donna, is like super zen and it's super chill, and that's wonderful. But like for me, I literally, I bring that fire, that Nikola Tesla, that crackle, that energy, the electricity. I just start to get it out, and I literally open up a portal for people, allow their higher selves to come in, and then from there it's on. It was just disaggregating the energy and then finding anything that no longer serves, clearing it out, then adding it in. I call it spiritual algebra. So once that person has had, because a lot of times, like the universe abhors a vacuum, right? So when you can clear all these things, a lot of times it's kind of like when you go to a chiropractor, right? You get an adjustment and you get your back cracked or whatever, but it doesn't hook the second. You have to go back second or third or fourth time for it to really go back into that alignment where the homeostasis is. And with this, it's the same kind of a thing, in the sense of where if you have that block or that limited belief or whatever it is that's holding you back, you literally have to release it, but then you have to clean and bring back the light in and fill it all up. And I love that, because watching people do that, I have a phrase that I call crazy amazing, where I have people who like the things that they manifest, they're almost like, you can't even comprehend that in your mind that's even possible, because you're just like, what, you just went on a cruise with Joe Dispenza and the Greek islands on his yacht with the Tony Robbins VIP people? I mean, that happened to one of the people that was in one of my manifestation group portals. Like this last year, I have a friend that's delivering, she's going to have a baby that she basically conceived during the middle of one of the containers as well too. So it's just like, I mean, I have living beings that are literally on the planet right now because of the fact that I had an opportunity, energy medicine wise, on a phone when they're all the way across the world, to be able to do that. And that's the part about all these things, is the fact that they're so real. And even like before, and just sending beautiful energy to Rex as well. He's been a friend of mine. We were in a mastermind together with Mo, and you know, just like what Mo said, holding up a picture of him and sending frequencies. But it can also work the opposite way too, because there's a lot of fake spiritual out there, unfortunately, and people that don't really know what they're doing. And so that's the part too. And I think that in this entire 7 days, people have been talking about integrity. And that integrity means that you literally, when you work with the universe and the quantum field, you have to be in complete alignment. You don't get to wishy-washy around with it. You have to be in that frequency. You have to be totally in alignment with your whole entire energetic field. And from there, people will gravitate to people like that who are leaders. Because to me, one of the things about being a leader is that you're unapologetically you. Because there's like, what is this, Oscar Wilde said, you know, be yourself because everyone else is taken, right? So like even today, it's like just for a pattern disrupt, just for fun. I haven't colored my hair in a long, long time. And I'm just like, you know, I just need to do something different. And so 2 hours ago, I just dyed my hair blonde, and I just thought, you know what, I'm going to show up on the Tribune in a different space, and putting that play energy, the gamification, that the universe loves it, and it makes us so quantumly magnetic, and it makes things so much fun and juicy. And then from there, you literally, I love to talk about suspending disbelief and staying in childlike wonder, like you're 5 years old and it's Christmas every day, and you're just like, oh my God, this just happened, and oh my God, this just happened, and oh my God, this just happened too, because you get people zhuzhed up, and when you're in groups and everybody's like on fire like that, and then they go out and they take action from it. As I think was this morning, it was the guy who was saying, the leader of leaders, like you basically, leaders create leaders. And I think that's so true, that when we become servant leaders, we have the ability. I know I have thousands of people out there from my work that I've done for the last 27 years that have, you know, been out there doing amazing things. But the best part is that they didn't need me anymore. I was just the training wheels. I'm just the facilitator, the conduit to allow them to go out there and be and live their greatest life too. So to me, I feel like it's such an honor and a privilege to be able to work with the energy field. And it's just so exciting.
I absolutely love that. And I love that you've said like a lot of my favorite words, Barbie. I'm like taking note. I love that word. I love that word. I love that word. One of the things I often talk about is aligning the emotions and the thoughts, as you heard me earlier. But there's times that you can hold the thought, like you were saying, I'm on a yacht with Joe Dispenza and Tony Robbins person over here and this over here. And it just happened like magic. Like someone had that magic wand and waved over it, which really is instant thought form energy. And I know that I've had times that I was walking down the street in Mount Shasta with a girlfriend of mine, and she's like, have you ever spoken on a cruise? And I went, no, I haven't, but that sounds like fun. Let me see what it feels like. And then I get home, and 2 days later, I get the phone call. Hey, can you come speak on our cruise? From somebody I didn't know. So what do you think that part of the process is? It's about being versus doing, but what really happens in those moments for that instant creation? And we talk about surrender, but are we really surrendering?
Well, those are the most juicy things, and I love it, because even like Jim Miller and I, we just had a conversation a week ago, and I didn't know you were friends with Steven Rogers, who I'm friends with from Secret Knock, and I call this the universal connect
We're all
us.
connected.
And it makes me so excited, because it's like, oh my God, I know this person, I know that person, and this person knows this person, they're connected, et cetera, et cetera. But that's also where the integrity comes in. Because leaders have to also make sure that they're not doing the short sale transactional stuff either. They're not just trying to make the quick buck. They're wanting to have that overtime relation where the person knows that they can trust them, because they're going to have that integrity to be able to hold them down when things get kind of a little sticky. right? But I love that because ultimately it's like, I mean, I've been on 6 New York Times billboards in the last 18 months. What? It wasn't even anything that I even thought about. And it wasn't just like a side one. It was like literally Coca-Cola stack up and down, the iconic one where Kim Kardashian was cycling. It was my book series with my other authors, and then Kim Kardashian with her skincare line. We were just like, what is happening? But it's in that quantum leaping. Quantum leaping has been looked up over 25 million times on TikTok because your body does not have that cellular memory. You had never been speaking on a cruise before, but because someone put it out there and you're like, yes, I resonate with that. Yes, I have the same frequency as that. I'm okay with that, etc. Boom. There you go. And then you had an amazing experience. But it's the being open. And as you said, surrendering. I literally tell my guides, or whatever you want to call it, that I will literally do whatever I'm given a yes to. So whatever, if you give me the be able to be funded, to be able to be supported, and to be able to be safe, any of those things, I will do whatever. I will be completely unstoppable for co-creation with the divine. And that to me is something where you say yes to all these things that normally you wouldn't say yes to. I have a product line of manifestation sprays, candles, and soaps. That was not anywhere close to anything I was ever going to do. But I have investors talking to me and I'm just like, what? Like what? It's like, it's that exciting part of it, of where you're stretching out into the universe, but you're pushing out like, okay, how good can I stand it? How good can it be? What is next? And then when you're out around all these other great people, like, I mean, just this last 7 days, it's just one rock star after another. And it's like, I got Outwitting the Devil. I got the action book because I heard Sharon Lecter talking about it. And then other people have spoken about that too. It's a cool thing in the sense of where it's like, we need to also share our wins that are crazy amazing. Because by that level, I think there's so many people. You probably heard the story about the crabs, right? They have people that are, they put the crabs in the shallow dish because they literally, once they're there, if one of them tries to get out, the other one pinches it and pulls it back in. So they don't need to have a deep thing because they're not going to really try to escape. But instead, trying to find out a way of where people can support each other and they can say, this just happened to me. Oh my God, I just manifested this. Like, I love going to Secret Knock and hearing, like, the billionaire CEO of UGG boots. He started out in his car in Malibu and everybody thought they were ugly. But in the 1980s, all the surfers, which was one of my dad's, I have one of the original pairs from his trunk. And they figured out the surfers would put them on after they surfed because their feet were so cold. And they're like, dang, these are really, really warm. They're warming up. He's got $1 billion empire. I just got to speak to a robot named Annika, who literally is like one of the most sophisticated beings that's out there. And it was actually flirting with Greg Reed. Like, it was insane to watch a robot flirt with a human. It was hilarious. But that was somebody's thought form. That was the imagination. The imagination is something that nobody can ever take away from you. It is the most powerful tool that you have at your disposal.
Wow.
Wow.